Chapter 2398. Ever since Duan Tian returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and destroyed the inter-province transportation formation that the devil clans had set up in the lower province, many things had happened in the lower province. First, the devil clans discovered the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed and that the formation masters from the devil clans had been killed. Most of these formation grandmasters of the devil race had extraordinary backgrounds. Their deaths quickly alerted the forces behind them, and the bodiless celestials behind them were alerted as well. At the same time, a group of bodiless celestials from the human devil clan came out. Soon after, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans came out of their cultivation places in the land of exile and came to the Wuxia subterranean. They worked together to forcefully open a space tunnel for the vanguard of the devil clans to enter the upper province. Powerful bodiless celestials could tear the space barrier between the Wuxia subterranean and the upper province with their bare hands and travel freely between the lower and upper province. This was the case for Duan Tian. Currently, the long and narrow space rifts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were created by the bodiless celestials from the devil clans. The group of monsters that came out from the space rifts were the vanguard of the devil clans. The vanguard of the devil clans that had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the appearance of the Seven Absolute Sect and the strength of the dragons, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land no longer had their attention on the devil clans. For this reason, when the vanguard of the devil clans entered the upper province, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not even have time to react, let alone prepare for it. In just a blink of an eye, the vanguard of the devil clans slaughtered the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devil clans. They're from the devil clans. The devil clans are invading. The devil clans are invading. At this moment, the humans who were fleeing in all directions in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could not help but cry out in panic. This was because they discovered that the devil clans were stronger than them. The strength of the devil clans was far stronger than them. Although there were some powerful humans among them, they were quickly overwhelmed by the devil clans. Compared to the unity of the devil clans, the humans were like a plate of loose sand. In just a month, 1/10 of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had already fallen. At the same time, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land learned that the devil clans had invaded the upper province. Immediately, the entire world was shocked. The demons are invading? In the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary encampment on a nameless snowy mountain in the northern region, the Oracle Man was shocked when he heard the news. Sect leader, didn't you say, before he returned to the upper province, he destroyed the cross-province teleportation formation that was almost completed in the lower province? How could this be? While the Oracle Man was still in shock, he received more news about the devil clan's invasion of the upper province. It seems like the bodiless celestials from the devil clan have made their move. If a bodiless celestial from the devil clans makes a move, I'm afraid the bodiless celestials from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land won't be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets remembered another very important matter. Not good. Most of the bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If they decide to fight the bodiless celestials from the devil clans here, we'll definitely be affected. Looks like I can only bring them to that hidden ice mountain valley. Lin Yun muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, the Oracle Man no longer hesitated. He brought Duan Xiling, Ganru Yen, and Qinghua away from the nameless snowy mountain and headed to the Iceberg Valley where the Sword Saint secret zone was opened. After returning to the Iceberg Valley, the Oracle Man and the others built temporary wooden houses in the valley for them to live in and cultivate. In the following month, a lot of major events took place. First, a group of bodiless celestials from the devil clans in the lower province repaired the cross-province teleportation formation in the shortest time possible so the devil clans could enter the upper province steadily. As soon as they entered the upper province, they began a massacre. Apart from that, many bodiless celestials from the devil clans came to the upper province and fought with the bodiless celestials there. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the bodiless celestials from the upper province were slightly weaker. This was because the devil clans were naturally bloodthirsty and aggressive. Many human bodiless celestials were killed. Many bodiless celestials from the devil clans were killed as well. However, in general, more human bodiless celestials were killed. At this moment, 2 announcements were made. The 2 announcements spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, it also entered the ears of the old prophet. The devil clans have 1 month to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and return to the land of exile. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan will come out and annihilate the devil clans. At that time, there'll be no turning back. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll be the enemy of the dragons. The Phoenix clan and the dragons made the announcements one after another. The Phoenix clan? The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could understand the strength of the dragons. After all, the dragons had shown their strength before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Not only did they have many bodiless celestials, but they even had 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As for the Phoenix clan, apart from the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who knew the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the dragons, most people were unaware of this. For this reason, most people were skeptical of the announcement made by the Phoenix clan. It was only when the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land spread the news that everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land learned about this. As it turned out, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only was the Dragon clan strong, but the Phoenix clan was strong as well. The Phoenix clan was a powerful force that was not inferior to the Dragon clan. There were many bodiless celestials in the Phoenix clan as well. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan to be so strong as well. As it turns out, the strongest force in the Dao Martial Saint Land isn't Zoroastrianism, Xianxia Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. It's the dragons and the Phoenix clan that we thought were inferior to the 3 great sections. The dragons and the Phoenix clan have made their announcements. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll make their move. The devil clans are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Do you think they'll leave just because of the dragons and the Phoenix clan? Although the dragons and the Phoenix clan had made their announcements and asked the devil clans to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, not many people thought the devil clans would listen to them and leave. If the devil clans were afraid of the dragons and the Phoenix clan, why would they enter the Dao Martial Saint Land? Were they stupid? In fact, it was just as most people thought. The devil clans did not care about the dragons and the Phoenix clan's announcements at all. A month later, a large number of bodiless celestials appeared among the dragons and phoenixes. When these bodiless celestials appeared, the people from the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the Zoroastrianism, the Xianxia Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, were stunned. This was because the first batch of bodiless celestials sent out by the dragons and phoenixes were mostly the ancestors of the 3 great sections. Only then did they realize. It turned out that the 3 great sects had many loose immortal experts, but these loose immortal experts had all joined the dragons and phoenixes. Why? Why is that? Why would the loose immortals of Zoroastrianism seek refuge with the dragons and phoenixes? Why don't they stay in our Xianxia Buddhism and lead our Xianxia Buddhism to new glory? Instead, they are willing to be the dogs of the dragons and phoenixes, coming and going at their beck and call. The 3 great sects were in an uproar. They could not figure out why the ancestors of the 3 great sects who were at the level of itinerant immortals would join the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan and be willing to listen to the orders of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. Moreover, when the devil clans invaded the upper province, they had taken the lead to fight for the dragons and phoenixes. They did not expect this at all. Now, it was not their wish for the itinerant immortal ancestors of the 3 great sects to come out and be cannon fodder. After all, who did not know that cannon fodder had a slim chance of survival? Under such circumstances, the ancestors of the 3 great sects had stepped forward because if they were unwilling to fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. After all, the powerhouses of the dragons and phoenixes were not to be trifled with. If they did not fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. However, if they fought for the dragons and phoenixes, they would most likely die. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to choose the latter. In a secluded ice mountain valley in the northern region. Although I've heard from the sect leader that bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects would be captured by the dragons and phoenixes, I didn't expect there to be so many bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects. Although the old man of heavenly secrets was located in a remote place in the northern region, he was still very familiar with the situation outside. He was in charge of the information network of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Ever since Han Shuanai's master had died, he had temporarily taken over the Red Dust progeny's information network. Once Han Shuanai returned from the Sword Saint secret zone, he would return the information network to Han Shuanai. Apart from that, it has been half a year since the sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder how much they've gained in the past 6 months? The Oracle Man was filled with curiosity when he thought about this. In the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? As it turns out, this is not the Sword Saint Secret Zone but the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Moreover, we're not the only ones who have entered this place. There are people from the other 4 mundane realms as well. In the past 6 months, Duan Ling Tian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. Currently, both groups of people had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Chapter 2399. However, who created this Beyond Heaven Secret Zone? There's a celestial supreme treasure here? Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal clear and flawless. From afar, it looked like a pool of spring water. It gave off a comfortable feeling. However, this ordinary-looking sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword, it's still a genuine celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first thing I obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone would be a celestial sword. With this celestial sword, the strength of my attacks has surpassed the strength of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the celestial sword in his hand. However, the strongest person among the 2 groups of people is only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If there's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial among them, I might not even be able to keep this celestial sword. The celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand could be said to be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had met one of the groups of people and learned that they had found a treasure. For this reason, he had followed them and discovered that the celestial sword was a treasure. The treasure mentioned by those people was actually a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was another celestial supreme treasure, it would not be of much help to Duan Ling Tian. However, if it was a celestial sword, it would be of great help to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a sword cultivator just like Feng Qingyang since he had inherited the legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The weapon of a sword cultivator was a sword. A sword was like a second life to a sword cultivator. If the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although these words were a little extreme, they perfectly explained the position of a sword in a sword cultivator's heart. To a sword cultivator, his sword was as important as his life. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, a sword from the mundane realm, even a super saint weapon, would not be of any help to him. Only a sword that was a celestial supreme treasure or above would be of help to him. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian discovered the treasure mentioned by those people was a celestial sword, he had already begun to think of a way to obtain it. He wanted to obtain the immortal sword. It just so happened that another group of people had arrived at this moment, and they wanted that immortal sword as well. It was even to the extent that they were in conflict with a group of people before them, and they even started fighting intensely without saying a single word. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian struck like lightning. As soon as he made his move, he was like the Oriole behind the Oriole, grabbing the immortal sword. After obtaining the immortal sword, Duan Ling Tian did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stayed at the scene and observed the immortal sword in his hand. At this moment, the 2 groups of people had also stopped fighting. Their target was Duan Ling Tian at the same time. After all, the reason they were fighting was because of the immortal sword. When they discovered the immortal sword was in the hands of a third party, there was no need for them to continue fighting since it would only benefit the third party. Good sword. When Duan Ling Tian confirmed the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, the 2 groups of people made their moves. Moreover, they did not hesitate to kill Duan Ling Tian. Among the 2 groups of people, the 2 strongest were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. They were easily killed by Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. After the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by Duan Ling Tian, the remaining people did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, there was only one person left. It was this person. After some questioning, Duan Ling Tian finally realized that the immortal sword was not in the sword Dao realm. Currently, he was not in the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Instead, he was in a place called the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was connected to 5 mundane realms. The mundane realm he was in was only one of the 5 mundane realms. Does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang didn't leave this place behind? Senior Feng Qingyang only managed to obtain a key for me. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also vaguely realized this. At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked the person about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, the person did not know anything. He only knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a very long time and would only open once every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only rely on myself in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Senior Feng Qingyang didn't take special care of me here. I'll have to rely on myself to find any fortuitous encounters and resolve any dangers I might encounter later on. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he could not help but feel a little heavy-hearted. Previously, he had thought that Duan Lingtian was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Since he was in the Sword Saint secret zone created by Senior Feng Qingyang, even if there were any dangers in there, it would only serve to train him. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to obtain the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, at this moment, he realized there was a possibility. Perhaps, there was no legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. After all, this was the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would put aside everything he was doing and enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Based on this, one could tell the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not simple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian no longer thought the Beyond Heaven secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on what I know, before Senior Feng Qingyang ascended, his strongest technique was the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The fact that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial must have something to do with the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. When Duan Lingtian first learned about the Sword Saint secret zone, he could not help but feel puzzled. The Sovereign Heart Sword left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang had transcended the mundane realm. However, even if one completely comprehended the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one's strength would, at most, be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How was Senior Feng Qingyang able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. If Senior Feng Qingyang had any other means up his sleeves, that would be too ridiculous, right? Was he still human? However, now that he knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, he could not help but wonder. He could not help but speculate. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. I didn't think there would be people from 4 mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone apart from the people around me. Moreover, there are many bodiless celestials among the people from the other mundane realms. Based on what the last person said before he was killed, there were at least 100 bodiless celestials from the mundane realm he was in. There were at least 100 bodiless celestials. When that person's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. Although he might be able to fight a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had obtained the celestial sword, however, who could say for sure among the 100 bodiless celestials? Was there anyone among them who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment? It was common knowledge that the body of a bodiless celestial was formed from the soul and the body's energy. The body's energy had to be stabilized by the soul at all times. For this reason, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to cast soul attacks as easily as they did in the past. After becoming a bodiless celestial, if one rashly cast a soul attack, one might die. This was unless one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. The so-called soul congregation embodiment was a dharma body that only those who were extremely skilled in soul techniques before becoming bodiless immortals would have a chance to cultivate after becoming bodiless immortals. Once one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, one would be able to cast soul attacks as they wished. There was no need to worry about dying if one rashly cast soul attacks like ordinary bodiless celestials. There are so many bodiless celestials. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 of them to have mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. If a bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a three-tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to severely injure his soul before he could kill him. If it was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Perhaps his current strength was not bad. Chapter 2400. In other words, if it was a bodiless celestial who had not cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the celestial sword he had just obtained, he might even be able to defeat a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a three-tribulation bodiless celestial would pose a great threat to him if he could not kill them in time, let alone a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked his servant, Chen Yi-Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, how many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. According to Chen Yi-Ru, he had never heard of any bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique were extremely rare. Naturally, it did not mean they did not exist. Even if Chen Yi-Ru had not heard of them, it did not mean they did not exist. According to that person, there are more than 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, he said his mundane realm did not have the most people who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, there are many bodiless celestials from other mundane realms as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, there must be some who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique as well. It seems like I'll have to be more careful in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from 8 tribulation bodiless celestials who pose a great threat to me, ordinary bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique are also a great threat to me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. He had thought only he and the people around him had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, he didn't expect that there would be a group of people from the other 4 mundane realms aside from the people around him. Moreover, there was no lack of bodiless celestials who were as strong as Chen Yi-Ru or even stronger than him. I wonder how Tianwu, Xuanai, and Sandao are doing. Duan Lingtian didn't see the person who came in before him after passing through the black hole and arriving at this place. Even though he waited for a long time, he didn't see the person who came in after him. At that time, he knew that the people who had come here through the black hole had all been separated. Since then, he had embarked on a path of solitude. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone, nor did he encounter anything that attracted his attention. In half a year, the only thing he had obtained was an immortal sword. However, he was already very satisfied with this. After all, he had only been here for half a year. He still had 9.5 years left in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was more than enough for him to continue searching for more treasures. If Senior Feng Qingyang really obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, I wonder what fortuitous encounter he obtained? If I'm able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the Devil Clans, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes lit up again. They were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky that shone brightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make out that 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duan Lingtian took a good look at them. The only woman among the 4 of them was a young woman. In terms of appearance, although she could not compare to his 2 wives or Tianwu, her facial features were extremely delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and rosy, like the skin of a baby. It gave people a feeling that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. If this woman was on Earth in his past life, she would be able to make a living with her looks if she was an actress or broadcaster. The other 3 men were young men. One of them was tall and sturdy, giving off a rough feeling. However, his eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted luster. Clearly, he was not as rough as he looked on the surface. The other man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were dull, and he gave off a dull vibe. The last man was well-built and handsome. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duan Ling Tian. Whether it was the young woman, the muscular young man, or the dull young man, Duan Ling Tian found them pleasing to the eye. Only the last young man with a slightly handsome appearance and a strong figure gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling that he did not really like. Just by looking at his eyes, I can tell he's not a good person. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had been observing the young man's eyes. When the young man glanced at the young woman, his eyes were filled with lust. It was as though he could not wait to push her to the ground and ravage her on the spot. Moreover, when he looked at the muscular young man and the dull young man, there was a hint of arrogance and disdain in his eyes. It was as though he looked down on the two of them. There's someone over there. It seems like we'll have a new member in our small group. With one more person, it'll be safer for us to enter that place. Before the four of them got closer, Duan Ling Tian heard the muscular young man's words. At this moment, the muscular young man was looking at him as he spoke to his companions. If he joins us, we'll have 5 people. 5 people should be enough, right? At this moment, the young woman was also looking at Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes were shining. Zhang Rongbo. What do you think? The muscular young man looked at the dull young man and the last young man and asked. Agreed. The dull young man nodded. He was a man of few words. I don't care. As long as he doesn't drag us down. The last young man's gaze was mostly on the young woman beside him. After he glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was in the distance, he shrugged indifferently. Of course, even if he drags us down and encounters danger, I won't save him. Rongbo. When the muscular young man heard the young man's words, he frowned. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll naturally have to help him. You're going overboard with your words. Overboard. The young man, Rongbo, smiled disdainfully when he heard the sturdy young man's words. Let alone him, even if it's Zhang Yi or you Wuxia, I won't save you if you encounter any danger in that place. The young man who was Rongbo said with a disdainful smile. The most I can do is help Wuxia a little. Rongbo continued to look at the young woman next to him when he reached the end of his sentence. The young woman, Wuxia, frowned. However, she did not say anything in the end. Hearing Rongbo's words, Wuxia frowned. Even the dull Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown for a moment. After a while, he relaxed his brows. However, both of them did not say anything in the end. It was as though they had the same concerns as Wuxia. Let's go. Let's go. Wuxia took a deep breath and ignored Rongbo. After he finished speaking, he flew toward the purple figure in the distance. I've changed my mind. If this gigolo's cultivation base isn't at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't let him join us. When Zhang Yi and Wuxia followed Wuxia, Rongbo also caught up with them and said at the same time, I'm not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage either. Wuxia said with a frown on her face. You're a woman but he's not. Rongbo looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light flashed through them. This young man is called Rongbo. I don't think I've offended him, right? Not only did Duan Ling Tian hear the conversation between the 4 people, but he also saw the cold glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. He was puzzled. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any interaction with Rongbo at all. Why was Rongbo picking on him? Hello, I'm Wuxia. At the same time, the group of 4 arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. The young woman took the lead and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was tall, had an outstanding bearing, and was handsome. He was much more handsome than the other 3 young men beside Wuxia. For this reason, she had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian. Of course, this was entirely because of Duan Ling Tian's perfect appearance, and she had a good impression of him. I see. When Wuxia took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian noticed a hint of jealousy in Rongbo's eyes. As it turned out, Rongbo was jealous of Wuxia's friendliness toward him. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not have to guess to know these 4 people were from the other 4 mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Even if these 4 people were from the same mundane realm as him, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Duan Ling Tian, Wuxia and I discovered a place a month ago. We're certain there's something good there. However, due to our limited strength, we decided to look for a few more companions to explore the place. First, we found Jianghu. Then we found Rongbo currently. Rongbo is the strongest among the four of us. He's an eminent celestial. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, Rongbo raised his head arrogantly and looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Chapter 2401. Rongbo, that's enough. Wuxia frowned as she looked at Rongbo coldly. She said in a deep voice, "You've always been arrogant and domineering just because you're an eminent celestial. We've tolerated it. However, now that there's going to be another member of our group, you're trying to stop him from joining us. If you don't want to go to that place and want to leave, we won't stop you." Wuxia's tone became increasingly unfriendly as she spoke. "Wuxia, you..." Rongbo looked at Wuxia in disbelief. He was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect this. Wuxia would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo whose strength was unknown. Is this what you want as well? You want me, an eminent celestial, to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Rongbo took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he looked at Wang Shi and Jianghu. Humph. Wang Shi snorted and said, "I respect Wuxia's decision." Rongbo suppressed his anger with great difficulty, but because of Wang Shi's words, his anger soared again. Then he looked at Jianghu and asked, "Jianghu, what about you?" "I respect their decision." Although Jianghu was slow to speak and was usually a man of few words, when Rongbo asked him about it, he was very generous and said a whole 8 words. Jianghu and Wang Shi had long been displeased with Rongbo's arrogance. However, Rongbo was the only eminent celestial in their group. With an eminent celestial around, they would be able to avoid many dangers if they ventured into that place. They did not want to lose such a powerful ally unless they had no other choice. However, Rongbo's unreasonable behavior again and again made them feel bitterly disappointed. Now that Wuxia had taken the lead, they naturally vented all the resentment they had for Rongbo in their hearts without holding anything back. You! Rongbo was so angry that his body trembled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect Wuxia would be so stubborn. He did not expect Wuxia and the other two would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo, who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "The place you're talking about. What is that place? Do you know what's inside?" At this time, Duan Lingtian looked at Wuxia and asked curiously. Wuxia shook her head. "We don't know exactly what it is. However, there are many formations set up there. It seems like they're guarding something. According to the legend passed down from my sect, there must be treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that are guarded by formations." As she spoke, Wuxia's eyes lit up, and her tone became excited. "Good. I'll join you." Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. After entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had obtained a celestial sword. At that time, there was a formation protecting the celestial sword. However, to Duan Lingtian, that formation was like a clay chicken that couldn't withstand a single blow, and it was easily destroyed by him. After hearing Wuxia's words, Duan Lingtian realized that Wuxia was right. There was a high chance that there was something good in the place Wuxia had mentioned. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel tempted. However, he knew very well that if he did not join Wuxia's group, he would never be able to find the place. For this reason, he would have to join Wuxia's group if he wanted to go there. Apart from Rongbo, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Wuxia, Wang Shi, and Jianghu. At the very least, he felt the 3 of them could get along well. "Congratulations on joining us, Brother Lingtian." Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian enthusiastically and asked, "Brother Lingtian, you don't seem old, and you don't have the aura of a bodiless celestial. I'm sure you're not even 100 years old like us. May I know what's your cultivation base, Brother Lingtian?" "Brother Lingtian, please don't misunderstand. I just want to know how strong you are. Even if your cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you can still join our group. One could enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone even if one's cultivation base was not at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, if one's cultivation base was below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was equivalent to suicide. For this reason, it was rare for people below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Lu Xia and Zhang Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking. Even Rongbo didn't leave, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a ridiculing smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and he seemed to want to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. As soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Lu Xia, Zhang Yi, and Rongbo shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Boom! At this moment, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was Duan Lingtian's saint origin. Duan Lingtian's saint origin surged out of his body. Apart from that, there was also an oppressive force. That force was none other than the celestial origin energy. He's an eminent celestial. Wang Shi's jaw dropped in shock. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The feeling of pity in his heart disappeared at this moment. The trace of pity in his heart was because he also supported Lu Xia's decision to let Rongbo leave. Although Rongbo was not a good person, he was still an eminent celestial. It would be a great loss for them if he left the group. For this reason, he felt pity for Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial, he felt it was a pity. After one eminent celestial left, another eminent celestial came. Moreover, this new eminent celestial had a good temper. It was much better than Rongbo's. Why, you're an eminent celestial? Lu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise when she regained her senses. She did not expect a random person she met along the way would be an eminent celestial. Even the usually stoic Zhang Yi could not help but smile at this moment. Only Rongbo's expression was grim. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as if the violet-clothed young man called Duan Lingtian had raised his hand and given him a series of slaps. Rongbo! At this moment, Wang Shi looked at Rongbo and said indifferently, Now, Brother Lingtian has proven his strength and completely satisfied your request. Now, do you want to leave? Or do you want to stay and explore that place with us? Now that there was another eminent celestial in the small group, Wang Shi's confidence was boosted. If Rongbo chose to leave, although he would still feel that it was a pity, it would not be as pitiful as before. If Rongbo chose to stay, everyone would be happy. With two eminent celestials around, it would be easier for them to explore that place. Humph! Rongbo snorted coldly and stood still. And his actions were undoubtedly telling Wang Shi, You're right. He did not intend to leave. Lu Xia frowned. Although she wanted Rongbo to leave from the bottom of her heart, since Wang Shi had spoken, she didn't say anything more. Now there are 5 of us. 2 eminent celestials, 2 at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wang Shi glanced at the others, his eyes sparkling as he said, With our strength, we should be able to go deep into that place and explore. After he finished speaking, he began to lead the way. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Muro realm, right? Lu Xia asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian along the way. Wang Shi, Zhang Yi, and Rongbo could not help but perk up their ears when they heard Lu Xia's question. It was obvious they wanted to hear Duan Lingtian's answer as well. Muro realm. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he asked, Why do you ask that? Because the 4 of us are from 3 different mundane realms. The people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time are from 5 different mundane realms, Lu Xia said slowly. Among the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 large mundane realms, including the 3 mundane realms we're from. Since you're an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for us not to have heard of you if you're from one of the 3 mundane realms. Eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old were extremely rare even in the large mundane realms. For this reason, I'm guessing you're from the large mundane realm, the Muro realm. Lu Xia said in one breath. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. However, he shook his head and said, I'm not from the Muro realm. I'm from the Saint Province realm. The Saint Province realm was what the devil clans called the Dao Martial Saint Land when Duan Lingtian was in the Debussy subterranean. The Saint Province realm? That small mundane realm? Lu Xia's eyes widened as she stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How's this possible? How's it possible for an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old to appear in that small mundane realm that lacks cultivation resources? Brother Lingtian, aren't you a little too freakish? Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian in shock as he said, As far as I know, Out of all the people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the past, only one person became an eminent celestial before the age of 100. Chapter 2402. Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wang Shi's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so famous. Even Wang Shi, who came from another mundane realm, knew about Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on this, it was clear that Feng Qingyang's reputation was not just limited to the Saint Province realm. Even in other mundane realms, Senior Feng Qingyang's name was widely known. Speaking of Feng Qingyang, it said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial appeared when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. It seems like the inheritance was obtained by Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, Wuxia said. Wang Shi nodded. Yes, it was obtained by him. A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Shi's eyes as he said, I wonder if the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial will appear when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens this time. It said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by several great overarching golden celestials. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a deeper understanding. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Great overarching golden celestials. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I came from, great overarching golden celestials seem to be the best among the celestials. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the conversation between Wuxia and Wang Shi. However, he still could not help but ask, Wang Shi, what's a great overarching golden celestial? Brother Lingtian, you've entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but you don't know about great overarching golden celestials? Wang Shi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he said, Great overarching golden celestials are the best among the celestials. Even in the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials are well-known powerhouses. It's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a realm created by a few great overarching golden celestials. The best treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is the inheritance left behind by the great overarching golden celestials. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial was obtained by Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. As he finished speaking, Wang Shi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked, but at the same time, he confirmed his previous guess. Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, allowing him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter, he did not know what it was. However, after listening to Wang Shi's words, the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. He realized he had guessed correctly. Humph! Country bumpkin! Rongbo scoffed mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian did not even know what a great overarching golden celestial was. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Rongbo's words. A frown appeared on his face. Did Rongbo really think he was a pushover? Rongbo, watch your mouth. At this moment, Wuxia opened her mouth and looked at Rongbo angrily. Duan Lingtian didn't offend you, right? Why are you targeting him like this? We're a small group, and the most important thing for a group is unity. If you don't want to accept him, you're free to leave. You're not welcome here. Wuxia's tone turned gloomier when she reached the end of her sentence. Throughout the journey, she had been disgusted by Rongbo's unbridled gaze. However, she did not flare up because Rongbo was an eminent celestial, and she had to take the other 2 people into consideration. Now that they had an eminent celestial like Duan Lingtian in their group, she no longer had to tolerate Rongbo like she did in the past. Duan Lingtian was the reason why she was so confident. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? A hint of anger flashed in Rongbo's eyes when he heard Wuxia's words. However, he did not flare up. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, killing intent surged in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. It was obvious he was venting his anger on Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Rongbo could do whatever he wanted. He was the center of the group. Wuxia, Wang Shi, and Jianghu had to listen to him. No matter what he did, they had to swallow their anger. However, now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, His position was no longer important, and he had become dispensable. How could he not be enraged by such a huge contrast? How could he not hate Duan Ling Tian, the person who started all this? Brother Ling Tian, Rongbo's temper is like this. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. He could see Duan Ling Tian was angry. Duan Ling Tian was initially angry. However, when Lu Xia and Wang Shi interjected, he shrugged indifferently. It's all right. If a dog barks at you, you can't just stomp it to death, right? Just ignore it. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi were stunned. Wang Shi could not help but smile wryly. Boy, who are you calling a dog? Rongbo asked angrily as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him. He did not even bat an eyelid, let alone look at Rongbo. All right, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so tense. Let's continue on our way. Otherwise, it'll be too late if someone else finds out about that place. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward again to smooth things over. The rest of the journey was rather peaceful. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian learned from Lu Xia that she was from the same world as Duan Ling Tian. She and Wang Shi came from the same mundane realm. It was a large mundane realm called Vast Cloud Realm. There were countless galaxies and planets in it. It was vast and boundless. Apart from that, Rongbo also came from a large mundane realm called the Skyline Realm. Rongbo was the most outstanding disciple of a powerful sect in that realm. He was one of the most influential figures among the younger generation in that realm. An eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old was as rare as a phoenix's feather in a large mundane realm. Naturally, Rongbo did not tell Duan Ling Tian about his origin. It was Lu Xia who told Duan Ling Tian about it. As for Zhang Yi, he's also from a large mundane realm. The mundane realm he's from is called Yanhuang Realm. Lu Xia said. Yanhuang Realm. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Xia's words. He immediately looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, the mundane realm you're from is called the Yanhuang Realm?" Duan Ling Tian lost his composure when he heard Lu Xia's words. The reason he lost his composure was due to the name of the mundane realm Zhang Yi was in, Yanhuang Realm. After all, when he was still on Earth in his past life, the people in the country he was from were called the descendants of Yanhuang. Moreover, according to the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, the original name of Earth was planet Yanhuang. For this reason, when he heard Zhang Yi was from Yanhuang Realm, he immediately thought of Earth where he was from in his previous life. It was planet Yanhuang in the past. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling Yanhuang Realm had nothing to do with Earth. It was just a coincidence that they shared the same name. However, when he heard the name Yanhuang, he could not help but feel excited. Yes. Zhang Yi noticed Duan Ling Tian's loss of composure. Although Zhang Yi was a dull person, he was curious about Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Duan Ling Tian, have you heard of Yanhuang Realm? Zhang Yi, have you heard of planet Yanhuang? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Yi as if he was trying everything he could. Although he did not have much hope, he could not help but ask Zhang Yi. Planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian mentioning planet Yanhuang. Why, you're from the Saint Province realm, and yet, you know about planet Yanhuang? To Zhang Yi, the three words, planet Yanhuang, were all too familiar. After all, the sect he belonged to was originally from planet Yanhuang. It was only later that they moved to the galaxy where they were now. There's a planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang Realm? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Then he asked, "Can you tell me more about planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang Realm?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to confirm if the planet Yanhuang that Zhang Yi mentioned was Earth from his past life. Of course. Zhang Yi did not know if it was because he found Duan Ling Tian pleasing to the eye or the fact that Duan Ling Tian mentioned planet Yanhuang that made him feel close to planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as before. Planet Yanhuang is one of the cultivation planets of Yanhuang Realm. In our Yanhuang plane, there are only a few planets where cultivation originates. Currently, nearly half of the cultivators in Yanhuang Realm possess legacies that can be traced back to planet Yanhuang. For this reason, the mundane realm we're in is known as the Yanhuang Realm. Zhang Yi said patiently as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. For example, the Celestial Masters sect that I'm in originated from planet Yan Huang. Zhang Yi continued to explain. Celestial Masters sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He remembered there was such a sect in ancient myths and legends when he was still on Earth in his past life. Is the Celestial Masters sect's patriarch Zhang Daoling, Celestial Master Zhang? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already faintly realized something. Chapter 2403. You even know the name of our Celestial Master sect's patriarch? Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even in Yan Huang realm, apart from the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, the most people knew about the Celestial Master sect's patriarch was Zhang Celestial Master. Very few people knew the name of their Celestial Master sect. Even the disciples with lower positions in the Celestial Master sect did not know the name of their Celestial Master sect's patriarch. However, Duan Ling Tian had revealed the name of their Celestial Master sect's patriarch. Zhang Daoling. Gasp! Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Zhang Yi's confirmation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically, revealing his complicated emotions. All this while, he had always wanted to return to Earth. In addition to seeking revenge on his agent from his previous life, he also wanted to return to Earth and live for a period of time. He wanted to do something for his country within the limits of his ability. However, he knew it would be difficult for him to return to Earth. According to the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and use the transporting formation between Devata realms to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After that, he would have to find a way to return to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to return to the mundane realm from the Devata realm. From then on, Duan Ling Tian thought it might be possible for him to return to Earth, but it would be a long time before he could do so. At the very least, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm first. He did not expect he would be able to return to Earth after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone before he ascended to a Devata realm. This was because the person in front of him was from the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who was absent-minded, suddenly heard shouts. Only then did he realize that Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Zhang Yi were all looking at him worriedly. Seeing that he had regained his senses, the three of them asked in unison, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I just remembered something." "Is the thing you remember related to the patriarch of our Celestial Master sect?" Zhang Yi asked. Even now, he still found it somewhat inconceivable. Duan Ling Tian, a person from another mundane realm, actually knew the name of the patriarch of the Celestial Master's sect. The patriarch of your Celestial Master's sect? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He didn't know why Zhang Yi asked him that, because he didn't understand Zhang Yi's current mood. Is it not? Zhang Yi was stunned as well. Then he asked, "Then, where did you learn the name of our Celestial Master sect's patriarch? You should know that even the disciples of the Celestial Master sect don't know the patriarch's name, let alone an outsider. You're not from the Yan Huang realm, but you're from the Saint Province realm. Can you tell me where you heard the name of our Celestial Master sect's patriarch?" Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as he used to be. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. Naturally, he couldn't tell Zhang Yi about his past life since it was too shocking. For this reason, he casually came up with an excuse. "I once came across a skeleton in the Saint Province realm. There was a stone tablet next to the skeleton that said he was a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, and the patriarch of the Celestial Master sect was called Zhang Daoling. Did he leave a message saying his name? Or, did he have a keepsake with him?" Zhang Yi inhaled sharply as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Then he said anxiously, "Duan Ling Tian, I suspect the skeleton you're talking about belongs to a disciple of the Celestial Master sect. It's highly possible that the Celestial Master sect's disciple accidentally came to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened." "Name? Keepsake? I don't think so." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, "Based on what you're saying, people from Yan Huang realm can go to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a bright light flashed in the depth of his eyes. In fact, he was using this as an excuse to lead Zhang Yi to the Saint Province realm. When he realized the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to Yanhuang realm, he could not help but think to himself. If he found the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from Yanhuang realm, would it mean that he could go to Yanhuang realm? Could he use that entrance to enter the Yanhuang realm and return to Earth? Of course. Xianxia nodded and said, as long as you can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from your Saint Province realm, not only people from Yanhuang realm, but even people from Vast Cloud realm and the other two mundane realms will be able to enter your Saint Province realm as well. If you can find the entrance to the other 4 mundane realms, you'll be able to enter the other 4 mundane realms as well. Zhang Yi's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He would be able to return to Earth before he ascended to a Devata realm. I can't even find the entrance to the Saint Province realm, let alone the entrance to the other mundane realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry about that. Wang Shi said at this moment. Generally speaking, after 3 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, you'll be able to sense the entrance to the mundane realm you're in. As long as you follow your senses, you'll be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm. At that time, you can choose whether you want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone or return to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 years? Why is it 3 years? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. I'm not sure why it's 3 years. However, this is the rule of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's basically impossible to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone within 3 years since you won't be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm, Wang Shi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, if I want to go to another mundane realm, for example, the mundane realm you're in, I'll have to wait 3 years for you to lead the way? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wang Shi. Theoretically, yes. Wang Shi nodded. Of course, you don't necessarily need me to lead the way. For example, most of us from the Vast Cloud realm have been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year now. 2.5 years later, if you ask anyone from the Vast Cloud realm about the location of the entrance and exit to the Vast Cloud realm, they'll be able to point you in the right direction. At that time, you'll be able to find the entrance to the Vast Cloud realm and enter the Vast Cloud realm, Wang Shi explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Wang Shi's words. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself. In other words, after 2.5 years, as long as someone from the Yanhuang realm guides me in the direction of the entrance to the Yanhuang realm, I'll be able to find the entrance to the Yanhuang realm and enter the Yanhuang realm? Once I enter the Yanhuang realm, I'll have a chance to return to Earth. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. As they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian did not forget to ask Zhang Yi about the Yanhuang realm. Gradually, he gained a better understanding of the Yanhuang realm. Among them was the Yanhuang planet. As it turns out, Earth used to be one of the most dazzling cultivation planets in the Yanhuang realm. In the beginning, many powerhouses were born there. For example, the powerhouses in the ancient myths and legends in my previous life were born at that time. Later, the number of cultivators on Earth increased until the heaven and earth spirit chi dried up. At that time, the cultivators on Earth began to leave Earth and conquer the stars. They established their own orthodoxies and left their legacies in distant galaxies and planets that were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi. The large mundane realm where Earth is located, the Yanhuang realm, is almost boundless. There are countless galaxies and planets there. Duan Lingtian said. There are thousands of races in the universe, and cultivators compete with interstellar technology. The more Duan Lingtian learned about the Yanhuang realm, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and find the entrance to the Yanhuang realm. Currently, Earth was not the only thing that attracted him to the Yanhuang realm. Naturally, Earth was still the most attractive thing to him. Nothing could replace it. After all, it was his hometown. In fact, as long as it's a large mundane realm, it's almost the same as our Yanhuang realm. For example, the Vast Cloud realm where Wang Shi and Wuxia are from, the Skyline realm where Rongbo is from, and the Muro realm are the same. Zhang Yi said. Large mundane realms usually had countless galaxies and planets. There were thousands of races in the universe, and there were fierce clashes between cultivation and technology. The Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was from was only a small mundane realm. In the eyes of people from large mundane realms, people from small mundane realms were no different from barbarians. This is similar to what Hua Lao told me before. After learning about the large mundane realms from Zhang Yi, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Chapter 2404. Duan Lingtian still remembered the words Hualao had said to Duan Lingtian back then. There are two types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that you came from in your past life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. Celestials from the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, so it's called a small mundane realm. This small mundane realm is made up of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast sea. There are very few kinds of creatures in this mundane realm. These were Hualao's words. He had explained the difference between a large mundane realm and a small mundane realm. This time, the people who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had come from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from Duan Lingtian's Saint Province realm, which was a small mundane realm, the other 4 mundane realms were large mundane realms. One of the large mundane realms was the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Jianghu, there's a Saint Celestial stage in Yanhuang realm as well? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Jianghu along the way. Previously, Elder Hua had told him that the division of cultivation bases on planet Yanhuang was different from the division of cultivation bases in the Saint Province realm. However, when Jianghu and the others had just arrived, they had mentioned the Saint Celestial stage again. Rongbo, in particular, had said that if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be allowed to join them. Of course. Jianghu nodded before he continued to say, it said that a long time ago, there was no such thing as a Saint Celestial stage in Yanhuang realm. However, for some reason, the division of cultivation in Yanhuang realm has been unified with the division of cultivation in the surrounding mundane realms. After unification, the Saint Celestial stage was created. Jianghu paused for a moment before he continued. For example, in the mundane realm where Wuxia, Wuxia, and Rongbo are from, the difference in cultivation base is the same as in the mundane realm where I'm from. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same in the Saint Province realm. Jianghu continued. It's about the same. Duan Lingtian nodded. After hearing what Jianghu said, he also realized that Hualao was not lying to him. It was just that the division of cultivation levels in Yanhuang realm had changed later on. In another 2 hours, we'll reach the place Wuxia and I found. After rushing for a while, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Shi's voice. Wang Shi said in a dignified tone, there are many formations set up in that place. Based on my observation and speculation, one of the formations is a formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering. In other words, loose immortals can't enter that place. Wang Shi's eyes lit up as he spoke. A formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering? Are you sure? Almost as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Rongbo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately looked at Wang Shi with a burning gaze. I'm sure. Wang Shi nodded. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I've heard that there are some places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that have formations set up to prevent bodiless celestials from entering. It's impossible for one's divine consciousness to enter those places since it originates from one's soul. The place Wuxia and I found also repels divine consciousness. Our divine consciousness can't go near it at all. Wang Shi looked at Wuxia when he finished speaking. That's right. Wuxia nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow slightly when he discovered that Rongbo was a formation restriction. Rongbo's face began to tremble when he heard Wang Shi's confirmation that bodiless celestials were restricted from entering that place. His eyes, in particular, were shining with a terrifying light, as if there was some sort of peerless treasure in that place. Does Rongbo know something? Just when Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. Rongbo, do you know something? Rongbo's movements were too loud. Even Wang Shi and Wuxia noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Shi couldn't help but frown and ask, if you know something, tell us, so we can be prepared and reduce the casualties. It's nothing. After hearing Wang Shi's inquiry, Rongbo's emotions calmed down slightly. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, perfunctorily brushing Wang Shi off. As far as I know, at this moment, Jianghu said, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, bodiless celestials are restricted from entering any place that contains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial.
You!
Rongbo's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He glared at Zhang Yi, clearly annoyed that Zhang Yi would reveal this. It should be noted that most people did not know about this. Only some of the powerful sects in the large mundane realms knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Bodiless celestials were restricted from entering any place that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Although Rongbo knew about this, he did not intend to reveal it. He did not expect Zhang Yi to know about it as well. Moreover, Zhang Yi had told him about it. He felt as though he had encountered a useless teammate. The inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia's eyes lit up. After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial.
Zhang Yi, is this true?
Wang Shi took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Yi. He wanted to confirm it with Zhang Yi. This legend has been passed down for generations in the Celestial Masters sect. It should be true. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, moreover, according to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he personally witnessed Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm entering a place where bodiless celestials are restricted. At that time, there were many bodiless celestials waiting outside. They wanted a share of the loot when Feng Qingyang and the others came out. However, after Feng Qingyang came out, a group of bodiless celestials were killed by Feng Qingyang. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Feng Qingyang after 10 moves. The words that the founder of our Celestial Master sect passed down to our descendants also emphasize that it was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyang's sword. According to him, Feng Qingyang is only an eminent celestial because Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's words were reasonable and convincing. It was impossible not to believe him. After obtaining the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial, was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Wang Shi was dumbfounded, and so was Lu Xia. In the past, they had heard that a prodigious sword saint from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, had obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, they did not know that prodigious sword saint had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Now that Zhang Yi had told them about this, they were, naturally, shocked. Rongbo, did you know that the place Wang Shi mentioned might be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance? After a while, Lu Xia seemed to have recalled something and looked at Rongbo with hostility. Swoosh. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, Wang Shi turned around and looked at Rongbo with hostility. It's just a possibility. Rongbo said indifferently. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a place with a formation that repels bodiless celestials might not necessarily be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance. Naturally, I can't say anything before I confirm it. I think you just don't want to tell us. Lu Xia said angrily. Wang Shi's gaze turned even more hostile as he looked at Rongbo. At this moment, Zhang Yi added, generally speaking, places with restrictions that repel bodiless celestials would definitely have clues about the legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial, even if there's no legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. If we can obtain some clues, we'll be able to find the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No matter what, Wang Shi, the place you and Lu Xia found is not an ordinary place. Zhang Yi's words caused Rongbo to glare at him again. It was obvious Rongbo felt Zhang Yi was talking too much. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be a problem for me to surpass Senior Feng Qingyang. Let's continue on our journey. Duan Lingtian urged Wang Shi as he looked at him. Right now, he couldn't wait any longer. About 2 hours later. We're here. Wang Shi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears, allowing them to realize they had arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look, and he noticed that there was a lush green mountain range beneath his feet. He was currently in the air above a canyon. The canyon was not small, but it was very narrow. Moreover, it was shrouded in layers of gray mist, making it difficult for him to see what was inside. Not only can I not use my divine consciousness, but I can't even extend it. Chapter 2405.
That's the valley.
Wang Shi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In fact, even if Wang Shi did not remind him, Duan Lingtian already knew that he was in the valley. The place Wang Shi was talking about was the valley beneath his feet. This was because there was a formation hidden in the valley that restricted his divine consciousness. He had already noticed this when he first arrived. With this formation, a bodiless celestial soul won't be able to get close to it, let alone enter it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself as he looked down at the gorge that was covered by the dusky mist beneath his feet. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the faint sound of wind whistling in the air. They immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. They turned to look and saw a figure flying in the air. In the distance, a figure could be seen flying across the sky. However, this person's target was not them. Moreover, he seemed to be in a hurry and did not notice them at all. Let's go in. 5 of us should be enough. At this moment, Wang Shi repeatedly urged Duan Lingtian and the others. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not want another person to take a share of the loot. Naturally, he did not want another person to share the spoils of war with him because Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial who had just joined them. In his opinion, 2 eminent celestials were more than enough to enter the place where bodiless celestials were restricted. All right. Duan Lingtian, Wuxia, and Jianghu nodded in unison after they understood Wang Shi's words. Their robes fluttered in the wind as they prepared to follow Wang Shi into the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Wait! However, just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to make their move, Rongbo did not move. Instead, he called out to them. Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, a voice rang in the air. Feng Man. Rongbo raised his voice as he looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. When Rongbo called out Feng Man's name, the figure in the distance suddenly came to a halt. Then, he looked in the direction where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing before he rushed over as quickly as he could. Swoosh! 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 Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Jianghu's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, no matter how slow they were, they could not help but realize this person was a person. Rongbo knew this person. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. He was not affected by Rongbo's action of calling the passerby over. Rongbo? What are you doing here? At this moment, a passerby had also arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. However, he did not look at Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he looked at Rongbo and asked in a familiar tone. They really know each other. When Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Jianghu heard Rongbo calling out Feng Man's name, they guessed Rongbo knew the person. However, when they saw the person greeting Rongbo so familiarly, their hearts trembled slightly. This was because they knew another person had come to share the loot with them. Moreover, this person was someone Rongbo knew. Feng Man, try to use your divine consciousness to explore the canyon below. Rongbo did not reply to the person directly. The person who came was a young man with a medium build and an average appearance. However, from his pair of eyes that constantly flickered, it could be seen that this person was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. When the young man named Feng Man heard Rongbo's words, he instinctively mobilized his divine consciousness to investigate the canyon beneath his feet. However, he soon discovered something was amiss. In the vicinity of this canyon, there was no way for him to release his divine sense. It was as if there was a strong resistance in the unseen world that prevented him from releasing his consciousness. At this moment, a thought appeared in Feng Man's mind. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he'd already realized exactly what was within this gorge that was enshrouded in mist and restricted divine sense. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, only places that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or places that contained clues about the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial would have such a formation. The formation did not restrict one's divine consciousness, but it restricted one's soul. To be more precise, it restricted one's soul to bodiless celestials. In other words, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It seems like you've figured it out, Rongbo said indifferently. Haha. Feng Man laughed when he regained his senses. Rongbo, you're really lucky, aren't you? You've only been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year, and you've already found such a good place. If there's an inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial here, won't we be rich? What do you think? Am I a good friend? Rongbo said with a smile. Good, good. Feng Man gave Rongbo a thumbs up before he said, No matter what, Rongbo, I owe you a favor for calling me over. If Rongbo had not called out to him earlier, he would have left long ago. They are. At this moment, Feng Man had also noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. He frowned as he looked at Rongbo and said, Rongbo, with our strength, we're more than capable of entering this treasure vault that restricts entry to bodiless celestials. There's no need to bring so many people with us, right? When Feng Man reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and the others. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian and the others would try to take a share of the loot from Duan Lingtian and the others. I agree. There's no need to bring so many people with us. As soon as Feng Man finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously before he looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded in agreement. Rongbo! Wang Shi was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard Rongbo's words. What do you mean there's no need to bring so many people with us? Don't forget that if Wuxia and I didn't find this place and bring you here, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. Now that we've arrived at this treasure vault that's suspected to contain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, you want to take it for yourself? Wang Shi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger when he spoke. It was as though he could burn everything in his path. Whether it was Feng Man or Wang Shi, both of them called the canyon beneath their feet a treasure vault. After all, they knew there was either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or clues related to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Such a place was definitely worthy of being called a treasure trove. Although Wuxia did not say anything, her eyes were filled with anger as well as she looked at Rongbo. If she had known this would happen, she would have asked Rongbo to leave their group. So you're the ones who discovered this treasure vault. Feng Man nodded when he heard Wang Shi's words. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Rongbo. Rongbo, how strong are the four of them? Can the two of us handle them? Based on Rongbo's reaction, he could tell Feng Man was not close to the four men. Among the four of them, one is an eminent celestial, two are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and one is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It won't be difficult for the two of us to deal with them. Rongbo replied through voice transmission. However, we can just kill the three men. As for the woman, we're not in a hurry to kill her. I want to kill her first before I kill her. When Rongbo reached the end of his voice transmission, he looked at Wuxia with even more disdain. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian had joined their group, Rongbo did not dare to treat Wuxia the way he did because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was also an eminent celestial. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian if Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Jianghu decided to help Duan Lingtian. Understood. Feng Man nodded when he heard Rongbo's voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three men again, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other three men felt a sense of danger. At this moment, Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Jianghu felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake. Chills ran down their spines. Rongbo, do you think you can handle the four of us just because you have a helper? Wang Shi said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Rongbo. If it's just an ordinary helper naturally, I don't think we can handle all of you. Rongbo smiled. Unfortunately, all of you are unlucky. There are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in Skyline Realm, including me. Coincidentally, Feng Man is one of them. The smile on Rongbo's face widened when he finished speaking. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Be it Wang Shi, Wuxia, or Jianghu, all of their expressions changed at the same time. They did not expect Feng Man to be so strong. They did not expect Feng Man to be an eminent celestial as well. In fact, there were not more than 10 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realms they were from. However, not only did a passerby from the mundane realm that Rongbo was from, but he was also an eminent celestial like Rongbo. 2 eminent celestials. Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Jianghu felt as though their hearts had sunk to the bottom. If the other party was only an eminent celestial and a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the three of them and Duanling Tian might still be able to defeat him even if he had comprehended heaven and earth to the extreme and was about to face the celestial ascension tribulation. However, Chapter 2406. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Just as Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Zhang Yi's hearts sank to the bottom, Rongbo looked at them and opened his mouth. As long as all of you kick Duanling Tian out of this small group, I won't kill all of you. Don't worry. Even if all of you kick Duanling Tian out of this small group, he won't be able to take revenge on all of you. This is because Feng Man and I will join forces to kill him. As he finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duanling Tian, and his eyes emitted an extremely cold light that was like a sword. Naturally, in his heart, he had already sentenced all four of them, including Duanling Tian, to death. The reason he did this was because he wanted to let Duanling Tian feel the feeling of being abandoned before he died. Even if Wang Shi and the other two asked Duanling Tian to leave the small group, he did not intend to let them go. When Wang Shi and Wuxia heard Rongbo's words, they could not help but feel conflicted. Rongbo's words were too harsh. However, when they thought about how Rongbo would kill them if they did not kick Duanling Tian out of the small group, they could not help but feel frightened. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. If they could avoid death, they would not choose to die. What nonsense! Unlike Wang Shi and Wuxia who were conflicted, Zhang Yi calmly replied to Rongbo's threat. In other words, he was implying that he would not allow Duanling Tian to leave their group. When Rongbo finished speaking, Duanling Tian's eyes fell on Wang Shi, Wuxia, and Zhang Yi. He saw Wang Shi and Wuxia's hesitation and uncertainty. He saw Zhang Yi's determination in his eyes. When he saw Zhang Yi's reaction, he could not help but smile. Zhang Yi is a good person. He's worth befriending. At this moment, Duanling Tian completely acknowledged Zhang Yi as a person. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely help. However, Zhang Yi would never have thought that this would happen. Many years later, every time he thought of the decision he made at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he made this decision. It was precisely because of this decision that he would be able to shine brightly with Duanling Tian's help in the future. In the past, although his talent was not bad, he was not considered the best in the Celestial Masters sect. Many good things did not come to him. You're courting death. Zhang Yi's decision infuriated Rongbo. Rongbo narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. His celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Rongbo was enveloped by a flame-like Saint Qi, causing his momentum to soar. His aura had also locked onto Zhang Yi in an instant. Die! Suddenly, Rongbo let out a roar as his Saint Qi soared, causing his robes to bulge as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Boom! 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 The next moment, accompanied by a series of thunder-like sounds of breaking the air and air exploding, Rongbo's figure moved as if he had turned into a cannonball, shooting directly toward Zhang Yi. As soon as he made his move, he went for the kill. Whoosh! Zhang Yi didn't expect that Rongbo would attack him directly, causing his expression to change slightly. Pushing his Saint Qi, Zhang Yi's figure flickered as he tried to avoid Zhang Yi's attack. However, the moment he moved, he realized that Zhang Yi was already right in front of him before he could even move his body. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, Zhang Yi was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. However, even though he was in despair, he did not regret the decision he had made earlier. Putting aside the fact that he already knew Rongbo would not let Duanling Tian live regardless of whether he kicked him out of the group or not. Even if he did not see through Rongbo's intention, he was not the kind of person who would be forced by others to live. Just when Zhang Yi thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. Immediately after, a hand grabbed his shoulder and lifted him into the air, making him feel as if he was riding on the clouds and riding on the mist. Duanling Tian? He did not need to think to know who had saved him. When the person who lifted him into the air stopped, he saw Duanling Tian standing beside him. Duanling Tian, thank you. You angered Rongbo because of me. You don't have to thank me. Duanling Tian smiled and shook his head in response to Zhang Yi's gratitude. How is this possible? At this moment, Rongbo, who missed his target, looked at Duanling Tian with a grave expression. Your speed. How's it possible for you to be so fast? Although he did not use his movement martial tactic or divine ability earlier, Duanling Tian was still fast. Even if he had used his movement martial tactic and divine ability, he still could not compare to Duanling Tian's speed. You're really fast. Unknowingly, Feng Man had arrived beside Rongbo and was looking at Duanling Tian from afar. Your speed is almost as fast as my full speed. However, you'll definitely die if Rongbo and I join forces today. Feng Man's eyes were filled with killing intent when he spoke. I almost forgot, Feng Man, you're good at speed. After witnessing Duanling Tian's speed, Rongbo knew there was nothing he could do to Duanling Tian. Although he was also an eminent celestial like Duanling Tian's speed was much faster than his. Even if he could not defeat him, he would still be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that his expression was so unsightly earlier. However, when he heard Feng Man's words, he remembered he had a helper. Moreover, this helper was an eminent celestial who was good at speed. Duanling Tian, so what if you've saved him? Rongbo looked at Duanling Tian with a mocking smile on his face. You can't even protect yourself now, and yet, you still have the time to care about other people's lives. Won't he still die after you die? In my opinion, you're just wasting your time. Is that so? Duanling Tian remained calm when he heard Rongbo's mocking words. It was as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. The smile on Rongbo's face froze when he saw Duanling Tian's nonchalant expression. Rongbo was thoroughly enraged. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Man. Both of us will join forces and kill him. As long as we kill him, the treasure vault that contains the inheritance or clues of a great overarching golden celestial will belong to the two of us. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged again. His strength as an eminent celestial was completely revealed. All right. Feng Man's emotions surged when he heard Rongbo's words. He moved his hands, and a majestic energy coiled around his body like dragons, making him look like a god of war. Humph! Faced with Rongbo and Feng Man who were glaring at him menacingly, Duanling Tian snorted. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked sparkling and translucent, as if it was a puddle of spring water. You're using a weapon? Don't you know that at our level of cultivation, weapons from the mundane realms are no longer of any help to us? Rongbo could not help but laugh when he saw Duanling Tian taking out a sword. To a bodiless celestial, weapons from the mundane realm were a burden. For eminent celestials, weapons from the mundane realms might not be a burden, but they were still dispensable. For this reason, Rongbo laughed disdainfully when he saw Duanling Tian taking out a sword. How do you know? Duanling Tian said indifferently as soon as Rongbo finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 meridians. The saint origin energy that was mixed with celestial origin energy surged into Duanling Tian's right hand that was holding the sword before it surged into the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. My sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duanling Tian asked again as his saint origin energy surged into the sword in his hand. As Duanling Tian's words soared up from the sword in his hand, a light that was like a scorching sun appeared. At the same time, it stung Rongbo and Feng Man's eyes as it continuously reverberated in their ears. How do you know my sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duanling Tian's words rang in Rongbo and Feng Man's ears. The sword in Duanling Tian's hand that shone brightly like the sun emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. As soon as Rongbo and Feng Man sensed this aura, their expressions changed. A celestial supreme treasure. In the next moment, the two of them cried out in unison as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. The aura emanating from Duanling Tian's sword was no longer the aura of a weapon from the mundane realm. This was because they sensed danger from the sword. It was impossible for a weapon from the mundane realm to possess such an aura. In that case, there was only one possibility. Duanling Tian's sword was not a weapon from the mundane realm. It was a weapon from the Devata realms. Weapons from the Devata realms were also known as celestial supreme treasures. A celestial supreme treasure. Rongbo's and Fengman's exclamations stunned Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Wuxia for a moment. Duan Tian, who had kept a low profile throughout their journey, actually possessed a celestial supreme treasure.
Run.
Chapter 2407. As eminent celestials, Rongbo and Fengman knew the strength of eminent celestials very well. If they joined forces, they would be able to defeat an eminent celestial under normal circumstances. The reason it was said to be under normal circumstances was due to unusual circumstances. If he encountered an eminent celestial who had mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm or possessed a weapon from a Devata realm that was superior to a Devata realm's divine ability or weapon from a Devata realm, a celestial supreme treasure. However, their opponent, an eminent celestial, happened to possess a celestial supreme treasure. Under such circumstances, even if there were two more eminent celestials, they would not be able to defeat their opponent, let alone the two of them. If an eminent celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, his attack would be comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. If it was a high-grade celestial supreme treasure, his attack might even be stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial.
Run.
For this reason, when Rongbo and Fengman realized the sword in Duan Tian's hand that looked like a pool of spring water was a celestial supreme treasure, they no longer had any intention of killing Duan Tian.
Boom. Boom.
Almost as soon as Rongbo and Fengman thought of running away, their celestial origin energy and saint origin energy soared like two clouds, causing the void to tremble.
Swoosh. Swoosh.
In the next moment, Rongbo and Fengman moved and fled in two different directions at an extremely fast speed.
Trying to escape?
When he saw Rongbo and Fengman fleeing, Duan Tian's face revealed a mocking smile that was neither fast nor slow. In the next moment, he let go of the celestial sword in his hand.
Swoosh. Swoosh.
The brief whistling of the sword resounded, and it was like the sound of death when it entered the ears of everyone present. When Rongbo and Fengman made their escape, Duan Tian cast the technique, the sword-wielding art, that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Although Duan Tian did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase the strength in his body, it was still not enough. Even so, with his strength as an eminent celestial, the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the celestial sword in his hand, he could easily unleash an attack that was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial.
Whoosh.
The sword light pierced through the air like a meteorite from outer space, and also like a flying immortal from outer space. The moment the sword was drawn, the entire world seemed to be overshadowed by it. It was as if the focus of the entire world was gathered on this sword.
No!
A mournful cry of despair rang out. It was Rongbo who heard the sound of a sword whistling behind him. He sensed danger and could not help but cry out. And this cry was destined to be the last sound he left in this world. Poochie! This was because in the next moment, the sword that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky had already pierced through the back of his head and came out from between his eyebrows. It instantly crushed his soul, making it impossible for him to survive.
Whoosh!
After the immortal sword that tore through the sky as if it was assisted by the gods killed Rongbo, it continued to charge towards Fengman at lightning speed.
Run! Run!
This was the only thought left in Fengman's mind.
Rongbo.
However, when he heard Rongbo's scream that stopped abruptly, his face turned pale again. He faintly realized that Rongbo had most likely died.
Damn it!
Damn Rongbo! If you didn't call me, I wouldn't have come. Legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? If I knew there was such a malefic existence, I wouldn't have cared about it. At the same time, Fengman began to curse Rongbo's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, and put all the blame on Rongbo. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. In the beginning, he had wanted to kill Duan Tian and the others so that he and Rongbo could monopolize the inheritance or clues left behind by a great overarching golden celestial.
No.
When Fengman sensed the terrifying sword chi behind him, his hair stood on end. A look of despair appeared on his face. He could not help but cry out in unwillingness. Spurt. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not escape death. In just a blink of an eye, Fengman followed in Rongbo's footsteps. 2 eminent celestials were killed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian killing them was as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass.
Swoosh.
When the scythe-like celestial sword returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Wuxia finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It did not cross their minds at all. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who had kept a low profile and was approachable to possess such terrifying strength. He had killed 2 eminent celestials in just a blink of an eye. The eminent celestials who could enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were all below the age of 100. Even in the large mundane realms, they were considered peerless geniuses. However, Duan Lingtian had killed 2 eminent celestials in just one go. Rongbo said that there are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realm, the Skyline realm. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill 2 eminent celestials who were younger than 100 years old with just a swing of his sword. Zhang Yi was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian. He's actually so strong? Wuxia was shocked when she saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression on her face, she could clearly sense the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian. This aura was not only directed at her, but it was directed at Wang Shi as well. At this moment, Wang Shi could also sense Duan Lingtian's aura. He could not help but smile wryly. It seems like our hesitation has widened the gap between us and him. Wang Shi was filled with regret. However, he knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can only hope that Duan Lingtian will allow Wuxia and me to enter the treasure vault that contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Shi was slightly anxious. He was not worried Duan Lingtian would kill them to prevent them from getting a share of the loot. Throughout their journey, he could tell what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian was the kind of person who would not attack unless he was attacked. Unless Wang Shi and Wuxia wanted to harm him, Duan Lingtian would not attack them. However, Wang Shi was not certain. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was still willing to enter the treasure vault with them. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. At this moment, Wuxia apologized to Duan Lingtian with an embarrassed expression on her face. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. When Wang Shi saw Wuxia apologizing to Duan Lingtian, he quickly followed suit and apologized as well. He only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be magnanimous and continue to explore the treasure vault with them. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Wuxia and Wang Shi's apologies. He smiled faintly and said, Also, you don't have to worry. I'll still enter the treasure vault with you. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the misty valley beneath his feet. After all, if you didn't discover this place, I wouldn't have come here. I owe you a favor. Therefore, I'll do my best to help you once we enter the treasure vault. Duan Lingtian added. Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As a woman, Wuxia could sense the distance between them from Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, she also knew that this was normal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was being very kind by doing this for them. She and Wang Shi did not expect Duan Lingtian to treat them the way he treated Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian. A hint of admiration could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he saw how kind Duan Lingtian was. However, he soon recalled something, and his expression turned solemn. I don't know about Fengman, but Rongbo is an outstanding disciple from a powerful sect in the Skyline realm. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid the powerhouses in his sect already know about it. In fact, the mirror image of you killing him has most likely appeared in front of the powerhouses in his sect. A hint of worry could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Province realm was not the only small mundane realm that possessed something similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. In fact, in the large mundane realm where Zhang Yi and the others were from, there were a few things similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. Some of the talismans could even be fused with one's body, making it impossible for others to detect or seize them. It's fine. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head with a smile. They don't know me anyway. So what if they know I killed Rongbo? Do you think they'll be able to find me in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? I'm afraid they'll find out about your origin through the people from the same mundane realm as you. Then, they'll enter your mundane realm to seek revenge. Zhang Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice. Zhang Yi said with a fearful expression, Some people are capable of doing anything. Moreover, according to what Rongbo said earlier, he seems to be the nephew of the sect leader of the sect he belongs to. Chapter 2408. You don't have to worry about that. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In the mundane realm where I'm from, only a few of my fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, you don't have to worry about them guiding Rongbo's people to seek revenge on me. This time, only a few people from the Seven Absolute sect had managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Even if news of him killing Rongbo spread, the sect behind Rongbo might not be able to find him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone learn about the location of the Saint Province realm through a member of the Seven Absolute sect.
What?
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhang Yi shocked, but even Wang Shi and Lu Xia were shocked as well. According to Duan Lingtian's words were true. In the mundane realm where he was from, only a few of his fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm was the last one to appear and be used? Zhang Yi asked in surprise. I don't know if the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from my Saint Province realm was the last one to appear and be used. However, after the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was used, I managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through the entrance that appeared. Duan Lingtian's attitude was completely different when he spoke to Zhang Yi. He did not hide anything from Zhang Yi. Although Wang Shi and Lu Xia were envious of Zhang Yi, they knew it was useless for them to be envious of Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had stood up for Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was in danger. That's right. Zhang Yi nodded. Before the last key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appears and is used, even if the other 4 keys are used, only a sealed entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone will appear. Only when the last key appears will the seals on the entrances that appear after the other 4 keys are used be removed. Zhang Yi nodded. I see. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's confusion was immediately resolved. As it turned out, he was still wondering why he was able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as he used the key. Could it be that the people from the other 4 mundane realms also used the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone at the same time? Now, it seemed that the people from the other 4 mundane planes had already used the keys. It was just that before the last key was used, the entrance that they opened was temporarily sealed. No wonder so many people came from the other mundane realms. As it turns out, the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone have already appeared. Under such circumstances, as time goes by, more and more people will find out about the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. 1 person will spread to 10, 10 will spread to 100, and 100 will spread to 1,000. As for keeping secrets, they were nothing in the face of the river of time. For example, if someone discovered the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone or obtained the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it would be impossible for them to escape. If the seal had not disappeared when they were about to ascend to a transcendent realm, they would have told their descendants about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, it was best to keep the goodies within the family. As time went by, keeping secrets would become a joke in the face of the river of time. In fact, it was exactly as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Currently, the mundane realm with the most people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the mundane realm where the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was first used. As time went by, more and more people from the mundane realm learned about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, as soon as they heard that the seal on the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone had disappeared, they immediately rushed to the Beyond Heaven secret zone.
Let's go in.
Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Yi as he looked at the valley shrouded in fog beneath his feet. As for Wang Shi and Lu Xia, he did not look at them at all. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. He looked at Wang Shi and Lu Xia before he called out to them. Wang Shi, Lu Xia, let's go together. Wang Shi and Lu Xia were feeling awkward because Duan Lingtian did not invite them. When they heard Zhang Yi's words, they looked at Zhang Yi gratefully before they followed Duan Lingtian and descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 figures disappeared into the valley shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others were entering the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man who was traveling in the desert suddenly had a horrified expression on his face.
Whoosh!
The old man hastily stopped in his tracks and took out a few fragments from his bosom. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the fragments were a soul pearl.
This is
Rongbo's soul pearl. The old man's expression changed drastically.
Who is it?
Who dares to kill the most outstanding young disciple in Li Yan's sect? This old man was a bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm where Rongbo was from. Apart from that, he was also a bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect. Although he and Rongbo were not related by blood, he was still a bodiless celestial. However, as a bodiless celestial of the Li Yan sect and an old ancestor of the Li Yan sect, he could not help but feel enraged when he learned that the most outstanding disciple of the Li Yan sect had been killed. After all, it was rare for a disciple as outstanding as Rongbo to appear in Li Yan's sect. However, Rongbo had been killed. At the same time, several people in other places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone discovered Rongbo's soul pearl had shattered. Among these people, there were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. However, all of them were bodiless celestials from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. It's this purple-clad young man. At the same time, the strongest bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone saw a mirror image that was constantly changing. It was the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Rongbo. At this moment, the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yan sect deeply imprinted Duan Lingtian's face in his mind. A group of loose immortals from the Li Yan sect in the Skyline realm were enraged by Rongbo's death. They swore to find the person who killed Rongbo. Feng Man was killed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a group of bodiless celestials from the Skyline realm, or to be more precise, a group of bodiless celestials from another large sect in the Skyline realm, discovered that Feng Man's soul pearl had shattered. Similar to Rongbo, all the bodiless celestials from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone possessed Feng Man's soul pearl. However, the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect was the only one who was able to see Feng Man's death through the mirror image. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill a peerless genius from my sect? You'll definitely die. When the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone looked at the purple-clad young man in the mirror image, he let out a cold cry that seemed to come from the depths of hell. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the bodiless celestial from the Yen sect had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The strongest bodiless celestials from the two sects in Skyline Realm, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, were watching him. Naturally, not to mention Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if Duan Lingtian knew, he would not care. It was just as he had said to Xianxia earlier. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was so big that the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man might not be able to find him. Moreover, even if the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man knew he was from the Saint Province realm, they would not be able to find the entrance to the Saint Province realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian encountered the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man, would he be afraid of them? After all, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword in his hand. Moreover, this was only his current strength. Who dared to say that his strength would not improve further in the following period of time? Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Swoosh! A beautiful figure flew out from the desolate mountain. The moment she appeared, she seemed to cause everything around her to lose its splendor. The owner of this beautiful figure was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Although she looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, her aura was otherworldly, as though she was a celestial who had descended from the heavens. The woman had long black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was so perfect that one would not be able to look away. Her figure was graceful and perfect, and each of her movements gave people an extreme sense of beauty. What a beautiful woman! Whether it's her appearance, her figure, or her movements, they're all flawless. I wonder if she's from the Yen Huang realm? Not far away, there were two young men staring blankly at the woman flying through the air. After a short while, their eyes shone with a bright light again. It was a desire to possess her. Swoosh! Swoosh! A moment later, the two of them flew forward and blocked the woman's path. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone after Duan Lingtian. Kerr had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year. During this time, she had been searching everywhere for her husband, Duan Lingtian, and the members of the Seven Absolute sect. However, her search was to no avail. Seeing two young men suddenly appearing in her path and blocking her way, Even Conqueror, who was known for her good temper, could not help but frown. She appeared to be a little impatient. Chapter 2409. Beautiful Lady. One of the young men who blocked Kerr's path took the lead and said to Kerr, "The Beyond Heaven secret zone is filled with danger. The more people we have, the better. Coincidentally, the two of us are looking for a companion to support each other in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. What do you think, young lady?" Although the other young man did not speak, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Kerr. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in traveling with you." Although Conqueror's temper was good, her patience had long been exhausted in the past half a year. Therefore, when she opened her mouth, her tone was cold and unapproachable. The two young men were not surprised to hear Kerr's words. The young man who did not speak earlier looked at Kerr and asked, "May I know if you're from Jianghu realm like us?" Naturally, the reason he asked this question was to get closer to her. In his opinion, if the woman in front of him was also from Jianghu realm, he would be able to draw their relationship closer by saying that. Jianghu realm. Over the past 6 months, although there were many people who tried to strike up a conversation with Conqueror and were rejected by her, there were also many who claimed to be from Jianghu realm. This was the first time Conqueror had met someone who claimed to be from Jianghu realm. The two young men's eyes lit up when they heard Conqueror muttering the words Jianghu realm. "Do you know planet Jianghu?" At this moment, Conqueror's voice was transmitted into the ears of the two young men. "Of course." One of the young men took the lead and said, "Planet Jianghu is one of the cultivation planets in Jianghu realm. Although my inheritance doesn't originate from planet Jianghu, I've heard of it." "That's right. Planet Jianghu is located at." The other young man chimed in and told them everything he knew about planet Jianghu. At this moment, they were almost certain the lady before them was from Jianghu realm. If she wasn't from Jianghu realm, why would she suddenly mention Jianghu planet? After all, it was almost impossible for someone who was not from Jianghu realm to know about planet Jianghu. As for why the woman had asked about planet Jianghu, they guessed that she wanted to confirm if they were really from Jianghu realm. Their detailed narration was to prove that they were indeed from the Jianghu realm. Alas, they did not expect this. The woman in front of them had asked about planet Jianghu not because she was from Jianghu realm. It was because her husband, Duanling Tian, had transmigrated from planet Jianghu to the Saint Province realm. As the person closest to Duanling Tian, Kerr had learned about his past life from Duanling Tian. For this reason, when she heard about Jianghu realm, she could not help but ask about planet Jianghu. Based on what they said, the planet Jianghu they were talking about is indeed the planet Jianghu where Brother Tian lived in his previous life, which is also Earth. After listening to the two young men from Jianghu realm, Kerr realized the planet Jianghu they mentioned was Earth where her husband was from in his past life. In other words, as long as I can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from Jianghu realm, I'll be able to enter Jianghu realm and return to Earth where Brother Tian was from in his past life? Kerr's heart skipped a beat when she thought about this. It had been half a year since Kerr entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She knew she was not in the Sword Saint secret zone, but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from her and the people from the Seven Absolute sect, there were also people from 4 other mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The other 4 mundane realms were all large mundane realms. Apart from that, she also knew the other 4 mundane realms each had an entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that allowed people to freely travel between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the other 4 mundane realms. Brother Tian will definitely be happy if he finds out about this. Moreover, it has been half a year since we entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Perhaps, Brother Tian already knows about this. Kerr thought to herself. Whoosh. After regaining her senses, Kerr glanced at the 2 young men in front of her indifferently before she moved around them and continued to move forward. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 2 young men's expressions changed when they saw Kerr's actions. They immediately moved and blocked Kerr's path again. "I've already said that I'm not interested in traveling with you." Kerr's expression darkened when she was blocked by the 2 young men again. "Even if you're not interested in traveling with us, you should at least play with us before you leave." At this moment, the 2 young men had completely taken off their hypocritical masks. Their eyes revealed undisguised lust as they sized up Conqueror without the slightest bit of fear. Swoosh. Kerr's expression changed when she saw the 2 young men's brazen and profane gazes. It was as though a layer of frost had covered her face. At the same time, Kerr's body emitted an aura that kept people at bay. At this moment, Kerr seemed to have transformed into an ice goddess. She was lofty and inviolable. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a wave of invisible energy swept out from Kerr's body. The air around her began to tremble as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. It was so earth-shattering that it seemed as though it could annihilate all sounds. A powerful aura extended from Kerr's body and shrouded the two young men in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, barf! Accompanied by two cries in unison, the two young men were unable to withstand the aura that extended from Conqueror's body. At the same time, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces also became incomparably pale, as if they had turned into a piece of white paper. The aura was still increasing. The two young men, after spitting out a large mouthful of blood at the same time, did not have the time to completely recover. The pressure on their bodies seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. The increase was so exaggerated that it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. In an instant, the two of them, who had originally straightened their backs, were simultaneously bent. Bodiless celestial. At this moment, the two young men's hearts skipped a beat as the same thought appeared in their minds. They were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Only a bodiless celestial would be able to pressure them to this extent. Moreover, this person was not an ordinary bodiless celestial. At this time, if they still didn't know that they had kicked an iron plate, then they would have lived in vain for nearly 100 years. Spare us, celestial maiden. We fail to recognize Mount Tai. Spare us, celestial maiden. The two young men quickly begged for mercy when they realized the woman before them was a powerful bodiless celestial. Their voices trembled when they begged for mercy. They did not know if the woman before them would spare them or not. After all, what they had done before was indeed a little too much. If the heavens gave them a second chance, they would not dare to have any evil thoughts about the woman before them, even if they were 100 times more courageous. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of the saying. I've given you a chance. A moment later, the two young men heard a cold voice. As soon as the voice sounded, it immediately caused their pupils to shrink rapidly. This was because they could already smell the aura of death from this clear and cold voice. No! Just as the two of them screamed in despair, before they could even react, the invisible energy around Conqueror's body seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the two of them in one gulp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gusts of wind blew past, and the two young men's bodies swayed, as if they had disappeared into thin air. From the beginning until the end, they did not cause much of a commotion. Only the figure of an ice goddess could be seen hovering in the air. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. The second half of Conqueror's sentence was only transmitted at this moment. In fact, Kerr had long discovered the two young men did not come with good intentions. However, when the two young men told her about Yanhuang planet, she did not intend to make a fuss about it. Therefore, she pretended not to know their intentions and continued to move forward. However, she did not expect that not only did they stubbornly block her way again, they even tore off their hypocritical masks and directly attacked her. At this moment, she no longer held back. Since the last time, my strength has been increasing rapidly. I'm afraid I'm not any weaker than a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial now, right? Kerr muttered to herself as she lowered her head and looked at her right hand. However, compared to my strength in my past life, it's like a drop in the ocean. It's not worth mentioning at all. Currently, Kerr was able to recall many things from her past life by combining the fragments of her memories. My cousin's memories are still blurry. However, at this rate, it won't take long for me to recall my past life. Kerr thought to herself. It doesn't matter who I was in my past life. In this life, I'm Conqueror, Brother Tion's wife, and Sealing's mother. Nobody and nothing can change this. I won't allow anyone or anything to change me. Chapter 24:10. I wonder where Brother Tion is right now. After regaining her senses, Kerr once again embarked on the road to find her husband. She was not interested in anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, including the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories from her previous life. However, she already knew what was going on. The so-called great overarching golden celestials were like ants in front of her when she was at her peak in her previous life. Even a little maid by her side in her previous life could kill a golden immortal with a flip of her hand. Naturally, Duan Tian was unaware that Ker's current strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not even know Ker had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Currently, Duan Tian, Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Wuxia were exploring the valley that was shrouded in fog. Nothing could be seen from the outside of the canyon, but it was extremely dangerous inside. It was fine at first. With Duan Tian's strength, he could easily take care of Zhang Yi and the other two. But in the end, the danger increased several times in an instant. The sudden danger did not allow Duan Tian time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Even when he activated the celestial sword in his hand and performed the body and sword as one technique from the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was only able to save Zhang Yi and Wuxia's lives. Wang Shi was killed directly. I was too careless. After leaving the immortal sword and reappearing, Duan Tian looked at Wang Shi's corpse and couldn't help but sigh. Even if he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, half a breath earlier, he would still be able to deal with the sudden danger. However, how could he have imagined that the danger would soar several times in the next moment? This was completely illogical. Duan Tian, you tried your best. Wang Shi, he won't blame you. Wuxia looked at Wang Shi's body and felt a lingering fear. She didn't forget to comfort Duan Tian. Try my best. Duan Tian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Wuxia's words. Did he try his best? Of course not. If he had tried his best, Wang Shi wouldn't have died. Of course, although he didn't try his best, it didn't mean he didn't want to save Wang Shi. Instead, it was because he did not have time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he was in danger. Otherwise, with his strength increased by 2 levels, it would be easy for him to deal with the danger. That checkpoint just now was too scary, right? If it's an ordinary half-step celestial, it would take at least 8 to 10 of them to pass through, right? Zhang Yi, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a lingering fear. Perhaps Zhang Yi was now familiar with the Duan Tian, and he was no longer as inarticulate as before. Of course, rather than saying that he was dull before, it was better to say that he was introverted and taciturn. I don't need that much. Duan Tian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Do you remember the third obstacle we encountered? After we pass that obstacle, if we're not in a hurry to leave, we'll be able to comprehend one of the joint offensive formations recorded there. As long as 3 half-step celestials spend some time to master that joint offensive formation, it won't be difficult for them to pass the obstacle we encountered earlier. Duan Tian said. Are you talking about the stone tablet on the shore of the illusory lake that appeared in the third obstacle? Zhang Yi asked after a moment of recollection. Yes. Duan Tian nodded. There's indeed a joint offensive formation recorded on that stone tablet. Moreover, that joint offensive formation is the perfect counter to the obstacle we encountered earlier. With that joint offensive formation, we'll be able to pass through it. Trick. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. When he looked at Duan Tian again, it was as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Tian, you didn't use any tricks to protect Wuxia and me when we passed through the trial. Duan Tian said. The strength you displayed earlier was even stronger than when you killed Rongbo and the others. You used the most direct and unyielding method to force your way through that checkpoint. Although Zhang Yi's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it did not affect his ability to roughly estimate the strength of Duan Tian's attack. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Tian with a complicated expression on his face when he finished speaking. If I'm not mistaken, not only do you have a celestial sword, but you've also mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Apart from that, Zhang Yi could not figure out how Duan Tian was able to wield such strength. That kind of strength was not something an eminent celestial with a celestial sword could unleash. Swoosh. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Wuxia turned to look at Duan Tian. It was obvious she was curious about this as well. You can say that. Duan Tian did not deny it. The later stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had mastered were indeed superior to those in the mundane realms. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine ability from the Devata realms. However, The truth was he had not cast another divine ability from the Devata realms. It was his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. If he had cast the elementary devouring tactic in time, Wang Shi would not have died. As expected. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Yi thought Duan Lingtian had indirectly admitted to it. Is he really an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm? Lu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face.
That's all.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the trial he had just passed was the last trial in the canyon. There were no more trials to pass after that. Let's look around. Perhaps there's an inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial here. Lu Xia could not help but feel excited when she realized they had passed all the obstacles in the canyon. After all, the difficulty of the last trial we just passed was extremely high. It was extraordinarily difficult. Generally speaking, the treasures hidden in such a difficult obstacle would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Xia speculated. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. You're right. Zhang Yi agreed with Lu Xia's words. However, Duan Lingtian did not agree with Lu Xia's words. That's not necessarily true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to suspect that the difficulty of the first obstacle was too high. The reason why the difficulty of that checkpoint was several times more difficult than the previous one was most likely because of the combination of the following checkpoints. After entering this place, although he couldn't extend his divine sense, he could vaguely sense that there were several more checkpoints after passing through the first checkpoint. However, now that he had passed another obstacle, there were no more obstacles to pass. Duan Lingtian could not help but suspect this. When the last few stages were combined together, they formed the stage that he had just passed. In that case, the difficulty of the checkpoint could be explained easily. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. It was precisely because of how easy it was for him to clear the earlier stages that the latter stages were grouped together in order to increase the difficulty and become an obstacle for him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to pass the obstacle easily. Although Duan Lingtian was not a bodiless celestial, his strength was far superior to ordinary bodiless celestials. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to pass the obstacle in the treasure vault that restricted bodiless celestials. Let's look around. Even if there's no inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there must be some clues about it, Zhang Yi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the other two began to search around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a dilapidated compass. The compass looked ancient and weathered. With just a glance, one could tell it had existed for a long time. Although the compass was old and dilapidated, the needle on it was very nimble. Moreover, it kept pointing in the same direction. It's guiding us? Lu Xia was surprised. We don't have to look for the next treasure vault on our own. It should lead us there. Zhang Yi smiled. This is the clue? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he left the canyon with Zhang Yi and Lu Xia. They headed in the direction the needle on the compass was pointing to. It was the next treasure vault that Zhang Yi had mentioned. I hope the next treasure vault contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Lu Xia muttered to herself. Zhang Yi said, even if the next treasure vault doesn't contain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll be able to find it sooner or later if we follow the clues. Of course, that's only if we don't die halfway.
Zhang Yi.
Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, we're searching for clues along the way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Do you think the others have also found clues in other treasure vaults and are heading there as well?
Of course.
Zhang Yi nodded without any hesitation. As far as I know, there's only one location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every time the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opens. The last time the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opened, only Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It said that there were many eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with Feng Qingyang. However, none of them came out alive. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At that time, there were many people who were not eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After they came out, they said all of them were killed by Feng Qingyang and other eminent celestials while they were fighting for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 24:11. Duanling Tian did not witness how Senior Feng Qingyang had killed so many people and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he could still imagine what had happened. Senior Feng Qingyang must have stunned the geniuses from the other 4 large mundane realms. When Senior Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial, he had mastered the 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Even if he didn't have a celestial sword or any other divine abilities from the Devata realm, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword from Feng Qingyang, knew this very well. With Senior Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, ordinary eminent celestials were no different from cannon fodder in front of him. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Although Duanling Tian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi still heard his words. Zhang Yi shook his head and refuted Duanling Tian's words. It's not that exaggerated. HM? Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Yi in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was stronger than ordinary bodiless celestials before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. At that time, the eminent celestials from our Saint Province realm were no different from chickens and dogs in front of him. Duanling Tian said, "I believe you." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I've seen a letter passed down from generation to generation in the Celestial Master sect that recorded the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure, he seemed to have mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realm. With his cultivation base, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duanling Tian shook his head inwardly. He knew those people must have mistaken Feng Qingyang's Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, for a divine ability from the Devata realm. Zhang Yi looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Before Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was stronger than you." Zhang Yi had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength before. The first time he saw Duanling Tian fighting was Duan Celestial Sword had easily killed 2 eminent celestial sword. The second time he saw Duanling Tian fighting was at the place where he obtained clues about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, Duanling Tian's strength was even stronger than the strength he displayed when he killed the 2 eminent celestials. At that time, he knew Duanling Tian's strength was not just comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, it was even possible that he was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The reason why Zhang Yi thought so was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover that Zhang Yi's strength was too weak. Previously, when Duanling Tian had used the celestial sword in his hand to cast the body and sword fusion technique from the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, even if Duanling Tian did not cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had just entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and had yet to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If Duanling Tian used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, again, his strength would be able to surpass 2 levels. He would be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Duanling Tian was stronger than Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial because he had mastered the elementary devouring tactic, a heaven-defying assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. Secondly, he had a celestial sword. Without the elementary devouring tactic and the celestial sword, his strength would not be comparable to Feng Qingyang. After all, he had only comprehended the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not know much about the 5th stage yet. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duanling Tian knew Zhang Yi was unaware that his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he did not expose Zhang Yi. However, do you think the eminent celestials in the 4 large realms, including our Yanhuang realm, are easy to deal with? Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Most of the eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the 4 large realms, including our Yanhuang realm, were younger than 100 years old. Some of them even possessed celestial supreme treasures and mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realms. Back then, among the eminent celestials who competed with Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm, There were some whose strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that kind of existence is only a very small minority. Duan Lingtian was shocked. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect the eminent celestials from the four large mundane realms would be so powerful. Did this mean they were even stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang? In fact, there are many monstrous eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone this time. For example, Gao Laozhuang from our Yanhuang realm is a monstrous genius whose strength is comparable to a five tribulation bodiless celestial even though he's only an eminent celestial. Zhang Yi continued to say, an eminent celestial is comparable to a five tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he's from Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Wait a second. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Yi, don't tell me that Gao Laozhuang is related to Zhu Gongyi, the marshal of the Yanhuang realm? Zhu Gongyi, the marshal of the Tianpeng Empire. Zhu Gongyi was a legendary figure on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his past life. Moreover, in the ancient myths and legends on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his past life, Zhu Gongyi, the canopy marshal, had another identity. He was Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother in Journey to the West. Zhu Gongyi is the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Why you know about this as well? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although the Gao Laozhuang sect was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master sect, they kept a low profile compared to the Celestial Master sect. In Yanhuang realm, apart from the cultivators from the Yanhuang planet, not many people knew about the Gao Laozhuang sect, let alone the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian had already shocked him when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Celestial Master Zhang, the founder of the Celestial Master sect. However, Duan Lingtian had told him the founder's name was due to the remains of the Celestial Master sect's disciples in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi had believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect, Zhu Gongyi, with just a few words, Zhang Yi was shocked. He even began to wonder if Duan Lingtian was lying. He wondered if Duan Lingtian's explanation about him knowing the name of the Celestial Master sect's patriarch was also a lie. When Duan Lingtian saw the way Zhang Yi looked at him was getting weirder and weirder, he realized he had exposed too much. He could roughly guess Zhang Yi's thoughts at this moment. Actually, I didn't find the remains of the Celestial Master sect's disciples in the Saint Province realm. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he came up with another excuse. The reason I know about your Celestial Master sect and Gao Laozhuang's ancestor is because I accidentally obtained a legacy in the Saint Province realm. Inheritance? Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. The inheritance I obtained is from a celestial supreme treasure that I accidentally obtained in the Saint Province realm. The celestial supreme treasure is called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. There's a pagoda spirit in it who claims to be a three-legged golden crow from the Yanhuang planet. Duan Lingtian thought of Hualao. What? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Zhang Yi could not help but interrupt him in shock. Why, you said you obtained the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said with great familiarity, there's a pagoda spirit in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the first floor. He's the three-legged golden crow that I mentioned earlier. On the second floor, there's a sword. I think it's called the Jasper Celestial Sword. On the third floor there's... When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he was interrupted again by Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi interrupted Duan Lingtian, he continued to say, on the third floor, there's the Astounding God Halberd. On the fourth floor, there's the Universe Ruler. On the fifth floor, there's the Heavenly Luo Umbrella. On the sixth floor, there's the World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. And on the seventh floor, there's the Battle Heaven Thorn. Zhang Yi was very familiar with the celestial supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Why, you know about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Of course I know about it. Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a legendary top celestial supreme treasure. It's considered an extraordinary celestial supreme treasure even in the Devata realms. Most importantly, it's a celestial supreme treasure from the Yanhuang planet, one of the cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. It's the pride of the Yanhuang planet. Chapter 24:12. I didn't expect you, Duanling Tian, to possess the top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Zhang Yi could not help but gulp when he reached this part of his sentence. He looked like a die-hard fan in Duanling Tian's past life who had just met his idol. Duanling Tian, can you take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and show it to me? Even if it's just a glance, it's fine. Zhang Yi looked at Duanling Tian eagerly. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Then he sighed and said, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has been destroyed along with Walao. What? Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. He shook his head. Impossible. That's impossible. There's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Not many people in the Devata realms are capable of destroying it. At the very least, great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of destroying a celestial supreme treasure like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a frown, Duanling Tian, are you sure you're not mistaken? The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. It can't be destroyed so easily. This time, Zhang Yi did not doubt that Duanling Tian had really obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Put aside the fact that Duanling Tian's expression could not be faked. Duanling Tian's description of the 3-legged golden crow and celestial supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda made Zhang Yi certain Duanling Tian was not lying. It's true that there's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy a celestial supreme treasure, not even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian sighed and said, the reason the celestial supreme treasure was destroyed was because the 3-legged golden crow, Walao, sacrificed himself to save me. Even the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was destroyed along with him. At that time, the connection between me and the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was completely severed. When Duanling Tian recalled the time when he was forcefully sent back to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land by the Zoroastrianism, a hint of disappointment could be seen on his face. It was as though he had lost something important. 3-legged golden crow, suicide? Destroyed along with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Zhang Yi shook his head again. This is impossible. Even if the 3-legged golden crow was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it couldn't have destroyed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda if it wanted to commit suicide. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Even if the pagoda spirit had the strength to destroy a top celestial supreme treasure, as the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it's impossible for him to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda even if he self-destructed. This is because the moment he became the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he became an accessory of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although it's a little unpleasant to say that he's an accessory, that's the truth. Zhang Yi's words were filled with certainty. As a disciple of the Celestial Master sect in Yanhuang realm, apart from cultivating, Zhang Yi's favorite hobby was to read various ancient books and records to learn more about Yanhuang planet, the planet from which cultivation originated. Among them, he had a deep understanding of some famous celestial supreme treasures from Yanhuang planet. He also knew that some celestial supreme treasures had weapon spirits. At the same time, he also knew the relationship between weapon spirits and celestial supreme treasures. For this reason he was certain. Even if the 3-legged golden crow was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, at that time, the connection between me and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was broken. When Duanling Tian heard Zhang Yi's solemn words, he wanted to believe him, but he found it hard to believe. He also hoped that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not destroyed and that Hualao was fine. However, was this possible? At that time, he had clearly sensed that the connection between him and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been broken. Even if Hualao was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to break the connection on his own accord. Tell me in detail what happened at that time. I think I know a little about the connection between a celestial supreme treasure and its weapon spirit. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Zhang Yi was very persistent and serious about what he had just said. Seeing Zhang Yi's seriousness, Duan Lingtian immediately explained the situation and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to Zhang Yi in detail. Now, do you still think the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is not destroyed? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Yi after he finished speaking.
Of course.
Even after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Zhang Yi still insisted on his opinion. He added, based on what you've said, as the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the 3-legged golden crow would not be able to use its power outside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda before the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is repaired. Taking a step back, even if he chose to self-destruct, it wouldn't affect anything outside of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As for your guess that he used the destructive power of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that's even more impossible. Although the relationship between a celestial supreme treasure and its artifact spirit is not a master-servant relationship, it's definitely a master-servant relationship. Even if the artifact spirit possesses the ability to destroy a celestial supreme treasure before it becomes an artifact spirit, it won't be able to destroy the celestial supreme treasure after it becomes an artifact spirit. Zhang Yi said. Therefore, the 3-legged golden crow tore open the space barrier and chose to commit suicide to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in order to send you back to the WCI subterranean is definitely impossible. But, seeing Duan Lingtian frowning and wanting to say something, Zhang Yi interrupted him.
Zhang Yi interrupted him and continued speaking.
According to what you've said, there's only one possibility. An external force sent you back to the WCI subterranean and took away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. That external force had the ability to forcefully sever the connection between you and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Therefore, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and its pagoda spirit, the 3-legged golden crow, are most likely still safe and sound. Zhang Yi paused and glanced at Duan Lingtian before he continued. As for the 3-legged golden crow's request for you to put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other Celestial Supreme Treasures back into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda before you were sent back to the WCI subterranean, I suspect that it did so on purpose. It did so to trick you into giving it back the Celestial Supreme Treasures. After all, if you had not taken the initiative to return the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other Celestial Supreme Treasures, it would not have been able to take them back. As I said earlier, the 3-legged golden crow and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda have a master-servant relationship. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is the master, and the 3-legged golden crow is the servant. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. He wanted to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest his words. What kind of external force could have helped me return to the WCI subterranean and take the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away? However, to Zhang Yi's surprise, Duan Lingtian did not believe what he had just said. I also hope that Hua Lao and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda are safe. However, that's not realistic. Duan Lingtian persisted in his opinion. And the reason for this was because Duan Lingtian could not think of any external force that could have sent him back to the WCI subterranean and allowed Hua Lao to trick him into giving him the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other Celestial Supreme Treasures. Moreover, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was removed from him and took the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away. In his opinion, Zhang Yi had no evidence to back up his speculations. They were all blind guesses. Therefore, he did not believe it at all. Zhang Yi could not help but feel speechless when he saw that he had wasted half a day's worth of effort and saliva in exchange for such an outcome. Forget it, forget it. In the end, Zhang Yi said weakly, it's fine if you don't believe me. In any case, this is the truth. In the future, if you have the chance to go to Yanhuang realm, ask some knowledgeable people. You'll know that everything I said is true. At that time, you'll know that my speculations are correct. Zhang Yi said. We'll talk about it in the future then. In fact, Duan Lingtian had thought about believing Zhang Yi's words since there was no reason for Zhang Yi to lie to him. However, since Zhang Yi did not have any concrete evidence, he could not convince himself no matter how much he wanted to believe Zhang Yi. I'll definitely go to Yanhuang realm. A bright light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he added. Wuxia, who was walking beside Duan Lingtian, did not say a word. However, deep in her heart, she felt that Zhang Yi's speculations were correct. Nevertheless, she could tell that Duan Lingtian was not lying. Unless she and Zhang Yi could come up with evidence, Duan Lingtian would not believe Zhang Yi's speculations. Therefore, even though she believed Zhang Yi, she did not interrupt. She knew that it was useless for her to interrupt before she and Zhang Yi could produce concrete evidence. It was better for her to save her energy. The three of them continued on their journey. After a long while, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, you said there's an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old in Yanhuang realm. His strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from him, are there any other eminent celestials in Yanhuang realm? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out who his competitors were. Of course. Zhang Yi nodded before he continued to say, apart from the one in the Gao clan, there's also an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old in Flower Fruit Mountain. His strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, the one in Flower Fruit Mountain is even stronger than the one in the Gao clan. Flower Fruit Mountain? Chapter 24:13. Previously, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard Zhang Yi said there was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master sect. Now, even the Flower Fruit Mountain had appeared. Brothers are always together when fighting a tiger. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you've heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, it was not difficult for Zhang Yi to guess Duan Lingtian was aware of the existence of Flower Fruit Mountain. Otherwise, why would he suddenly say the words even when fighting a tiger? One must not leave one's own brother. After all, the founding ancestor of the Gao Lao Zhuang and the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain were brothers. Naturally, they were not brothers, they were just fellow disciples. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian had obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, a supreme celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian had come in contact with Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow. For this reason, Zhang Yi was not surprised that Duan Lingtian knew about Yanhuang realm and planet Yanhuang. Yes, I've heard about it from Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian nodded. He decided to let Elder Hua take the blame for the Yanhuang realm. According to Hua Lao, the Flower Fruit Mountain in planet Yanhuang once had an extraordinary person. That person was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. If I'm not mistaken, the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain should be Sun Wukong, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. That's right. Zhang Yi nodded and continued, whether it is Flower Fruit Mountain or Gao Lao Zhuang, they were all on Yanhuang planet in the beginning. However, as their incense burned more and more vigorously, by the time the world energy on Yanhuang planet dried up, they had already formed their own forces. When the cultivators of planet Yanhuang left planet Yanhuang and entered the endless starry sky to find a new place to settle down, Gao Lao Zhuang and the people and monkeys of Mountain Huagua also moved away from planet Yanhuang and entered the endless starry sky with other cultivators of planet Yanhuang. Whether it's the Gao Lao Zhuang or the Flower Fruit Mountain, they're both forces that originated from Yanhuang planet and have a long history like our Celestial Master sect. In terms of foundation, some of the forces that rose in Yanhuang realm can't compare to us at all. Zhang Yi continued. Gao Lao Zhuang and Huagua Mountain each have an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old. His strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, is there an eminent celestial under the age of 100 in the Celestial Master sect? There's one. Zhang Yi nodded. At the same time, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he said, his strength is not something an ordinary eminent celestial can compare to. However, compared to Gao Lao Zhuang and the 2 people from Mount Huagua, he's slightly weaker. However, even if he's slightly weaker, his strength is comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly when he finished speaking. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed this change as well. He could not help but ask, you don't seem to like that person from the Celestial Master sect? Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Zhang Yi did not hide his feelings. He nodded and said angrily, there's no enmity between us. However, there was one time when his younger brother cut in line to take on a task in the sect. I couldn't stand it and reprimanded his younger brother. Since then, he feels that I've wronged his younger brother, so he's always picking on me. It's fine if I don't run into him. However, if I'm unlucky enough to run into him, he'll hit me hard. Zhang Yi's words were vague as he spoke. However, no matter if it was Duanling Tian or Wuxia, both of them could hear the boundless shame and humiliation in his tone. Duanling Tian, in particular, saw Zhang Yi's clenched fists. Zhang Yi's nails, which were not very sharp, had pierced through his palms. Drops of blood were dripping from his palms. "What's his name?" Duanling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. "Zhang Tingjun," Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. "Zhang Tingjun. I'll remember it." Duanling Tian nodded and said, "If I run into him later, I'll seek justice for you." Duanling Tian had a good impression of Zhang Yi and considered him a friend. In his opinion, Zhang Yi was not a fool. It was only right for him to stand up for his friend. "There's no need for that." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi rejected his good intentions. "Duanling Tian, I know you mean well, but I'd rather avenge myself." Zhang Yi's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. This was the reason he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the first place. "All right." When Duanling Tian saw how determined Zhang Yi was, he did not disappoint him. He merely nodded in response and did not continue to dwell on this topic. "Wuxia." Duanling Tian looked at Wuxia and asked, "I remember the large mundane realm you're from is called Vast Cloud Realm. I wonder if there's an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old who's as strong as a bodiless celestial in Vast Cloud Realm?" There was more than one eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial in Yanhuang Realm. He had a feeling that the Vast Cloud Realm where Wuxia was from, the Skyline Realm where Rongbo and Fengman were from, and the Muro Realm where he had killed Rongbo and Fengman were from, had eminent celestials below the age of 100 whose strength was comparable to bodiless celestials. The people who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time came from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from the Saint Province realm where Duanling Tian was, the remaining mundane realms were Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, Skyline Realm, and Muro Realm. Currently, Duanling Tian had met people from Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm. However, he had not met people from Muro Realm yet. "I wonder if there were people from Muro Realm among the people I killed when I obtained the Celestial Sword?" Duanling Tian thought to himself. Previously, when he had obtained the Celestial Sword, he had been besieged by a group of people. In the end, he had killed them all. However, he did not know where they came from. However, he was certain of one thing. It was impossible for those people to be from the Saint Province realm. After all, apart from himself, there were only a few people from the 7 Absolute sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Perhaps after a year or so, someone else would enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone who was not from the 7 Absolute sect. However, that person was someone he was familiar with. Ganru Yan. His wife's sister. Yes. Wuxia immediately regained her senses when she heard Duanling Tian's question. She began to introduce the eminent celestials in the Vast Cloud Realm to Duanling Tian as though she was familiar with her family's treasures. Those eminent celestials were all eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old. Moreover, their strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial. The weakest one was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest one was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there's no eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm you're from? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said to Wuxia and Zhang Yi after listening to Wuxia's explanation. Not necessarily. However, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi shook his head. The person from Flower Fruit Mountain whom I mentioned to you earlier. Although I said his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's still a celestial. However, that was 10 years ago. I wonder if his strength has improved since then. In Yanhuang Realm, he's most likely an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said. Comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhang Yi's words. After all, Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to his strength before he obtained the Celestial Sword. Then, is it possible for eminent celestials with strength comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials to appear in the other 2 large mundane realms? Duanling Tian asked. Impossible. Zhang Yi shook his head as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. An eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial is already heaven-defying. How can an eminent celestial be comparable to a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial? It's impossible for such an eminent celestial to exist. Zhang Yi's tone was firm and resolute. Eminent celestials possess celestial supreme treasures, and their strength is comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. If they master an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms, it won't be a problem for them to improve their strength. If they master an offensive divine ability from the Devata realms, they'll be able to improve even further. Their strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. As for defensive divine abilities and movement divine abilities from the Devata realms, even if they master them, they'll only be able to protect themselves. They won't be able to increase their offensive strength. In other words, before an eminent celestial obtains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his offensive strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, or his speed is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. In order to convince Duanling Tian, Zhang Yi explained his thoughts in detail. Duanling Tian was convinced by Zhang Yi's words. Just as Zhang Yi had said, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had improved his strength by 2 steps. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was an amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. It was unlike ordinary assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms that could only improve an eminent celestial strength by 1 step. Unless an eminent celestial has mastered multiple divine abilities from the Devata realms and obtained a top celestial supreme treasure. If that's the case, it's not impossible for an eminent celestial strength to be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. But this is almost impossible. Zhang Yi's voice continued to ring in the air. Chapter 24:14. Top celestial supreme treasures are extremely rare. Even among the major forces in Yanhuang realm, we've never heard of one. Apart from that, a celestial supreme treasure like that is considered a rare treasure even in the Devata realms. Zhang Yi could not help but look at Duanling Tian when he finished speaking. He knew Duanling Tian had once possessed a top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Unfortunately, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is no longer with you. Otherwise, you'd be able to become stronger. Zhang Yi said. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Zhang Yi continued to say, although the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't an offensive top celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword and other celestial supreme treasures in it can be considered as top celestial weapons. If you have the Jasper Celestial Sword, the strength you'll be able to display will be much stronger than when you use the ordinary celestial sword. Zhang Yi's tone was full of certainty. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. In fact, how could he not know what Zhang Yi was talking about? For this reason, Duanling Tian, you don't have to worry. It's almost impossible for an eminent celestial, whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, to appear in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duanling Tian and comforted him. Even the major forces in Yanhuang realm only have 1 or 2 ordinary celestial supreme treasures at most. We don't have any top celestial supreme treasures at all. All right. Duanling Tian nodded and sighed in relief inwardly. This meant that among the eminent celestials who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the strongest one was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was almost impossible for any of them to have strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In that case, with my strength, I don't have to worry about competing with the other eminent celestials. After all, my strength far surpasses theirs. Duanling Tian was filled with confidence when he thought about this. After all, his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword. Compared to Senior Feng Qingyang before he obtained the inheritance of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he was 2 whole levels stronger. However, it seems like Senior Feng Qingyang's competitor was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian couldn't help but frown as he recalled what Zhang Yi had told him before. Because according to Zhang Yi's words, the eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to have died along with the other eminent celestials. Senior Feng Qingyang, whose strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial.
Jianghu.
Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and asked. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you know how he managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial under the watchful eyes of the eminent celestials, whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial?
I'm not too sure about that.
Zhang Yi shook his head before he added. However, I have my own speculations about this matter. My speculations are similar to the speculations of many people in the history of Yanhuang realm.
Let's hear it.
Duanling Tian had an eager expression on his face. Like me, many people speculate that Feng Qingyang, a sword cultivator from your Saint Province realm, managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure during his battle with the other eminent celestials. Moreover, that celestial supreme treasure might be a celestial sword. After all, Feng Qingyang is a sword cultivator. Everyone knows that Feng Qingyang's strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he's an eminent celestial. He didn't rely on any celestial supreme treasure. If he managed to obtain a celestial sword, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that he would emerge victorious and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial.
Zhang Yi nodded.
Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Yi's words. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky.
That's right. Why didn't I think of this?
The reason Duanling Tian did not think of this was because he had overlooked the most important problem. Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was an eminent celestial. He only relied on the 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not rely on any divine abilities or celestial supreme treasures. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, even if Feng Qingyang managed to obtain a divine ability, he would not be able to comprehend it immediately. However, if he managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure, he would be able to use it immediately.
We've arrived?
Duanling Tian, who was traveling with his thoughts, suddenly felt the feng shui compass in his hand vibrate. Then, the needle on the compass began to spin rapidly as though it had gone mad. Duanling Tian could vaguely sense something was amiss. He had arrived at the next stop. Could it be that the second treasure vault is in this lake? At the same time, Duanling Tian lowered his head and discovered he was hovering above a boundless lake. The water in the lake was as calm as a flawless mirror. While Duanling Tian was looking down at the lake, the feng shui compass in his hand began to vibrate violently again. Duanling Tian could clearly feel a wave of energy brewing in the feng shui compass. Although this energy was nothing to Duanling Tian, once it was unleashed, it would be enough to destroy the feng shui compass.
Humph!
Duanling Tian snorted as he prepared to suppress the energy in the feng shui compass. However, he discovered the feng shui compass was made of some unknown material that completely blocked his energy, preventing it from entering the feng shui compass. It seems like the feng shui compass has completed its mission. As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he raised his hand and tossed the feng shui compass in his hand out. In just a blink of an eye, the compass shot out and appeared 100 meters away.
Duanling Tian?
Zhang Yi and Wuxia, who had just regained their senses, were stunned by Duanling Tian's action. They did not know why Duanling Tian would do such a thing.
Bang!
When the sound of an explosion rang in the air, Zhang Yi and Wuxia could clearly see what was happening. The feng shui compass that Duanling Tian had thrown away exploded again after flying 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, the feng shui compass had turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. This is all the information it can provide us. We'll have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the time. Duanling Tian said when he saw Zhang Yi and Wuxia looking at him. At the same time, he shifted his gaze from Zhang Yi and Wuxia to the lake beneath his feet. Does this mean there's either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in this lake or there's another clue? Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at the lake beneath his feet. This place is similar to the valley from before. My divine consciousness is restricted. Wuxia exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Duanling Tian tried to use his divine consciousness as well. However, he discovered there was an invisible force in the lake beneath his feet that was restricting his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain.
This lake was the destination they had come to on their way here. Let's go.
Duan Lingtian said to Jianghu and Wuxia before he entered the lake with them. Boom, boom, boom. 3 splashes appeared as Duan Lingtian, Wuxia, and Wuxia entered the lake as though they were walking on flat ground. Soon after, the 3 of them were attacked by the formations in the lake. Barriers appeared one after another in front of them. However, to Duan Lingtian, these obstacles were like child's play to him. It could not be any easier. Moreover, he had learned his lesson from his previous experience. He was much more careful now. He protected Jianghu and Wuxia as they successfully passed through the barriers and obtained the next clue. This isn't the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Wuxia was slightly frustrated. This is only our second stop, and you're already thinking it's the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Aren't you being too greedy?
Jianghu shook his head.
Let's go. Let's go to the next stop. At this moment, a new compass appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and guided him in another direction. There's someone there. After the 3 of them had traveled for a while, the sharp-eyed Wuxia could not help but exclaim when she saw someone in front of them. When Wuxia exclaimed in surprise, Duan Lingtian also saw the person in front of him. There's more than one person. At this moment, Zhang Yi's gaze landed in the distance as well. There were 2 figures flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, it was obvious they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why are they all heading in that direction? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, Wuxia, and Wuxia saw 4 people flying in the same direction as the 2 people in front of them. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He saw another person flying in the same direction. This person's speed was so fast that Jianghu and Wuxia did not notice him at all. A4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Duan Lingtian could tell the person was a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial based on his speed. Let's go and have a look as well. Although the 3 groups of people were not heading in the same direction as the compass, Duan Lingtian still decided to go and have a look. After all, he had obtained a celestial sword the last time he was in such a situation. Chapter 24:15. Let's go and have a look as well. Jianghu and Wuxia's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. They also felt that there must be something fishy going on if there was something abnormal. However, they did not expect there would only be 2 groups of people heading in the same direction. Apart from that, there was another 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who was heading in the same direction as well. However, they were too weak so they could not catch a glimpse of the 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Although they did not know the other 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was heading in the same direction, they were still interested in following the 2 groups of people. After all, they did not think it was a coincidence that the 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. The 2 groups of people seemed to be in a hurry. It did not seem like they were in a rush at all. Due to this reason, they were tempted when they heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go and take a look. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions also headed in the same direction. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, when black dots appeared in the distance, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions discovered that there were people heading in the same direction. There were people heading in their direction from all directions. To be more precise, they were rushing toward the place where many little black dots had gathered in the distance. As a result, more and more little black dots appeared in Duan Lingtian and the other 2's line of sight. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. These black dots were, naturally, people. However, due to the distance, they looked like black dots to Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. There are so many people. Looking at the densely packed black dots in front of her, Wuxia felt her scalp go numb. At the same time, she could not help but let out a cry of surprise. If I'm not wrong, there should be some sort of treasure appearing here, Jianghu said solemnly. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw so many people, he recalled the scene when he obtained the celestial sword. Although there were not so many people at that time, the scene was similar to this. Could it be that another celestial supreme treasure has appeared here? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had been in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for quite some time. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Zhang Yi and had communicated with him many times. For this reason, he knew a lot about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. In the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, apart from the various treasure vaults that hid the great overarching golden celestials and the places of legacies left behind by great overarching golden celestials, there were also many treasure vaults that were exposed to the public. Those treasure vaults did not conceal the treasures. Instead, they exposed the treasures. They merely set up many spirit formations to protect the treasures. If he wanted to obtain the treasure, he would have to break the formation protecting it. It was just like the immortal sword that Duan Ling Tian had obtained previously. It was floating in one place and was enveloped by many array formations. Anyone who passed by would be able to see it. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian and his two companions approached the crowd, Duan Ling Tian, who had sharp eyes, discovered something. A small bell with a red string was floating in the distance. It was hovering at the peak of the tallest mountain in the mountain range.
It emitted a faint silver light and the aura of a treasure.
As for the aura of the bell, it ignored the restrictions of the surrounding spirit formation and continued to extend outwards. Even the people outside the spirit formation were able to sense how extraordinary it was. It's a celestial supreme treasure. It really is a celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the people present vigilantly scanned the people around them. From time to time, they would look at the small silver bell with a red string.
Their eyes all revealed a greedy expression. It was as though they could not wait to rush forward and obtain the silver bell.
I'm going to get this celestial supreme treasure. A shirtless middle-aged man's aura surged, and flames of greed rose in his eyes as he said loudly, I am Grand Elder of Vast Cloud Plains' famous king sect, Qigong. The power that surged from the middle-aged man's body revealed his cultivation base at this moment. A four-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and laughed inwardly. A mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial dared to speak so arrogantly in such a place? He had seen a four-tribulation bodiless celestial rushing over before he came here. There were many four-tribulation bodiless celestials and even five-tribulation bodiless celestials present. It was as though the middle-aged man was trying to prove Duan Ling Tian's point of view. Humph! A mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial dares to speak so arrogantly about who will get the celestial supreme treasure? Believe it or not, I'll kill you if you dare to make a move.
An old man dressed in grey snorted coldly.
He glanced coldly at the middle-aged man, Qigong, who claimed to be the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in Vast Cloud Realm. Boom! At the same time, a boundless energy erupted from the grey-clothed old man's body. It was as vast and boundless as the ocean. 5. Tribulation bodiless celestial. Qigong, the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in Vast Cloud Realm, felt chills running up his spine when he heard the grey-clad old man's words. In his opinion, those who were weaker than him would not dare to speak so arrogantly in front of him.
Now that he had confirmed the grey-robed old man's cultivation through the power that had skyrocketed from the grey-robed old man's body, his heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley.
Senior, I was just joking earlier. Qigong said apologetically. When Qigong sensed the power of a fifth tribulation bodiless celestial from the grey-robed old man, he became terrified and revealed a humble and embarrassed expression. Humph! Seeing that Qigong had admitted defeat, the grey-clothed old man snorted coldly again. Only then did he shift his gaze from Qigong. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, this celestial supreme treasure won't belong to me. We're only here to watch the show. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, who's going to be able to obtain this celestial supreme treasure? I can't believe I came all the way here. If I knew there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, I wouldn't have come at all. This feeling of seeing a treasure but only being able to watch it be taken away by someone else is simply too unbearable. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with regret. He seems to be Pei Kuan-shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm.
It did not take long before someone recognized the grey-clad old man.
Pei Kuan-shan? The supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect who passed the 5th bodiless celestial tribulation and became a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial 300 years ago? That's him. Many of the people present on the scene were from Muro realm.
With just a few words, they revealed the identity of the gray-clad old man.
As it turns out, this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is from Muro realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the gray-clad old man. Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, and his eyes flashed.
Previously, he had thought that the only people he had not come into contact with were those from the Muro realm. However, not only did he come into contact with a group of people from Muro realm, but he even met a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm.
A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. We're doomed. Wuxia, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian's side. Although Jianghu did not say anything, a hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. His thoughts were similar to Wuxia's. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial present, they would not be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. At this moment, both Jianghu and Wuxia thought Duan Lingtian was only as strong as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial if he unleashed his full strength. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We're doomed. We're doomed. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. The people present on the scene, including the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, shook their heads. Many of them were unwilling to accept this outcome. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone they could contend with. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from under the nose of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Duan Lingtian and Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, were about to break the formation to obtain the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure. Grandfather! A voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Pei Kuan Shan to stop moving. He immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who noticed Pei Kuan Shan's action, could not help but stop moving. He turned to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen walking toward them one after another. And that Grandpa came from the figure behind him. When Duan Lingtian saw the figure in front of him, his eyes could not help but light up as a joyful smile appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen his long-lost brother or sister. Why are you here? Pei Kuan Shan asked with a smile as he looked at the figure behind him. It was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. His voice was filled with joy. Grandfather, I heard there's a celestial supreme treasure here, so I came to look for it. However, I didn't expect you to be here as well. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure won't be able to escape from you, Grandfather.
As soon as the young man dressed in a brocade robe appeared, he understood the situation and flattered Pei Kuan Shan.
Whoosh!
In the next moment, as though he had sensed something, he moved in a flash and blocked the path of the woman who was walking in front of him.
Chapter 24:16. Pei Lian Chen. I have nothing to do with you. I'll come and go as I please. It's none of your business. Pei Lian Chen, the grandson of Pei Kuan Shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, said coldly as she looked at Pei Lian Chen, who was blocking her way with a cold expression. Beauty, our strength is on par with each other, so I can't do anything to you. But now, my grandfather is here. As long as I ask my grandfather to seal your saint origin, you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I can do anything to you. Pei Lian Chen laughed. A hint of lust could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. He had taken a liking to the woman in front of him since the first time he saw her. He could not wait to possess her. However, she was not any weaker than him. She could not do anything to him, and he could not do anything to her. In the end, they could only remain in a stalemate. Until just now, when he and the other party heard that a celestial supreme treasure had appeared, he followed the other party and rushed over. He was pleasantly surprised when he discovered his grandfather was here. When he arrived, he found that his grandfather was there as well. After all, his grandfather was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, when he arrived, he discovered his grandfather was in control of the situation. The celestial supreme treasure was within his reach. Under such circumstances,
He immediately shifted his attention to the woman he had been following and wanted to possess.
Previously, he could not do anything to her.
However, with his grandfather here, he was no longer worried about not being able to possess her.
Swoosh.
Upon hearing Pei Lianchen's words, the woman immediately looked at Pei Kunshan and said warily, "Senior, there's no enmity between us, you." Humph. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Pei Kunshan's cold snort. "There's no enmity between us. But since my grandson has taken a fancy to you, you should just obey him obediently. Furthermore, it's your fortune to have caught my grandson's eye."
As soon as Pei Kunshan finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom.
In an instant, the power from Pei Kunshan's body soared and a burst of power shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the woman, preparing to seal her Saint Qi.
No.
The woman's face changed drastically as despair filled her eyes. At the same time, she grit her teeth and prepared to commit suicide before Pei Kunshan sealed her Saint Qi. She would rather die than let Pei Lianchen have his way. Just as the woman was about to erupt with all the Saint Qi in her body and choose to self-destruct, "Xuanhai, stop!" A hurried voice rang in her ears at the right time. Moreover, this voice was exceptionally familiar and intimate to her. Brother Ling Tian? She did not need to turn around to recognize the owner of the voice. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, whom she treated like her own brother. Immediately, she stopped and did not continue to harm herself. Boom! But at that moment, Pei Kunshan's power arrived and invaded her body, sealing her Saint Qi almost completely. With only a small portion of her Saint Qi remaining, she was barely able to float in the air. Just as Pei Kunshan's grandson, Pei Lianchen's eyes lit up and he was about to approach the woman. Whoosh! A purple figure had already appeared beside the woman like a ghost. He immediately activated his power and crushed the power that was suppressing her Saint Qi. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy disappear? What's going on? Now it's here again. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy disappeared first and then became so thin. What's going on? At that moment, many people in the crowd noticed the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. It's him. Pei Kunshan's gaze immediately fell on the woman whose Saint Qi was sealed by him. There was a purple-clad young man standing there, glaring at him with murderous intent. He felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At that moment, he also realized that the power he used to seal the woman was neutralized by the purple-clad young man. Moreover, he also realized that the purple-clad young man was the reason why the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area became so thin in an instant. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had all entered his body. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He had made his move because the woman in front of Pei Lianchen was Han Xuanai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the Seven Absolute Sect's Seven Absolutes. Moreover, not only was Han Xuanai his fellow disciple, but she was also an existence that he regarded as his biological sister. An eminent celestial? An assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm? At this moment, Pei Kunshan had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and discovered that Duan Lingtian had used a divine ability from a Devata realm to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. Pei Kunshan thought it was a divine ability from a Devata realm because if it was an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm, it would not be so powerful. When Pei Kunshan released his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had become so thin. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area became extremely thin. Shockingly, it was absorbed by the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Moreover, he had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in just a blink of an eye. It was impossible for an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm to achieve this. Brother Ling Tian, why are you here? At this moment, Han Xuanai, who had recovered her saint origin, also approached Duan Ling Tian excitedly. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. I saw many people coming here, so I came to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you here, little girl. When Duan Ling Tian looked away from Pei Kunshan and shifted his gaze to Han Xuanai, there was a drastic change in his eyes. His gaze was extremely gentle, and there was a hint of doting love in his eyes. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was like a sister to him. In his eyes, Han Xuanai was no different from his biological sister. Who are you?
Pei Lian Chen asked coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face.
Seeing the woman whom he wanted to possess, but who had never even looked at him, so happy in front of this purple-clothed young man, he immediately felt a belly full of anger.
Xuanai, how do you want Brother Ling Tian to punish him? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile as he ignored Pei Lian Chen's words. His eyes did not leave Han Xuanai. It was as though he was asking about something unimportant. Han Xuanai looked at Pei Lian Chen with killing intent in her eyes when she heard Pei Lian Chen's words. Brother Ling Tian. I don't want to see him again. Han Xuanai's tone turned colder and colder. Everyone felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. However, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian responded, a gust of wind blew past. Pei Kuan-shan appeared in front of Pei Lian Chen in a flash, causing Pei Lian Chen, who had a horrified expression, to heave a sigh of relief. Based on Duan Ling Tian's speed when he appeared next to Han Xuanai and the way he helped Han Xuanai break the seal, Pei Lian Chen could tell Duan Ling Tian was not someone to be trifled with. He knew he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian made a move to kill him, he could not help but shudder. He felt as though he was going to die.
However, when he saw that his grandfather had appeared in front of him in time, the fear in his heart instantly disappeared.
An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Which realm are you from? Which force are you from? Pei Kuan-shan, who was standing in front of Pei Lian Chen, asked coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had asked this question because he thought the purple-clad young man must have an extraordinary background, since he was an eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. If it was not necessary, he did not want to offend such a person.
Although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was nothing compared to the powerhouses from the top forces in the mundane realms. Most of the bodiless celestials from the top forces in the mundane realms were 6 tribulation bodiless celestials or 7 tribulation bodiless celestials.
In fact, there might even be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms? At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison.
All of them had a shocked expression on their faces.
They knew very well what it meant for an eminent celestial to master divine abilities from the Devata realms. It meant the eminent celestial's strength was far beyond ordinary eminent celestials. In fact, his strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial.
There were only a handful of eminent celestials in the mundane realms they were from. Moreover, eminent celestials usually belonged to the top forces in the mundane realms they were from. Their background was not something ordinary people could compare to.
Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. They knew Duan Ling Tian was from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, and he did not have a powerful background. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's strength was too weak. Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was not a match for Pei Kuan-shan. Duan Ling Tian, just say you're from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. That way, this old man won't dare to attack you. Zhang Yi could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. You failed to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. However, Duan Ling Tian did not listen to Zhang Yi's suggestion. Instead, he looked at Pei Kuan-shan coldly and said, I'll kill you as well. His tone was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. I'll kill you as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Chapter 24:17. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's crazy. Even if he's an eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms, he's facing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the mundane realms where I'm from, the strongest eminent celestial is only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. What's so special about him? Could it be that he's one of those eminent celestials? Impossible. Put aside that kind of eminent celestials are extremely rare in the Devata realms. Even if he's that kind of eminent celestial, it's impossible for him to say such words to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. Based on his appearance, He's clearly a hothead who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and has a death wish. When everyone regained their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. You think you can kill me, Pei Kuan-shan? After Pei Kuan-shan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully and said disdainfully, Boy, I'll give you a chance. Tell me where you're from. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. As he spoke, Pei Kuan-shan's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Grandfather, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Pei Lian-chen said to Pei Kuan-shan as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Pei Kuan-shan frowned. He could not bring himself to kill Duan Ling Tian. The reason he could not bring himself to kill Duan Ling Tian was not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid killing Duan Ling Tian would bring him trouble. An eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms was most likely from a top force in the mundane realms. He must have been heavily nurtured by that force. If such a person died, the force he belonged to would definitely go crazy. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian was from Muro realm, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that Duan Ling Tian would not enter Muro realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone and seek revenge from the force behind him. You want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my elders? When he heard Pei Kunshan's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh coldly. Following which, he said in an indifferent tone, It's a pity that you won't have the chance. When everyone heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't imagine where Duan Ling Tian's confidence came from. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a sword had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Shockingly, it was the immortal sword that looked like a pool of spring water from afar. Imperial Sword Technique. Before the crowd, including Pei Kuan-shan and his grandson, could regain their senses, the energy in Duan Ling Tian's body that had been enhanced by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had already surged into the celestial sword. Whoosh! At this moment, the celestial sword shone brightly as a destructive aura began to emanate from it. Since the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was much more stable than the mundane realm, although the energy that shot out from the celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was not weak, it did not tear the space apart. How's this possible? Apart from Han Shu and I, who was the closest to Duan Ling Tian, Pei Kuan-shan, who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was the first to sense the destructive aura from the celestial sword. Pei Kunshan's heart could not help but tremble when he sensed the destructive aura emanating from the immortal sword. At this moment, he felt as though he could smell danger. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous aura. For this reason, he instinctively felt it was impossible. No, this is a celestial supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye, the look of disbelief on Pei Kunshan's face changed drastically. Earlier, he had only sensed danger. However, at this moment, he was certain the purple-clad young man was holding a celestial supreme treasure. At that moment, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Swoosh! When Pei Kuan-shan finally regained his senses and discovered the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was a celestial supreme treasure, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It shocked Pei Kuan-shan so much that his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, within Pei Kuan-shan's field of vision, the immortal sword had already arrived before him like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and it was merely a foot away from him. No! At this moment, Pei Kuan-shan hastily mobilized the energy in his body. Although his speed was not slow, it was still too late. Based on the speed of the sword, he could tell he did not have the energy to mobilize the energy in his body. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to circulate the energy in his body. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to dodge this sword strike. Based on the speed of the sword, only a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to unleash this attack. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A piercing sound rang in the air as Pei Kuan-shan's glabella was pierced. This was his last thought before his glabella was pierced and his soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally understood why the purple-clad young man dared to say such arrogant words. You failed to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. Pei Kuan-shan finally realized the purple-clad young man's words were not arrogant at all. The purple-clad young man really had the strength to say such words. Slash. After Pei Kuan-shan was killed by Duan Ling Tian, Duan Tian wielded his sword and stabbed Pei Lianchen, who was standing behind Pei Kunshan. It pierced through Pei Lianchen's glabella and destroyed his soul. He had killed Pei Kunshan and Pei Lianchen with just one strike. Swoosh! After Pei Kunshan and Pei Lianchen were killed by Duan Tian, the celestial sword drew a perfect arc in the air and returned to Duan Tian's hand, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. For most of the people present on the scene, time seemed to have stopped at the moment Duan Tian took out the celestial sword. For the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present, Duan Tian's sword strike was like a bolt from the blue that struck their heads. It took them a long time to regain their senses. No matter how powerful a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is, it's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful sword attack, right? Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kunshan couldn't react in time before he was killed. The strength of this sword attack is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Who's he? He's only an eminent celestial, but he possesses such heaven-defying strength. The few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials' hearts skipped a beat when they saw Duan Tian. What's going on? When Duan Tian put the celestial sword away, time seemed to have returned to normal for most of the people present on the scene. At this moment, they saw Pei Kunshan's body being destroyed. He watched as Pei Lianchen's body fell from the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain, turning into a pile of minced meat. As for Pei Kunshan, since he was a bodiless celestial, he did not have a physical body. For this reason, after he was killed, he had completely vanished from this world. Pei Kunshan is dead? He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How did he die just like that? Pei Lianchen. He's dead as well. After many people recovered from their shock, they could not help but look at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen something that caused them to be extremely shocked. Jianghu and Wuxia, who were worried about Duan Tian and worried about Duan Tian, were dumbfounded as well. They did not expect Duan Tian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Tian would be able to kill a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Furthermore, he had killed the other party in an instant. From start to finish, the other party didn't even have time to retaliate. He killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial as though he was killing a chicken. Doesn't this mean Duan Tian's strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? When Jianghu thought of this, he could not help but tremble in fear. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated Duan Tian. Earlier, he had underestimated Duan Tian. Duan Tian's strength was not just comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, apart from Duan Tian himself, the only person who was not surprised by Duan Tian killing Pei Kunshan was none other than Han Xuan'ai. Before they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuan'ai had already known Brother Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Brother Ling Tian, the sword you used earlier, as the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, one of the 7 absolute sects 7 absolutes, although her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, her horizons were much broader now that she had inherited the Red Dust progeny's legacy. She'd faintly realized how extraordinary the sword Duan Tian withdrew earlier was. It's a celestial sword I obtained after entering the secret zone, Duan Tian said with a smile. Although Duan Tian's voice was not loud, it still clearly entered the ears of the group of people present on the scene, causing them to tremble in fear. Celestial sword? Only sword-type celestial supreme treasures were worthy of this title, right? No wonder I had a feeling his sword was extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be a celestial supreme treasure. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial exclaimed in shock. The other 4 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duan Tian enviously. He's going to obtain another celestial supreme treasure today. Many people looked at Duan Tian before they shifted their gazes to the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure that was shrouded by layers of formations. Swoosh! Duan Tian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already beside the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, and he casually put it away. Chapter 24:18. Ding, ding ding, ding ding dang. Duan Tian held the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand and shook it.
He finally understood the profundity of this celestial supreme treasure. It must be a sound attack type celestial supreme treasure, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he circulated the energy in his body into the bell in his hand. Then, he shook the bell again. A clear ringing sound rang in the air. Ding, ding ding, ding ding dang. Ding, 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 ding. This time, when the bell rang, it contained a terrifying sound wave that swept out from the bell in Duan Lingtian's hand. In just a blink of an eye, it swept out in all directions and shrouded everyone present on the scene. At this moment, ah! Barf! A series of shrill cries rang in the air. It turned out that some of the weaker cultivators had their internal organs shaken by the shockwaves, and they couldn't help but cry out in pain. There were even some who were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. Among them, Wuxia, who was caught off guard, was shaken to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned extremely pale in an instant, as if she had turned into a piece of white paper. Even Jianghu was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil, and his face was ruddy. Only eminent celestials and those who were at least second tribulation bodiless celestials were unaffected by the sound wave. Naturally, there was only one eminent celestial present on the scene. However, there were a few second tribulation bodiless celestials present. The strength of a second tribulation bodiless celestial was similar to an eminent celestial. As for those who were at least at the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial level, naturally, they would not be affected by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian was weak. Moreover, the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand was useless. Instead, it was because he did not channel much energy into the bell in his hand. He only wanted to test the power of the bell. The energy I infused into the bell is, at most, comparable to the strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it still managed to injure those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were affected to a certain extent. Looking at the bell in his hand, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked. What a powerful immortal supreme treasure! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could clearly sense the energy Duan Lingtian had channeled into the bell. They could tell the energy was comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even then, all the powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were injured. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials' eyes brightened when they saw how powerful the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Although they wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to make a move. After all, they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kuan-shan was killed by him without being able to fight back. The strength he displayed earlier is definitely comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from someone like him is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. We're not fated to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. 2 celestial supreme treasures, how enviable! How good would it be if I managed to cultivate the soul congregation physique? The 3 and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials were envious of Duan Lingtian. However, no matter how envious they were, they could not make a move against Duan Lingtian with the example of Pei Kuan-shan and the other 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the celestial supreme treasure was important, it was not as important as their lives. The few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, in particular, clearly saw how Pei Kuan-shan was killed. Duan Lingtian's sword that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper had killed Pei Lian-chen and his grandfather before Pei Kuan-shan could react in time. How could they possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian when even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed? For this reason, they could only watch helplessly as Duan Lingtian obtained the 2nd celestial supreme treasure. After the bell that contained Saint Origin stopped ringing, the group of people whose cultivation bases were lower than eminent celestials and 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were filled with envy and panic. Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the bell in his hand. Then, in just a flash, he appeared in front of Han Xuanai. Xuanai, if I'm not mistaken, the red dust progeny has a sound attack technique that uses sound waves to attack. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Han Xuanai. Without waiting for Han Xuanai's reply, He handed the bell back to her and said, "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." Han Xuanai was stunned when she saw Duan Tian handing the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure to her. She did not expect her brother Ling Tian would give her such a precious item. After all, this was a celestial supreme treasure that was superior to anything in the mundane realm. Even if her brother Ling Tian did not have a use for it, her two sisters-in-law and sister Tianwu would have a use for it. She knew her place very well. Compared to her two sisters-in-law and sister Tianwu, she was nothing in front of her brother Ling Tian. Naturally, this was only Han Xuanai's opinion. She was also important to Duan Tian since he treated her as his biological sister. Duan Tian did not hesitate to treat her as his own sister. "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." However, when Duan Tian's words entered everyone's ears, they felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Many of them were so angry that they almost threw up blood when they heard his words. What did he mean by a burden? That's a celestial supreme treasure. How dare he say it's a burden? Make do with it? You can give it to me if you don't want it. Duan Tian's words are too harsh. Zhang Yi shook his head bitterly. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, he felt the same way as the people present. As for Wuxia, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, she looked at Han Xuanai enviously. She wished she was Han Xuanai. She could not imagine how she would feel if someone gave her a celestial supreme treasure. "Brother Ling Tian, you should keep this celestial supreme treasure for Sister Ke or Sister Tianwu. Even if they don't need it, you can keep it for Sister Fei." Han Xuanai did not reach out to take the bell that Duan Tian handed to her. Instead, she said this. Although she was tempted by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, she knew it was inappropriate for her to take it. "Xuanai, I think you're becoming more and more disobedient after not seeing you for a few years." Duan Tian shook his head and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "If you don't want this bell, I'll just throw it away. You can pick it up if you want." The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Heavens! That's a celestial supreme treasure. It's a celestial supreme treasure. This guy wants to throw it away like a piece of trash? Say no. Say no. Miss, you must stay true to your heart. If you say no, then don't. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but think to themselves as they looked at Han Xuanai. They wished Han Xuanai would say no and Duan Tian would throw the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure away. However, they did not think that would happen. Nevertheless, they could not help but think so. This was especially true for the four tribulation bodiless celestials. In their opinion, this was the only way they could obtain the celestial supreme treasure. "Brother Ling Tian, you." When Han Xuanai heard Duan Tian's childish words, she could not help but feel a little helpless. When she opened her mouth to speak, she did not know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Take it." Duan Tian casually threw the bell in his hand to Han Xuanai. Without waiting for Han Xuanai to take it, he returned to Zhang Yi and Wuxia's side in a flash. Only Han Xuanai was left standing there. In an instant, everyone, including Zhang Yi and Wuxia, looked at the bell that Duan Tian had thrown out. It was as though they would have a chance to obtain it if Han Xuanai did not take it. "Thank you, Brother Ling Tian." At this point, Han Xuanai had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, she looked at Duan Tian with a touched expression on her face. "We've known each other for a long time. Why are you being so polite? I'm not used to you being so polite." Duan Tian looked at Han Xuanai and shook his head before he said, "Since we've bumped into each other, let's travel together. Come here, Brother Ling Tian will introduce two people to you." Han Xuanai followed Duan Tian's lead and walked to the side of Duan Tian, Zhang Yi, and Wuxia. At this time, Duan Tian also introduced Zhang Yi and Wuxia to Han Xuanai. After the three of them got to know each other, Duan Tian greeted them and left with them. From the beginning until the end, he treated the others like air. In fact, to Duan Tian, the others were no different than air. After Duan Tian's group of four left, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In their opinion, Duan Tian was not an eminent celestial, but a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that person? He's only an eminent celestial,
but his strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Which Devata realm is he from? I don't know. In any case, there's no such person in Vast Cloud realm. Even in Muro realm, there's no such person. Chapter 24:19. After Duanling Tian and the others left, the group of people who remained in the vicinity of the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure could not help but discuss Duanling Tian, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, such an eminent celestial was almost extinct in the mundane realms. However, they had bumped into such a person today. Instantly, everyone was filled with curiosity towards Duanling Tian's origins. Although the people present were from the large mundane realms such as the Muro realm, the Skyline realm, the Yanhuang realm, and the Vast Cloud realm, none of them had heard of Duanling Tian. However, none of them had ever heard of such a person in their respective mundane realms. I'm from Yanhuang realm. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm. If there's an eminent celestial in Yanhuang realm whose strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, it has to be the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. Said a person from the Yanhuang realm. Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Although I'm not from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of this force. It's said that this force has existed for a long time and is one of the strongest in Yanhuang realm. A person from the Skyline realm exclaimed in surprise. He could not help but ask, based on what you said, it's very likely that an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? In that case, could that person be the one from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Many people turned to look at the man from the Skyline realm. No. However, when the person from Yanhuang realm heard the question, he shook his head decisively. As far as I know, the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm isn't a sword cultivator. For this reason, even if I've never seen him before, I'm certain that purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua. The person from the Yanhuang realm spoke with a resolute tone. Then he looked around and asked, are there no eminent celestials in the 3 large mundane realms that are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials? Yes, there is. However, just like you, I'm also certain that the purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from our vast cloud realm who has strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I haven't heard of any eminent celestials in Muro realm who are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. The people of Muro realm also expressed their stance. We have one in the Skyline realm as well. However, he's a saber cultivator, not a sword cultivator. The people from the Skyline realm also shook their heads. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Someone suddenly spoke, and his voice was so loud that it drowned out the whispers of the crowd. That purple-clad young man is either from the 4 large mundane realms that we're in, but we don't know about him because he or his force keeps a low profile. Otherwise, the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm. The person's tone turned solemn as he spoke. The former is possible. A person from the Skyline realm paused for a moment before he said with a frown on his face. However, the latter is impossible, right? The Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm. How could there be an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? The Saint Province realm was a small mundane realm. If it was not for the fact that the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was in the Saint Province realm, they would not have even heard of the mundane realm. As people from large mundane realms, they naturally felt superior when compared to people from small mundane realms. I think it's impossible as well. Even if an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm has a celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, his strength would only be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A person from the Muro realm chimed in. Indeed. A person from the vast cloud realm chimed in as well. Have you forgotten who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? At this moment, someone from the Yanhuang realm stepped forward and spoke. His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on the heads of those who had spoken, causing them to wake up one after another. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? It seems like a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm named Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial.
Soon after, someone among the group of people who had regained their senses exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about him?" His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in the water. That's right. I've forgotten about him as well. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, it said that his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, there was another eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm, who competed with him to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, that eminent celestial was defeated by him in the end. Rumor has it that he obtained a sword-type celestial supreme treasure that increased his strength to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After that, he stood out among the eminent celestials and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Rumor has it that he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial because the great overarching golden celestial was a sword cultivator. The people from the 4 large mundane realms continued to discuss Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm. At this moment, no one dared to say that it was impossible for an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in a small mundane realm. After all, Feng Qingyang was a living example of this. I remember Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. That seems to be the case. I've read about the Beyond Heaven secret zone in a letter passed down from my sect. It said that only one eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and that eminent celestial was Feng Qingyang. Indeed. I've read about it as well. It said that apart from one eminent celestial, the rest of the people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone were bodiless celestials. Moreover, my sect's ancestor had a conversation with a bodiless celestial from the Saint Province realm. Based on that, I learned that during that era, Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm. There's only one eminent celestial who's less than 100 years old in the entire Saint Province realm? As expected, the foundation of a small mundane realm is far inferior to a large mundane realm. Even our Skyline realm has 7 eminent celestials who are less than 100 years old. Many of them began to look down on the Saint Province realm with disdain for the Saint Province realm. Humph. However, there were still some people who snorted coldly and said, Don't forget that although there was only one eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Most of the people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm immediately shut their mouths. However, there were still a few people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm. Even so, it's just a coincidence. Don't tell me you think the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm? When these words entered the ears of everyone present, they subconsciously felt that it made sense. That purple-clad young man is most likely from one of the mundane realms we're from. However, he usually keeps a low profile so we don't know about him. In the end, most of the people present on the scene agreed. The purple-clad young man, whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, who had snatched the celestial supreme treasure, was most likely from one of the 4 large mundane realms. It was unlikely for him to be from a small mundane realm. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duanling Tian, Han Xuanai, Zhang Yi, and Wuxia had arrived at the end of the path indicated by the feng shui compass. It was the location of the treasure vault that contained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gusts of wind blew past, and sand filled the sky, as if covering the sun. At this moment, Duanling Tian, Wuxia, and Wuxia were standing in the air above a desert. Yellow sand filled the sky in the desert, obstructing their vision to a certain extent. They were unable to see through the entire desert. More importantly, they could not sense anything. Right now, they couldn't even extend their divine senses because there was an invisible force in the desert beneath their feet that was restricting their divine senses. To be more precise, it was restricting their souls. Sword, come! Zhang Yi cried out as he raised his hand. His saint origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a sword. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around the sword. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there were countless purple snakes coiling around the sword.
Chapter 24:20. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived in my previous life, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, founded by Celestial Master Zhang Daoling, were best at using the thunder technique. Now, it seems like that's the case. When Duanling Tian saw Zhang Yi's saint origin condensing into a sword that was surrounded by thunder and lightning, he could not help but feel slightly moved. He could tell that Zhang Yi's saint origin was not ordinary. Zhang Yi's saint origin was of the thunder attribute, and he could easily derive the power of thunder and lightning. Looking at Zhang Yi's posture, he should be a Dao cultivator, right?
In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect were basically Dao cultivators.
While Duanling Tian was pondering, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted again.
"Come, lightning!"
Zhang Yi shouted again, and this time, a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. "I'm not going to give you a chance to escape." Boom! Accompanying this earth-shattering sound of thunder was a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. The lightning was so thick that it was comparable to a tree trunk that would take several adults to wrap their arms around. It was so majestic that it shook the heavens and the earth. The thick lightning was not clumsy at all. When it descended from the sky, it was like a nimble dragon that flashed across the sky. Following that, it descended toward where Duanling Tian and the others were standing. Ah! Lu Xia and Han Xuanai could not help but exclaim in unison when they saw the bolt of lightning striking down, illuminating everything in front of them as if it was daytime. "Don't worry, the lightning won't hurt us." At the same time, Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air and entered Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's ears. Boom! At this moment, the thick lightning bolt that descended from the sky had already arrived above Duanling Tian and the others. Following that, it continued to descend toward Zhang Yi. It was like a giant beast that had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Zhang Yi whole. Bolts of lightning that were several times thicker than Zhang Yi's body whizzed down as if they were going to drown Zhang Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yi calmly swung the thunder sword that he had raised above his head. Immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. When the thick lightning bolt came into contact with the lightning sword in Zhang Yi's hand, it merged with the lightning sword. The thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand was like a greedy child, devouring all the lightning that fell from the sky. After consuming the lightning, the thunder sword emitted a dazzling purple light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the lightning that was originally coiling around the sword like small purple snakes had transformed into numerous purple pythons. As they coiled around the sword, they emitted bursts of sonic booms. This method, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yi's technique. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand resonated strongly with the heaven and earth. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally realized that Zhang Yi was not an ordinary person. Zhang Yi was definitely one of the best among those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
With Zhang Yi's comprehension of the heaven and earth and his mastery of the thunder sword, he was not far away from attracting the celestial ascension tribulation.
"Lightning strike!" Zhang Yi cried out when Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's attention was still on the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand. Then, he made his move at lightning speed. The thunder sword in his hand slashed down at the sand beneath his feet. Swoosh!
The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sound of the sword whistling was different from the sound Duanling Tian made when he drew his sword. The sound of the sword whistling in the air when Duanling Tian drew his sword was very pure. However, the sound of the sword whistling in the air was mixed with the sound of thunder.
Boom! 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 When the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand slashed down, it shone brightly. In just a blink of an eye, 9 bolts of lightning shot out from the tip of the sword. Each of the bolts of lightning was like a purple worm. The 9-headed flood dragon, whose entire body was wrapped in lightning, descended from the sky, heading straight for the desert that was filled with yellow sand. When they got close to the desert, they gathered together and emitted a blinding purple light. It was like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling light. Even Duanling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Boom! Just as Duanling Tian and the others narrowed their eyes, an earth-shattering sound resonated from beneath their feet. Following that, waves of rolling airwaves shot up into the sky along with a series of shock waves. However, the waves of energy were suppressed by the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand in just a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 After the earth-shattering explosion, the desert beneath Duanling Tian and the others' feet seemed to have become clearer in just a blink of an eye. The sand that filled the sky was blown away by the force. Even though it was a desert, a huge pit was formed. Is that an underground palace? In the huge pit, a corner of a magnificent palace could be seen. It appeared in front of Duan Tian and the others. Boom! Rumble! While Duan Tian and the others were looking at the corner of the palace, the door of the palace slowly opened as though it was welcoming them. Young man! Before Duan Tian and the others could react, a loud voice came from behind the door of the palace. Duan Tian only frowned slightly when he heard the voice. However, Han Xuanai and the others' expressions changed. As soon as the underground palace that was hidden under the desert appeared in front of them, another voice came from inside. It was difficult for them to remain calm when they saw this. Congratulations on entering the heaven-ranked treasure vault that I left behind. My name is Li Bai, and I'm known as Householder Qing Lian. I'm a sword celestial. The loud voice rang again, causing Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's eyes to brighten. Han Xuanai was pleasantly surprised as well. A heaven-ranked treasure vault? It's left behind by a sword celestial? It seems like a good place. Han Xuanai thought to herself. Li Bai. Householder Qing Lian? A sword celestial? Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil at this moment. He remembered, in the ancient times of his previous life, there was a poet named Li Bai, and he was known as Householder Qing Lian. According to rumors, apart from being good at writing poems, he was also an outstanding swordsman. He killed a person with every 10 steps, and he did not leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. He left with a flick of his sleeve, hiding his identity and name. This was Li Bai's poem. It was also Duan Lingtian's favorite poem in his previous life. Li Bai. Is he really Householder Qing Lian from the ancient times of my previous life? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If Journey to the West was just a novel, and the stories were made up of myths and legends, then Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the other characters were not from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. Duan Lingtian could understand this. However, Li Bai was a historical figure from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. He really existed in the Tang dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, even though my soul has been in the Saint Province realm for a few decades, it's only been about 1,000 years since Li Bai's time. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has existed for a long time. Senior Feng Qingyang came here 100,000 years ago and obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. That great overarching golden celestial was also a sword celestial. More than 1,000 years. 100,000 years. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more confused he became. Li Bai? Householder Qing Lian? A sword celestial? He can't be the famous green lotus sword saint from 1,000 years ago, right? Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhang Yi's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian's attention was immediately drawn to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, Green Lotus Sword Saint? The Green Lotus Sword Saint was famous in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian's guess was right. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a long time, right? The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened was 100,000 years ago. Zhang Yi, you said there was a Green Lotus Sword Saint in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration as he said, the Green Lotus Sword Saint came from planet Yanhuang, the hometown of our Celestial Master sect. Even then, he was able to cultivate to the point where he could leave planet Yanhuang. He was a genius of that era, a true genius. It only took him less than 100 years to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm. He's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding genius in the past 10,000 years on the Yanhuang planet. Zhang Yi paused for a moment and took a deep breath before he said in a trembling voice, if the person who left behind this underground palace is the Green Lotus Sword Saint, it means he's a great overarching golden celestial now. After all, only a great overarching golden celestial would be able to leave behind a treasure vault and a legacy in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi's eyes shone brightly as he continued to say, his name is Li Bai, and his nickname is Householder Qing Lian. It must be him. He's really a genius. It only took him 1,000 years to become a great overarching golden celestial. Wait. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words,
he could not help but interrupt him. Jianghu, as far as I know, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has existed for a long time. In fact, the last time it opened was 100,000 years ago. Householder Qing Lian, Li Bai, is from 1,000 years ago. How did he leave his mark in the Beyond Heaven secret zone with such a long history? First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their support and tolerance. Next, I'd like to talk about the next chapter, the explosion next month, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Kuang Ling's master, who took Walao away, and Ker's past life. Apart from that, there will also be 2 generous reader feedback events in the next few days, including but not limited to 4-digit red packets. For more details, please pay attention to my personal Weibo account. Search for Fengqingyang 20 or Genesis Feng Qing Yang on my public account. Follow both of them, and I'll push them out tomorrow morning. When the time comes, everyone can take a look. Brothers and sisters who came late can also look at the history behind. Chapter 24-21. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Li Bai was a famous poet. In his past life, Li Bai was a famous poet from 1,000 years ago. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone that he was currently in had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, it might even have existed for millions of years. It had been 100,000 years since the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened. It had only been half a year since the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was impossible for Li Bai to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian, don't you know that great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? Jianghu asked bluntly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone? There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was not aware of this. In fact, before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he did not even know about its existence. He only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Han Shuanai was stunned as well. Similar to Duan Lingtian, she was unaware of this as well. Lu Xia, on the other hand, remained calm. It was obvious she had known about this for a long time. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is a medium for great overarching golden celestials to find their successors. The reason the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is so strong that even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials can't tear it open is because it was created by great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms. Although the space here is not as strong as the space in the Devata realms, it's still not something a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms can tear it open. Jianghu said. Duan Lingtian had long since discovered the strength of the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, even when he had used his strength that was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Pei Kuan Shan, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had not been able to tear a hole in space. At that time, he already knew that the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was extremely stable. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms might not be able to tear it apart. After all, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had the ability to tear open the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the key would lose its value. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words, he only nodded and was not surprised. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials and above have very high requirements for their disciples. Even in the Devata realms, they might not be able to find a suitable disciple. That's why they set their sights on the mundane planes. Because of this, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was born. In fact, it's not just the 5 mundane realms that are connected to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from the 5 mundane realms, the other mundane realms are also connected to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. You should know that there are countless mundane realms below the Devata realms. Therefore, to a certain extent, the number of Beyond Heaven secret zones is uncountable. For example, the Beyond Heaven secret zone we're in now only opens once every 100,000 years. Every time it opens, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear. In other words, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear in the Beyond Heaven secret zone every 10,000 to 100,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that there are so many Beyond Heaven secret zones and the great overarching golden celestials in the Devata realms would not be able to find a successor at all.
Zhang Yi paused for a moment to give Duan Lingtian time to digest his words. Duan Lingtian was truly shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Basically, every mundane realm has a beyond heaven secret zone that's connected to it? Previously, when Hua Lao was still around, Duan Lingtian had heard Hua Lao say that there were only 10 mundane realms in the Devata realms. There were only 81 Devata realms in total. As for the mundane planes, they were innumerable. They were almost innumerable. If every mundane realm was connected to a beyond heaven secret zone, even if several mundane realms were connected to the same beyond heaven secret zone, there would still be countless beyond heaven secret zones. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words earlier, he was puzzled. The beyond heaven secret zone he was in only opened once every 100,000 years, and only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven secret zone. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. However, when he heard that almost all mundane realms were connected to the beyond heaven secret zone, he felt relieved. Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven secret zone, what about 10,000 beyond heaven secret zones? What about 100,000 beyond heaven secret zones? Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven secret zones. In other words, one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. If one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven secret zones. In other words, 10 people would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. This made a lot of sense. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt relieved. For this reason, as long as they cast a wide net, they'll be able to find a successor, Zhang Yi said. Let's take a look at the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Let's take the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone as an example. It has been 100,000 years since the 5 of us from the mundane realms entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. However, great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms can enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone every once in a while. For this reason, the Green Lotus Sword Saint. I should call him the Green Lotus Sword Celestial now. Although Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was a great overarching golden celestial from Yanhuang realm, it's not impossible for him to leave behind an inheritance in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left his inheritance in this underground palace? In the end, Zhang Yi could not help but squint his eyes. Don't tell me this isn't the place where Li Bai's inheritance is? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the Green Lotus Sword Celestial had left behind this underground palace, there had to be some inheritance left behind by Li Bai. However, based on Zhang Yi's words, it did not seem like Li Bai's inheritance was here. Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, Didn't you hear what Li Bai said in the underground palace? He said this is the heaven-rank treasure vault he left behind. Heaven-rank treasure vault? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Isn't the heaven-rank treasure vault where his inheritance is? You don't even know what a heaven-rank treasure vault is? Zhang Yi felt as though he was about to be defeated by Duan Lingtian's ignorance. Duan Lingtian was like a hothead in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. He really could not figure out how Duan Lingtian managed to enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone half a year ago. However, Zhang Yi patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. In the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, apart from the place where a great overarching golden celestial's inheritance is, there are 3 types of valuable places. One of them is called a human-rank treasure vault. It's one of the 2 places we've been to. Apart from the clues leading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there's nothing else in a human-rank treasure vault. Above the human-rank treasure vault is the earth-rank treasure vault. It's the place where you obtained the celestial supreme treasure. Usually, there's a celestial supreme treasure in an earth-rank treasure vault. Those who are eminent celestials and above have a chance of breaking the formation and obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. Naturally, the stronger one is, the faster one will be able to break the formation. Apart from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial,
The Heaven-ranked treasure vault is the most valuable place in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's also the most valuable place that's worth exploring, apart from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with excitement when he spoke about the Heaven-ranked treasure vault. When he heard Li Bai's words earlier, he did not even have time to think about Li Bai's identity before he became excited when he heard the words Heaven-ranked treasure vault. Based on this, one could see how attractive a Heaven-ranked treasure vault was. Apart from the human-ranked treasure vault and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Heaven-ranked treasure vaults exclude bodiless celestials as well? Doesn't this mean bodiless celestials can only obtain celestial supreme treasures from Earth-ranked treasure vaults? The other treasures have nothing to do with them? Duan Lingtian asked. You can't say it has nothing to do with them. If they discover a Heaven-ranked treasure vault or the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they'll usually wait outside and snatch the treasures from those who aren't as strong as them. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhang Yi's face when he spoke. When Zhang Yi saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, he quickly reminded him, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the bodiless celestials who enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are many 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among them. In fact, there might even be 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. As he spoke, the fear on Zhang Yi's face grew even more intense. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and the calmness on his face faded a lot. Are there 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when Zhang Yi mentioned 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Of course. Zhang Yi replied confidently. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhang Yi's confident reply. After all, the possibility of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials existing and the existence of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were two completely different concepts. Chapter 24-22. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely rare in the Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was from. It was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation and become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial tribulation. Whether it was in the Saint Province realm or the other mundane realms, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Zhang Yi's words shocked Duan Lingtian again. There were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm? However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was Zhang Yi's next words. There are more than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. When Zhang Yi's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time. There were more than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm? You're telling the truth? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he looked at Zhang Yi again. He felt as though he was listening to a fairy tale. Of course it's true. Zhang Yi said confidently. There's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master sect. However, he's going to face the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in a few decades. For this reason, he's been in closed-door cultivation recently. Since the Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened, nobody dares to disturb him since they're afraid it'll affect his 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that'll befall him in a few decades. For this reason, he didn't come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time. Duan Lingtian nodded. The 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He knew the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation was the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the mundane realms apart from the 9 heavenly tribulation. It was only a matter of time before a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had to face it. If he could not overcome it, he would die and completely disappear from this world. If he managed to survive it, he would be able to ascend to a Devata realm again. Your Celestial Master's sect has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Does that mean the Flower Fruit Mountain and the Gao village also have one? Duan Lingtian asked. Flower Fruit Mountain has one. However, Old Gao village doesn't have one. Naturally, even if Gao Lao village doesn't have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial,
It won't affect his status in Yanhuang realm since he has a close relationship with Mount Huagua. No matter who it is, being an enemy of Gao Laozhuang is equivalent to being an enemy of Huagua Mountain. I'm sure Brother Ling Tian knows the reason for this. It's because the founder of the old Gao village and the founder of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits were a pair of martial brothers. Zhang Yi replied in one breath. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but the shock on his face did not disappear. He looked at Zhang Yi and continued to ask, based on what I know, it's extremely difficult to become a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's rare for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in our Saint Province realm. However, Yanhuang realm is completely different from our Saint Province realm. Why do I feel like it's so easy for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in Yanhuang realm? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with curiosity when he asked the question. It's not surprising. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Zhang Yi said, the Saint Province realm you're in is only a small mundane realm. Not only is it small, but it doesn't have any celestial legacies. On the other hand, Yanhuang realm is a large mundane realm. Not only is it big, but there are also many powerful forces that possess celestial legacies. The celestial legacies are either celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from At realms. If an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial possesses a celestial supreme treasure and has mastered divine abilities from At realms, how difficult do you think it would be for him to pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation? In fact, there are many 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. In fact, there are many 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who have successfully passed the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascended to At realms as well. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, some bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm are bodiless celestials. Moreover, some of the bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm deliberately become bodiless celestials. These people usually have mastered divine abilities from At realms and possess celestial supreme treasures or can borrow the power of celestial supreme treasures. It's easy for them to pass the celestial ascension tribulation when they're at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, they usually fail the celestial ascension tribulation on purpose, so that they can protect their forces for 10,000 years after they become bodiless celestials. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed as he continued to say, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in our celestial master sect deliberately failed the celestial tribulation to become a bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's a 90% chance that he'll be able to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in a few decades. Zhang Yi could not help but reveal a look of reverence from the bottom of his heart when he heard those words. Celestial legacies? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. However, he could not help but ask curiously, where did the celestial legacies come from? Did someone who ascended to a At realm return to Yanhuang realm and leave behind the celestial legacies? Yes. However, this kind of situation is extremely rare. Zhang Yi nodded and said, this is because the conditions to return to the mundane realm from the At realm are very stringent. First of all, one must be a great overarching golden celestial or above in order to withstand the spatial turbulence from the At realm to the mundane realm. Secondly, even if one is a great overarching golden celestial or above, once one returns to the mundane realm, one will be tainted by the mundane karma. This will affect one's cultivation base in the future. Due to this reason, those below the great overarching golden celestial realm are unable to return to the mundane realms. As for existences above the golden immortal realm, they wouldn't be willing to be tainted with secular karma and affect their future cultivation just because they return to the secular plane. In fact, their cultivation might even remain stagnant and have no possibility of improving. Zhang Yi explained. Naturally, there are also some great overarching golden celestials who are willing to return to the mundane realm just to leave behind a few celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the At realm for their descendants. The reason I said it's rare is because not all ancestors who have ascended to the At realms are willing to sacrifice themselves for their descendants in the mundane realms after they've become great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, not every force in Yanhuang realm has celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the At realm. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, he finally understood. After a person ascended to the At realm, they would only be able to return to the mundane realm after becoming a great overarching golden celestial. However, even if they could return to the mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma. This would affect their cultivation base in the future. For this reason, not everyone was willing to return to the mundane realm to take care of their descendants after becoming a great overarching golden celestial. The Saint Province realm is small, to begin with. Moreover, the number of people in the Saint Province realm who have ascended to the Devata realms is far less than the large mundane realms. Therefore, it's only natural that the Saint Province realm doesn't have any celestial legacies. Without celestial legacies, there's no celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realm. Under such circumstances, it's difficult for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial to pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also realized the gap between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. For this reason, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he continued to say, "The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone is the only way for forces to obtain celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realms. Under such circumstances, as soon as the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opens, almost all forces from the mundane realms would swarm into the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone like a swarm of bees. After all, as long as he can obtain a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from a Devata realm, he might be able to rise to the top in the future." Zhang Yi continued to say. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could understand this. For those forces that did not have celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms, the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was their last straw of hope. Only in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone would they have a chance to obtain celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. As for the Celestial Masters sect, Flower Fruit Mountain, and other forces that had celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms, they would also join in the fun. After all, no one would complain about having more celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. Since the heaven-ranked treasure vault isn't the place of inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, what's in there? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. Usually, there's more than one celestial supreme treasure and divine abilities from the Devata realms in a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Take this heaven-ranked treasure vault as an example. Since it was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, there must be a celestial supreme treasure and 1 or 2 divine abilities from the Devata realms in there. Zhang Yi said. There's more than one celestial supreme treasure and divine abilities from the Devata realms in there? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Fortunately, he already had a celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 24-23. Duan Ling Tian knew very well why his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Firstly, it was because he had a celestial sword. Apart from that, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered was a divine ability from the Devata realms. Even in the Devata realms, it was still considered an extraordinary assist-type divine ability. Lastly, Duan Ling Tian relied on the legacy left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, the Sovereign Heart Sword was not a divine ability. It was a martial technique. Therefore, it did not conflict with offensive divine abilities. In fact, it could be used together with offensive divine abilities. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian could obtain an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm, his strength would increase greatly. Naturally, the prerequisite was that the offensive divine ability from a Devata realm could be used in conjunction with the Sovereign Heart Sword. If it could not be used in conjunction with the offensive divine ability, the effect would be greatly reduced. In fact, it might not even increase Duan Lingtian's strength. If I can obtain an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm, it'll definitely be able to complement my Sovereign Heart Sword perfectly. As long as I master it, my strength will increase greatly. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Currently, he was as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial if he unleashed all his techniques. If he could master an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm, his strength would increase greatly. He might even have a chance to become as strong as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. If I master an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm and successfully comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword Amalgamation,
My strength will be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Tian thought of this, he became even more excited. However, it's not realistic for me to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword Amalgamation, before I ascend to a Devata realm. Duan Tian knew this very well. Therefore, he quickly calmed down from his agitation. He had tried to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword as one. However, he found that he was always unable to comprehend it. It was as if he was always lacking an opportunity, let alone successfully comprehending it. No matter what, if I can obtain a sword offensive divine ability from the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, it'll be great news for me. Soon after, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the exposed corner of the underground palace. On the other hand, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, other than Wuxia who remained calm, Han Xuan'ai could not help but be pleasantly surprised. She did not expect the heaven-ranked treasure vault to have divine abilities from the Devata realms apart from celestial supreme treasures. Let's go! When Han Xuan'ai, Zhang Yi, and Wuxia shifted their attention to Duan Tian said. Then, he took the lead and landed on the ground, entering the underground palace. Han Xuan'ai and the other two followed closely behind him. To the three of them, Duan Tian was like their backbone. Although the heaven-ranked treasure vault in front of them was tempting, they did not dare to enter before Duan Tian if he did not take the lead. When Duan Tian and the others entered the underground palace through the open door, something happened. However, the scene before their eyes had changed drastically. Of course, before this, they didn't even see what was inside the underground palace. Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. Currently, he was not in a palace nor was he in a room. Instead, he was in a dark swamp. Moreover, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and oppressive. The illusory formation was triggered as soon as we entered? Han Xuan'ai was stunned. She moved closer to Duan Tian. Although Han Xuan'ai was not weak, the environment here was too terrifying. Moreover, she knew this was a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate this place. Right when Duan Tian's group of 4 had solemn expressions on their faces and were prepared for battle. The heaven-ranked treasure vault that I left behind is divided into a total of 9 stages. As long as one passes through 3 stages, one will be able to obtain one of the things I left behind. A strange yet familiar voice suddenly resonated in the swamp and clearly entered the ears of Duan Tian and the other 3. It's the voice of Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Wuxia let out a cry of alarm. At the same time, she looked around vigilantly, but after looking for a long time, she didn't see a 5th figure. After the 3rd trial, I left behind an immortal supreme treasure. After the 6th trial, I left behind a divine ability. After the 9th trial, I left behind my comprehension of the Tao of the sword over the past 1,000 years. It's all in a jade slip. Li Bai's voice rang in the air again, causing the eyes of Duan Tian and the others to brighten. This was especially true for Duan Tian. Divine ability. There's a divine ability in this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, as a sword celestial, Li Bai was skilled in the sword. The divine ability he left behind might be a sword-type divine ability. Duan Tian's heartbeat quickened. It took him a long time to calm down. There was no doubt the divine ability left behind by Li Bai was from the Devata realms. He was more concerned about whether the divine ability was a sword-type divine ability or not. Apart from the celestial supreme treasure, there's also his comprehension of the sword Tao. This can be considered his inheritance, right? Duan Tian could not help but think to himself when he recalled the sword Tao comprehension Li Bai had left behind after the 9th challenge. After all, Li Bai's comprehension of the sword Tao could be considered his inheritance to a certain extent. For example, the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang in the Saint Province realm was part of Senior Feng Qingyang's inheritance. What's going on? Duan Tian could not help but look at Zhang Yi and ask the question in his heart. Duan Tian, I forgot to tell you. Apart from the celestial supreme treasure and the divine ability, there's something else in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. It's the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi answered Duan Tian's question in a timely manner.
Incomplete inheritance?
Didn't you say it's impossible for this to be the place where Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left his inheritance?
Why is there an incomplete inheritance here? Duan Lingtian asked.
After all, the incomplete inheritance was left behind by a great overarching golden celestial to a fated person. Even if the fated person meets the great overarching golden celestial in the Devata realm, he'll only treat you as a nominal disciple at most. Only those who obtain the complete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial and meet him in a Devata realm will be acknowledged and accepted as his disciple.
Xianxia explained patiently.
Even if it's useful to obtain the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be of much help to you.
Duan Lingtian nodded.
After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Zhang Yi meant. Even if he obtained the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it would not be of much help to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's interest in the incomplete sword Dao that Li Bai had left behind had lessened significantly. The sixth trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely focused on the sixth trial. After all, as long as he passed the sixth trial, he would be able to obtain the divine ability left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, from the Devata realm. Moreover, there was a high chance that the divine ability was a sword-type divine ability.
It's here!
Zhang Yi suddenly cried out in alarm.
When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's voice, he regained his senses.
As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, a series of rustling sounds resonated in his ears.
Gulp, 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 gulp.
The strange sound entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the strange sound, they discovered the swamp around them was rumbling. It was as though lava was boiling. What a powerful energy fluctuation! At this moment, whether it was Han Xuanai, Zhang Yi, or even Wuxia, all of them could clearly feel the waves of energy coming from the rolling swamp around them. The energy fluctuation made them feel pressured.
Only Duan Lingtian remained calm.
It was as though he was not affected by the energy fluctuation coming from the swamp.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
All of a sudden, the sound of air being torn apart reverberated in the air. However, in the swamps that were boiling like magma, patches of mud suddenly splashed out. Along with the mud that splashed everywhere, giant swords came out of the swamp. These giant swords were dim, and from a distance, they looked like they were made of stone. When these huge swords came out of the swamp, their speed was still a little slow. However, as soon as they left the swamp, they were like dragons that had been freed from the shackles of their prison and regained their freedom. Originally, they looked very cumbersome, but at this moment, their bodies were as light as swallows. They swept through the air like streaks of lightning. After tens of thousands of gigantic swords flew out from the swamp in all directions, they swept toward Duan Lingtian's group of 4.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
The sound of swords whistling like thunder could be heard. The first few hundred huge swords seemed to carry a thunderous force as they swept across the air toward Duan Lingtian and the others.
Chapter 24-24.
The offensive strength of these swords is comparable to the full force attack of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When the hundreds of gigantic swords shot toward him, Duan Lingtian could feel the force contained in each of the gigantic swords was comparable to the full force attack of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, a giant sword that contained such a level of power was nothing to him. Therefore, he didn't care. However, even if he didn't care, it didn't mean that Han Xuanai and Wuxia didn't care either. The two women's faces instantly turned pale. They were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, even though they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they still felt pressured when faced with the combined attack of hundreds of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for Zhang Yi, although his expression did not change, his face became slightly solemn.
Sword come. Thunder come.
Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai also quickly condensed his thunder sword with his Saint Qi, guiding the thunder into it and strengthening it before sweeping it in all directions and destroying the hundreds of giant swords.
Boom! Boom! Rumble!
Just as Zhang Yi swept away the hundreds of giant swords, the remaining tens of thousands of giant swords were divided into 9 batches. Each batch of swords swept towards the same place and collided with each other,
producing a series of earth-shattering noises. Along with the rolling airwaves and shockwaves, Duan Tian and the other three's line of sight were blocked by the sand and dust raised by the collision of the giant swords. When the dust settled, Duan Tian and the other three saw the remaining tens of thousands of giant swords, after being divided into 9 batches, actually transformed into 9 even larger swords. The blade of each sword would probably require more than 10 adults to wrap their arms around it. Boom! Rumble! Now, as the 9 swords swayed casually, they produced a series of rumbling sounds in the void. It was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, causing the earth to quake and mountains to shake. These 9 swords. Zhang Yi's expression changed completely. Because he could clearly feel the power radiating from the 9 swords wasn't any weaker than his full-strength attack. Interesting. While Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's faces paled, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that the first level of the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the Azure Lotus Sword Celestial, Li Bai, would be so difficult. The energy from each of the 9 gigantic swords was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he was stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, the power of each of the swords was slightly weaker than Zhang Yi's. However, it was not by much. If there were only 2 or 3 of these 9 giant swords, Zhang Yi would still be able to handle them. However, if more than 4 giant swords were to attack him at the same time, he had no confidence in winning. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you would have to personally take on the first challenge. Zhang Yi smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Previously, when they were in the human-ranked treasure vaults, Zhang Yi and Lu Xia could handle the challenges on their own. They did not need Duan Lingtian's help. However, he did not expect the challenges in the heaven-ranked treasure vault to be so terrifying. Even he could not handle the first challenge, let alone Lu Xia. It's nothing. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Almost at the same instant when Duan Lingtian shook his head with a faint smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 9 gigantic swords that were like pillars that supported the heavens looked extremely cumbersome. However, when they moved, their speed was at least 10 times faster than the hundreds of gigantic swords from before. When such a huge 9 swords broke through the air, not only was their might shocking, even the shockwave that was formed from the airwave was extremely frightening. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi, Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's delicate bodies were trembling violently. It was as though they would be blown away at any moment. However, this did not last long. Whoosh! The silhouette of a black tortoise extended from Duan Lingtian's body and shrouded the 2 women. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 women felt the sudden pressure disappear. Go! Duan Lingtian shouted softly. Subsequently, the immortal sword that had appeared in his hand at an unknown time flashed out swiftly as well, and it brought along a brief sword howl. Of course, regardless of whether it was Han Xuanai, Lu Xia, or Zhang Yi, they could only vaguely hear the sound of the sword whistling. They could not see the sword light that circled around the area. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering sounds of thunder rang in the air at the same time, causing Han Xuanai and the other 2 women to feel as though their eardrums were about to burst. It was Duan Lingtian's celestial sword that had flown out with the sword-wielding art. It made a turn in the air and destroyed the 9 gigantic swords. Duan Lingtian's celestial sword was like an ant in front of the 9 gigantic swords that looked like pillars that supported the heavens. However, the celestial sword that was as insignificant as an ant was able to destroy the 9 gigantic swords. With this, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 women could be considered to have passed the first obstacle left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. As the 4 of them continued to walk into the swamp in front of them gradually disappeared. Soon after, their eyes lit up again. They appeared in a grand hall that was dazzling with gold and jade. It looked extremely luxurious. The light in the hall came from the huge luminous pearls that were embedded in the hall. Each of these luminous pearls was so large that it would be difficult for 2 adults to wrap their arms around each of them. After Duan Lingtian and the other 3 women passed the first obstacle in the heaven-ranked treasure vault, they appeared in the grand hall. Meanwhile, the land of exile that was next to the Saint Province realm was not peaceful at all. The land of exile was also known as the Exiled Realm. It was a mundane realm that was next to the Saint Province realm. Currently, the spatial barrier between the Exiled Realm and the Saint Province realm had been broken. As long as one's cultivation base was not too weak, one could freely travel between the two realms. Roar! Roar! A series of earth-shattering dragon roars rang in the air. In the southern polar region of the exiled plain, in a barren mountain surrounded by red mist, there was a huge blood-colored lake. The blood-colored lake water was surging. Bang! A loud sound rang out, but a huge white figure suddenly flashed onto the surging blood-colored lake water. Following that, the surface of the lake seemed to have exploded. Splash! Crash! Crash! The blood-colored lake water was like a huge fountain, shooting up into the sky. The surrounding blood-colored lake water was like drops of dazzling blood, giving people a creepy feeling. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar, which had resounded for a while before suddenly coming to a stop, resounded once again at this moment. However, unlike the dragon roar that came from the lake earlier, this dragon roar came from above the blood-red lake. It came from 1,000 meters above the blood-red lake. Above the blood-red lake, there was a white divine dragon floating in the air. Its gigantic body was close to 2,000 meters long, and its entire body was covered in shining white dragon scales. It looked like finely carved white porcelain, giving people a surreal feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the old man's eyes were shining brightly. The white divine dragon had 8 sharp claws on each of its claws. It was an 8-clawed divine dragon. In fact, there was only one 8-clawed divine dragon among the dragons in the Saint Province realm. He was the strongest dragon in the Saint Province realm, the patriarch of the dragon clan. He was an 8-clawed golden dragon. However, the 8-clawed white dragon that appeared here was an 8-clawed white dragon. Moreover, as the 8-clawed white dragon's body swayed, waves of demonic energy condensed from demonic chi appeared around it. The demonic energy flickered like lightning as it wrapped around the dragon's body and swept past it. In particular, the 8-clawed white dragon's eyes were bloodshot, as if it was possessed by a demon. If there were any members of the dragon clan here, they would definitely be shocked to see this white dragon. This was because white dragons were rarer than golden dragons. Moreover, their innate talent and foundation were not inferior to golden dragons. In fact, they were even stronger than golden dragons. Roar! Roar! As soon as the 8-clawed white dragon appeared above the blood-red lake, another dragon's roar rang from the bottom of the lake. This time, the dragon's roar was much louder than the white dragon's roar. Bang! The blood-red lake that had finally calmed down splashed up again. At the same time, a huge black figure flashed past. In the next moment, an 8-clawed white dragon and an 8-clawed black dragon appeared above the blood-red lake. That was right. It was also a divine dragon that flew out from the blood-red lake. It was a black dragon with shiny black dragon scales all over its body. Apart from that, it had 8 claws on each of its claws. This black dragon's body was also surrounded by devil aura that was condensed from devil chi. Its eyes were also blood-red. If there were any dragons present, their expressions would change when they saw the black dragon. After all, the black dragon was an 8-clawed devil dragon. When the 2 8-clawed divine dragons appeared above the blood-red lake one after another. Little black, little white, you've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. Chapter 24-25. The little girl who suddenly appeared above the blood-red lake was dressed in a golden robe. She was very cute, and her delicate face was like a delicate work of art. Little black, little white, you've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. At this moment, apart from the golden-clad little girl, the 8-clawed white dragon, and the 8-clawed devil dragon were the only ones left. In other words, little black and little white were none other than the 8-clawed devil dragon and the 8-clawed white dragon. As soon as the golden-clad little girl spoke, the 8-clawed white dragon's eyes that were originally blood-red faded and returned to normal. After returning to normal, the dragon's eyes seemed to be filled with spirituality. At the same time, the devil energy shrouding the 8-clawed divine dragon disappeared as though it had never been there. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the 8-clawed white dragon's huge body flashed before it transformed into a little girl dressed in a white robe. She looked as though she was carved out of jade. She was about the same age as the golden-clad little girl. Little Gold, you've already come out of closed-door cultivation? The 8-clawed white dragon looked at the golden-clad little girl in surprise.
It was obvious she was surprised the golden-clad little girl had come out of closed-door cultivation before her.
Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm a scarlet-eyed celestial devouring rat now.
The golden-clad little girl, whom the white-clad little girl called Little Gold, raised her head proudly when she heard the white-clad little girl's words.
Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out. It was the other 8-clawed demon dragon that had also transformed into its human form. Moreover, in the process of transforming into its human form, its eyes had also returned to normal. However, its eyes were different from the 8-clawed white dragon's. Instead, they were filled with coldness. The 8-clawed devil dragon's human form was a black-clad little boy who was about the same age as the golden-clad little girl and the white-clad little girl. Although he was young, his childish face was filled with coldness as though he was a little adult.
What?
Little Black, are you still not convinced? Upon hearing the black-clad little boy's snort, the golden-clad little girl turned to look at him immediately. The smug expression on her face deepened. If the senior who left the legacy blood pool wasn't a rat-type divine beast, you wouldn't have come out of closed-door cultivation before us. The black-clad little boy, whom the golden-clad little girl referred to as Little Black, looked at the golden-clad little girl indignantly.
Excuses. They're all excuses. Your great aunt, I'm stronger than you.
I'm stronger. Why don't we have a duel? Hearing the words of the little boy in black, the little girl in gold immediately became unhappy. When she spoke again, her tone was urgent, as if she was setting off firecrackers. Little boy and little boy, little black, little boy, little black. Little girl of black of little girl, little girl, little black, little girls, little girl, little girl. Little Black. Although the golden-clad little girl was a girl, she was very energetic in her actions, just like a tomboy. She looked at the white-clad little girl and chuckled. Little White, watch how I teach this guy a lesson. Do you really think I'm afraid of him just because he's transformed into an 8-clawed divine dragon?
Both of you. The white-clad little girl had a helpless expression on her face when she saw the golden-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy arguing.
However, there was nothing she could do. She had seen similar scenes many times in the past. It was just that their strength was weaker in the past. Forget it. If they want to have a duel, let them have a duel. It's just as well. I want to see how much Little Black's strength has improved. I have a feeling that my strength is about the same as his. At this moment, the white-clad little girl's gaze landed on the black-clad little boy again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized them with just a glance. These 3 children were none other than the 2 little pythons and the little golden mouse who had followed him in the past. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. Bang! A thunderous boom resounded across the sky. It was Xianxia who was the first to fly out. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a shooting star that streaked across the night sky. His gaze locked onto Xiao Jin in the distance as he charged straight towards her. When Blackie streaked across the sky, there were clearly visible cracks in the void where he passed. They looked very long and narrow, and it was impossible for them to heal without a certain amount of time. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be shocked to see this. After all, the space in the exile realm was not weaker than the space in the Saint Province realm. In other words, if one could tear the space in the exile realm and leave cracks in the void in the Saint Province realm, one would be able to tear the space in the Saint Province realm as well. Only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials could tear the space in the Saint Province realm and leave cracks in the void in the Saint Province realm. Even if a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked with all his might, he would only be able to leave tiny cracks in the void. Now, when Blackie flew out, it tore the space apart and left cracks in the void, but they were not small cracks that could be healed in the blink of an eye. In other words, Little Black's current strength was not inferior to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever Xianxia passed, the space trembled. The space was shaken violently by his body and the power around him, leaving behind many cracks in the space. Good timing. Facing the menacing Xianxia, Xiao Jin was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up, and a strong fighting spirit rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, boundless energy surged out of her body. As soon as the power broke out of his body, it slammed into the void and left a series of hideous cracks in the void. Bang! Another thunderous sound rang in the air. Little Gold had made her move after Little Black. She did not dodge Little Black's attack. Instead, she fearlessly charged at Little Black. It was clear she was prepared to fight Little Black.
One had to know that under such circumstances, she did not have any advantage at all.
After all, Little Black had made the first move. Boom, 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 boom. While Little Gold was charging at Little Black, a series of long and ferocious cracks appeared in the void. Moreover, these spatial cracks were even longer than the spatial cracks that Xiao Jin had created when he moved through them. Our current strength is actually this strong? Before Xiao Jin and Xiao Hei started fighting, Xiao Bai looked at the cracks in the void in front of her and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At this moment, the void in front of her was like a piece of paper. However, this piece of paper seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. There were countless cracks on it. It was not an exaggeration to say it was riddled with holes. However, Little Gold's strength does seem to be stronger than Little Black's. You have to know, in the past, although her strength was not much weaker than Xiao Hei's, it was still slightly weaker. Usually, Little Black would be able to defeat her after 100 moves. But now,
putting everything else aside, based on the size of the cracks in the void in front of her, Little White could tell that Little Gold and Little Black were stronger than Little Gold and Little Black.
Little Gold's strength was even stronger than Little Black's. However, this is normal. After all, as Little Black said, the senior who left behind the legacy blood pool was a rat-type divine beast. Little Gold was originally a jade-eyed heavenly rat. It could be said that she's the same species as him. It's only natural for her to cultivate in the legacy blood pool that he left behind. Little White was relieved when she thought about this. She felt it was only natural that Little Gold was stronger than Little Black. Moreover, if it weren't for Little Gold, we wouldn't have been able to find this place. When Whitey thought about the fortuitous encounter she had obtained this time, her eyes became blurry and absent-minded. Previously, she, Little Black, and Little White had appeared in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. Not long after, they met their brother Ling Tian's good friend, Su Li. Due to Su Li's strange condition, they were afraid something would happen to him, so they followed closely behind him. Wherever Su Li went, they would follow. This was because they did not want to follow Su Li. If they didn't leave with Su Li and something happened to Su Li, they wouldn't be able to face their big brother Ling Tian in the future. Apart from that, they also knew the reason Su Li did not kill them when he was possessed was because he remembered their brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would have been killed by Su Li's sword. They followed Su Li all the way and walked through many places in the WCI subterranean. In the end, they even left the WCI subterranean and came to this dark land of exile. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was so thin that they did not want to stay here any longer. When they saw Su Li walking deeper into the WCI subterranean, they had no choice but to follow him. During this time, Su Li's emotions had become much more normal. He was no longer possessed, and he could even talk to them occasionally. Just as they were about to leave with Su Li while he was recovering, a voice suddenly rang out. Little Black. Little White. I feel like there's a voice calling out to me nearby. Do you feel the same? Chapter 24-26. The Inheritance Blood Pool. It was Xiao Jin's words that had brought them to this place. This place was extremely well hidden. If it were not for Little Gold's guidance, they would not have been able to find this place even if they searched for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. That was because they'd encountered numerous extremely terrifying formations on their way here. It could even be said that they were horrifying formations. In front of the power of those formations, even the bedeviled Su Li did not dare to act rashly and obediently followed behind Little Gold. This was because Little Gold was the only one who could break the formations. They thought the formations were terrifying because they had seen Su Li's sword. They saw with their own eyes that the sword in Su Li's hand was like paper in front of the power of those array formations, instantly shattering into pieces. It should be noted that before that, they had already recognized. The sword in Su Li's hand was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. The reason why they could recognize the Traceless Sword was because of this. The 9-cloud sword in the Oracle Man's hand was also one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Apart from the Traceless Sword, It was the second sword-type Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. For this reason, they had heard the Oracle Man mention the Traceless Sword. The Oracle Man had also described the Traceless Sword to them. For this reason, they recognized the sword in Su Li's hand as the Traceless Sword. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to destroy a Super Saint weapon, let alone shatter a Super Saint weapon like a piece of paper. The energy that had destroyed the Traceless Sword was from the formations they had encountered in the beginning. The further they went, the stronger the formations became. Due to this reason, even though Su Li had lost his mind after becoming a demon, he still obediently followed behind Little Gold. Little Gold led the way as they broke through the formations and finally arrived at the location of the Inheritance Blood Pool. Based on Little Black and Little Gold's strength, I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation is no match for them. Their strength is comparable to a bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial. Little White's heartbeat quickened when she saw Little Black and Little Gold about to fight. This legacy blood pool is too terrifying, isn't it? What kind of existence is that divine beast senior who calls himself a heavenly god-eater rat? Why is the legacy blood pool he left behind able to increase our strength by such an exaggerated amount? Currently, our strength is even stronger than that of an eminent celestial. However, since we haven't gone through the celestial ascension tribulation, it's impossible for us to pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become a bodiless celestial. Right now, how exactly are we living in this mundane plane? Little White was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Because this was no longer something she could understand. Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold only found out about the name Legacy Blood Pool later on. They came here because they were attracted by the blood-red lake. Moreover, they could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the blood-red lake was much richer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it was not ordinary heaven and earth spirit energy. When they entered the blood-red lake, the pure heaven and earth spirit energy surged into their bodies at an astonishing speed and quickly turned into energy in their bodies. They realized something was amiss. They had a feeling that this was a great opportunity. They had encountered a great fortuitous encounter. Just as their strength continued to increase, a strange part of their memories also appeared in their minds. The memory told them that the legacy blood pool was called the legacy blood pool. It was left behind by a senior who called himself a divine beast, the heavenly god-eater rat. His purpose was to develop his clansmen in the mundane realms. Based on the message left behind by the senior, they realized that they would be bound by the legacy blood pool. Once they were baptized by the legacy blood pool, they would be able to join one of the forces under the senior's control in the Devata realm. Not only would they be protected by the force, but they would also be able to save a lot of trouble. According to the senior, after we're baptized by the legacy blood pool, we'll be able to summon the Celestial Ascension Force by activating the secret method in the memory. The Celestial Ascension Force will lead us to the Devata realm. Little White thought to herself. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Shock waves spread out in all directions like ripples in the air. Wherever the shock waves passed, terrifying cracks appeared in the void. When Little Black and Little Gold fought, the void was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. However, this was only a warm-up for Little Black and Little Gold. The real battle had yet to begin. Oh right, Su Li. Where's Su Li? Is he still in closed-door cultivation? Suddenly, Whitey thought of Su Li, and she looked around before her figure flashed out. After searching for a long time, she was unable to find a trace of Su Li. Splash. In the end, Little White descended from the sky and entered the legacy blood pool again. The legacy blood pool did not seem big. However, after entering it, Little White discovered that the legacy blood pool was too huge. She did not expect the legacy blood pool to be so huge. When I first came in, I was so focused on cultivating that I didn't pay attention to the legacy blood pool at all. I didn't expect that although the legacy blood pool doesn't look big from the outside, there's a whole other world inside. Although the legacy blood pool was huge, with Little White's current speed, it would not take long for her to search the entire legacy blood pool. She estimated it would only take her about 15 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. While Little White searched through the inheritance blood pool in an attempt to find Su Li, earth-shaking noises continuously rang out in the sky above the inheritance blood pool. It even shook the blood in the inheritance blood pool to the point that it began to churn. Of course, the rippling of the blood in the legacy blood pool did not affect Little White's efficiency in looking for Su Li. About a quarter of an hour later, Whitey also discovered that there was something strange going on. Su Li was no longer in the legacy blood pool. Haha. Little Black, you're too weak. You lost to me in less than 100 moves. When Little White left the legacy blood pool and reappeared in the sky above the legacy blood pool, Little Black and Little Gold had also ended their battle. At the same time, Little Gold laughed loudly as it looked at Little Black. Humph. Little Black's expression darkened when he saw Little Gold's smug expression. A hint of resentment could be seen in his eyes. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Although the legacy blood pool had given him an earth-shattering transformation, the legacy blood pool was a fortuitous encounter left behind by a rat-type divine beast. It was undoubtedly more beneficial to Little Gold, who was also a rat-type divine beast. The legacy blood pool had allowed Little White and Little Black to transform into 8-clawed divine dragons and Little Gold to transform into a crimson-eyed celestial devouring rat. In the At realms, both 8-clawed divine dragons and crimson-eyed celestial devouring rats were celestial beasts. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial beasts. Su Li's gone. However, Little Gold and Little Black's expressions froze when they heard Little White's words. Then, the two of them looked at Whitey immediately. I can't find him anywhere. I've searched the entire legacy blood pool, but I can't find him. Facing the gazes of the two, Xiaobai said anxiously. Did something happen to him? I don't think so. Little Black was the first to regain his senses. He said solemnly, the legacy blood pool didn't just help us improve our cultivation bases. I'm sure Su Li's cultivation base has improved as well. Moreover, his foundation is also stronger than ours. After he's improved in there, his strength should still be stronger than ours. Little Black paused for a moment before he continued to say, perhaps, the legacy blood pool has improved a lot. Perhaps, he has used the secret method left behind by that senior to attract the celestial ascension force and ascended to the At realm. Little Hay voiced its judgment. That's possible. Little Gold nodded. Little White felt the same way, and the anxious expression on her face eased slightly. However, Su Li can ascend to the At realm, but we can't. Little Gold's eyes flashed as she said, currently, the devil clans are wreaking havoc in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, they have already invaded the upper province. We have to go to the upper province to look for Sister Xuan Ai and Brother Ling Tian. Now that we're strong enough, we have to protect them. Little Gold's words echoed Little Black and Little White's thoughts. Although they could ascend to the At realm now, they did not dare to do so. Nevertheless, they did not plan to leave just like that. After all, they still had many things to do in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They had to protect those who treated them as their family and help the humans defeat the devil clans. Even if it was not for the humans, they had to do it for the people they cared about. Let's go! When Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold left, they discovered that the formation of the legacy blood pool was still in effect. They discovered the formations they had encountered on their way to the Dao Martial Saint Land were still closed when they left. Unless they walked back, it would not be triggered at all. Upon realizing this, the three of them who had been cautious suddenly sped up. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the formation that enveloped the legacy blood pool. It did not take long before they left the land of exile and returned to the Saint Province realm where the Dao Martial Saint Land was located. The devil clans have really invaded the upper province. Chapter 24-27. In the At realms, great overarching golden celestials and above would be tainted by the karma of the mundane world if they entered the mundane realms. If it was light, it would affect their cultivation base, and if it was heavy, their cultivation base would stagnate. For this reason, many great overarching golden celestials and above did not have the courage to return to the mundane realms even though they cared about their juniors. Even if it was just a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from the At realms, they would not hesitate to leave behind a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability for their juniors. However, this was nothing to some of the powerful forces in the At realms. For example, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. The legacy blood pool was a treasure refined by a powerful figure from a powerful force in the At realms. He would send someone to place it in the mundane realms. The treasure was protected by multiple formations. Unless one was summoned, even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms would not be able to break through the formations and get close to the legacy blood pool. If Little Gold had not sensed the summoning of the legacy blood pool and mastered the method to break the formations, Little Black and Little White would not have been able to get close to the legacy blood pool, let alone obtain benefits from it. Naturally, the powerful figure from the powerful force in the At realms would not only refine a treasure that contained a legacy blood pool. Usually, he would refine tens of thousands of such treasures at once. To him, these treasures were just a piece of cake. He could refine them with just a thought. After he was done refining the treasures, he passed them to his subordinates and instructed them to go to the various mundane realms and place the treasures that contained the legacy blood pool in them, waiting for the fated ones to find them. The fated ones that could be summoned by the legacy blood pool were usually some gifted rat-type sacred beasts from the mundane planes. This was because only gifted rat-type sacred beasts would be chosen by the legacy blood pool. Little Gold happened to be chosen by the powerful figure subordinate who had placed the legacy blood pool in the exiled realm. The people who placed the legacy blood pools in the mundane realms were the subordinates of the powerful figures in the At realms. Most of them had limited innate talent, and their cultivation bases were stuck at the great overarching golden celestial stage. To them, even if they did not go to the mundane realms and were not tainted by the mundane karma, it would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation base as great overarching golden celestials. Since that was the case, what did they have to fear about heading to the various large mundane realms? Moreover, if they worked for that great figure, they would be able to obtain many benefits. Why not do something that was beneficial and harmless to them? Go! Let's return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold learned that the devil clans from the Wuxia subterranean had invaded the upper province, they hurried to the upper province as well. At the same time, she was a little nervous. Brother Ling Tian and sister Xuanai should be fine, right? As they made their way to the upper province, they began to talk about Su Li. I wonder if Su Li has ascended to a At realm. If he's in his At realm, it's possible that he has already ascended to a At realm. That's right. Unless he's clear-headed, he'll most likely cast the secret technique left behind by the rat-type Divine Beast Senior and ascend to the At realm. I think he has already ascended to a At realm. Based on Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's words, they were certain Su Li had already ascended to a At realm. However, they did not expect that Su Li would not be able to ascend to a At realm. Not only had Su Li not ascended to a At realm, but he had also ascended to a At realm. Moreover, Su Li did not obtain the same fortuitous encounter as they did after entering the legacy blood pool. This was because the legacy blood pool was left behind by a rat-type divine beast and not a human powerhouse. For this reason, the legacy blood pool he refined would reject humans. Naturally, he had purposely excluded humans. After all, the At realm he was in was a celestial beast clan that prohibited humans from joining. Previously, when Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold entered the legacy blood pool and went into closed-door cultivation, Su Li, who had also entered the legacy blood pool, was sent out immediately. This was because there was a transportation formation in the legacy blood pool that targeted humans. As long as a human entered the legacy blood pool, they would be teleported out immediately. For this reason, Su Li was sent out as soon as Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold entered closed-door cultivation. Perhaps only Su Li himself would know where he was at this moment. According to the law of the mundane realms, ordinary cultivators and bodiless celestials have to undergo the heavenly tribulation before they can ascend to a At realm. After returning to the upper province, Little Gold muttered to herself, although we've gained strength comparable to bodiless celestials and can ascend to the At realms at any time, we're still in the upper province. However, we don't have to face the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Regarding this, Xiao Jin was puzzled. Generally speaking, ordinary cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before they could ascend to a At realm. Unlike ordinary cultivators, bodiless celestials would also have to undergo the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation before they could ascend to a At realm. Only by overcoming the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation would one be able to ascend to a At realm a second time. However, Little Black, Little White,
and Little Black did not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation to ascend to a Devata realm.
I'm curious as well. What's going on? Little Gold was not the only one who was puzzled. Even Little White was puzzled by this.
Although Xiao Hei did not finish speaking, the confusion in his eyes was enough to show that his current thoughts were the same as Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai's. In fact, the reason the three of them did not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation was because the legacy blood pool had helped them deceive the heaven Tao of the mundane realms while they were in closed-door cultivation. Generally speaking, whether it was the celestial ascension tribulation for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the bodiless celestial tribulation for bodiless celestials, or the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the lightning penalty oath, they were all caused by the law of heaven. However, if it was a force that transcended the Devata realms, it would be able to hide from the law of heaven.
This was similar to the illegal immigration in Duan Lingtian's previous life.
In the future, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White would have to smuggle themselves into the Devata realms since they did not have permission from the mundane realms to enter the Devata realms. In fact, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were not the only stowaways in the Saint Province realm. Even Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker, could be considered as a stowaway to a certain extent. Ever since Ker had used extreme methods to gradually awaken the memories of her previous life, her strength had also increased rapidly. Although she had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she did not attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. This was because Ker's strength was not restricted by the law of heaven in the mundane realms. Due to this reason, the law of heaven could not detect her strength. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that the Celestial Ascension Tribulation would not affect her. All of this was something that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White couldn't understand. Let's return and have a look. After returning to the upper province, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White immediately made their way to the northern region. Along the way, they encountered many devils. However, none of the devils were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These devils were, naturally, no match for Little Gold, Little White, and Little White. It was to the extent that any one of Xiao Jin's trio could annihilate them with a single breath. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were making their way to the northern region. They were about to return to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the northern region. In the northern region, an uninvited guest appeared in the ice mountain valley that was shrouded in white mist all year round. Swoosh! Although the uninvited guest did not cause a huge commotion, it still alerted everyone in the valley. Who's there? The few people in the Ice Mountain Valley were none other than the Oracle Man from the 7 Absolute Sect, Ganru Yen, Qinghua, and Duan Ling Tian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling. The uninvited guest was a handsome young man. His robe was completely soaked in blood. Some of the blood was still dripping from his robe. It was obvious that the fresh blood had just been stained. Sir, this is private property. Please leave at once. Qinghua, the strongest among them, stepped forward and said to the young man with a dark expression on his face. When the young man heard Qinghua's words, his blood-red eyes shone with devil chi as he stared at Qinghua coldly. Qinghua's heart skipped a beat. Boom! A powerful and ruthless aura surged out of the young man's body and shrouded Qinghua. Qinghua's body trembled from the pressure, and the ice mountain beneath his feet began to crack. 2 spiderwebs appeared and spread out in all directions. Barf! At the same time, Qinghua, who could not withstand the pressure, threw up a mouthful of blood. His blood stained the ground. It was dazzling. Master! Ganru Yan's expression changed drastically. The Oracle Man's expression turned grave as well. He did not expect the uninvited guest to be so powerful. Just his aura alone was enough to injure Qinghua, the strongest among them. You're seeking death. Chapter 24-28. You're seeking death. As soon as the blood-eyed young man spoke, his saint origin that exuded monstrous devil chi surged out of his hand. In just a blink of an eye, his saint origin transformed into a 3-foot-long sword filled with killing intent. The blood-eyed young man glared at Qinghua with murderous intent in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move to kill Qinghua, a voice rang in the air. Suddenly, a voice rang from one of the wooden houses in the valley. Auntie, who's here? Did father and the others come out? The voice belonged to a young girl. The girl looked like she was only in her teens,
but she was already showing signs of a devastatingly beautiful face. It was not difficult to imagine. When the young girl grew up, she would definitely be a peerless beauty. When the young lady appeared, the blood-eyed young man, who was staring at Jianghu intending to attack him, instantly shifted his gaze to her. The appearance of the young girl had successfully diverted the blood-eyed young man's attention. Oh no! Although Jianghu managed to escape death, his expression changed drastically when the blood-eyed young man shifted his attention to the young girl. Xiling. Gan Ruyan's expression changed as well. She did not expect the young girl would appear at this moment. The young girl who appeared after hearing the commotion was none other than Duanling Tian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the old prophet and Gan Ruyan appeared in front of Duan Xiling one after another. They shielded her behind them like two wolves protecting their cub. To Gan Ruyan, Duan Xiling was her niece, her younger sister's daughter. She was willing to sacrifice everything for Duan Xiling, including her life. As for the Oracle Man, Duan Xiling was the daughter of the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. He had dedicated his life to the Seven Absolute Sect. Now that the sect leader's daughter was in danger, it was only natural for him to step forward. Scram! Both Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man felt a powerful force colliding with them and sending them flying. Gan Ruyan was still fine as she quickly stopped moving. The Oracle Man, who had a weaker cultivation, was heavily smashed into the ground in the distance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his grey robe was dyed red. Auntie! Grandpa Tianji! At this moment, Duan Xiling finally regained her senses. Her expression changed immediately. Duan Xiling shouted out of concern for Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man whoosh. Like a gust of wind, the red-eyed young man appeared in front of Duan Xiling in just a blink of an eye. Duan Xiling was only a teenage girl after all. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her body was so stiff that it was as though lead had been poured into her body when she saw the blood-red-eyed young man who exuded a murderous aura. Your Excellency, she is only a child. You. Jianghu wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by the red-eyed young man. He followed in the footsteps of Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people were injured. You. Gan Ruyan wanted to say something, but Jianghu stopped her. Ruyan, let's watch first. I don't think he has any killing intent toward Xiling. In fact, his killing intent toward me seems to be suppressed when he looks at Xiling, Jianghu reminded Gan Ruyan through voice transmission. He had just discovered this as well. Upon hearing this, Gan Ruyan studied the blood-eyed young man for a while. When the blood-eyed young man stood in front of Duan Xiling, the killing intent on his body vanished. It was to the extent that the blood-red color in his eyes seemed to have faded a little. What's he doing? For a moment, Gan Ruyan, Jianghu, and even the Oracle Man were stunned. After a while, the red in the red-eyed young man's eyes disappeared, and his expression returned to normal. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a different person. A warm smile appeared on his originally cold face. At the same time, he looked at Duan Xiling and asked, "What do you think?" He looked at Duan Xiling and asked, "You? What's your relationship with Duanling Tian? I think you look a little like him." It was as though he had transformed into a completely different person in just a blink of an eye as he looked at Duan Xiling. For a moment, Gan Ruyan, Jianghu, and the Oracle Man were petrified. Before this, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they would not have expected the young man to say such a thing. Duanling Tian? He knows Duanling Tian? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she regained her senses. Did he see that Xiling looks like Guardian Ling Tian? Is that why he acted this way? Jianghu was dumbfounded. He knows sect leader? The Oracle Man had an incredulous expression on his face. However, at this moment, whether it was Gan Ruyan, Jianghu, or the Oracle Man, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, they knew Duan Xiling would not be in any danger. You know my father? The fear in Duan Xiling's heart dissipated when she heard the young man's words. She was so frightened that her body was frozen stiff. However, when she heard the young man's words, the fear in her heart dissipated. When she looked at the young man again, apart from the fear in her eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Father, you You're Duan Lingtian's daughter? That fellow has a daughter?
The young man was stunned for a moment before he laughed.
After a while, he sighed softly. That's true. I haven't seen him for many years. You. Who are you? How do you know my father?
The fear in Duan Xiling's eyes gradually faded away. Instead, the curiosity in her eyes intensified.
I'm your father's friend. Of course I know him.
The young man smiled.
You're my father's friend? Duan Xiling asked skeptically. Who are you?
Even if I haven't met my father's friend, I've heard of him.
I'm Su Li. Has your father mentioned me before?
The smile on the young man's face widened.
Su Li?
Upon hearing the young man's words, Qinghua and the Oracle Man were confused. They had never heard of this name before. Even Gan Ruyen could not help but frown. She had never heard of this name before.
Su Li? Your uncle Su Li.
Unlike Qinghua, the Oracle Man, and Gan Ruyen who were confused, Duan Xiling cried out excitedly when she heard the young man's words.
Uncle Su Li, I've heard my father mention you before. Both of you met in Iron Blood City on Cloud Continent. At that time, both of you participated in the selection for the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, right? My father said that was the first time he met you.
The fear in Duan Xiling's heart had completely disappeared when she spoke.
When she looked at Su Li again, she was no longer frightened. Instead, she sized Su Li up with curiosity. Her bright eyes kept turning.
Cloud Continent, Iron Blood City, Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, the young man, Su Li, seemed to be in a daze.
After a while, he regained his senses.
He looked at Duan Xiling and said with a smile, I didn't expect your father to tell you this. Where's your father now?
Su Li asked. Father has entered the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Xiling replied.
Duan Xiling said as she looked at the bottomless black hole hovering in the air. A hint of longing could be seen in her beautiful eyes at this moment.
Sword Saint secret zone?
Su Li's gaze shifted to the black hole in the distance.
In that case, this is the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone?
Yes. As soon as Duan Xiling responded, the aura on Su Li's body that had calmed down began to surge again. It was as though a pot of boiling water had been boiled. A ruthless aura surged out of his body and swept out in all directions, causing Duan Xiling's expression to change drastically.
Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi on Su Li's body surged again.
His eyes, which had returned to normal, had once again turned blood red. They were filled with ruthlessness.
Uncle Su Li?
Duan Xiling's expression changed when she saw Su Li had returned to his original appearance. She could not help but call out to him softly.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
At some point in time, the 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand that had dissipated earlier had reformed as the saint origin that was shrouded in devil chi surged out of his body.
Not only that, but it was also emitting a piercing sound.
No, no, no. Su Li did not respond to Duan Xiling's greeting. He stood there, trembling violently as he muttered incoherently, "Thank you." It was as though it was extremely difficult for him to say those words.
Whoosh!
The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Su Li raised his hand and swung his sword at Duan Xiling. No! Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she saw Su Li swinging his sword at Duan Xiling. Whoosh!
Whoosh!
Qinghua and the Oracle Man's expressions changed drastically at this moment. If something happened to Duan Xiling under their watch, how were they going to explain themselves to Duan Lingtian when he came out?
Uncle Su Li.
Duan Xiling's face was filled with disbelief when Su Li swung his sword at her. She did not expect Su Li would be so close to her. She did not expect Su Li, her father's best friend, would attack her after finding out she was her father's daughter.
Chapter 24-29. Xiao.
The sword chi shot toward Duan Xiling like a bolt of lightning.
Chi.
A soft sound rang in the air. It was the sound of something being cut. Gan Ruyan's body trembled when she heard that voice. She could not help but close her eyes as her heart seemed to have stopped beating.
Swoosh. Swoosh.
Qinghua and the Oracle Man's expressions changed drastically at this moment. However, their expressions froze in an instant. A hint of shock could be seen in their eyes. This was because they saw the sound of something cutting through the air.
It was not the sound of Su Li killing Duan Siling.
It was the sound of Su Li's sword cutting through a strand of hair beside Duan Siling's ear. He did not hurt her at all. Roar! A beast-like roar rang in the air. Su Li's eyes were bloodshot as he looked up at the sky. His handsome face was twitching as though he was struggling with something. Don't touch her. Qinghua and the Oracle Man realized something was amiss when Su Li spat out those words. It did not seem like Su Li's actions were his own. There seemed to be another force controlling him. Swoosh! While Qinghua and the old prophet were still in shock, Su Li's body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He shot toward the black hole that was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li disappeared into the black hole. Uncle Su Li. Before Su Li left, Duan Siling opened her eyes. She could clearly see the conflicted look in Su Li's eyes. At this moment, she could not help but feel something was amiss. The person who had attacked her was not her Uncle Su Li. Instead, it was the devil that was hiding in her Uncle Su Li's body and temporarily occupying his body. Otherwise, how could her Uncle Su Li be a completely different person from before? Siling. At this moment, Ganru Yan, who had just opened her eyes and discovered Duan Siling was fine, could not help but feel excited. It was as though she had encountered a joyous occasion. But to her now, it was indeed a joyous occasion that her niece was fine. Just now, what happened? That Su Li. When he changed into a different person, it was more like he was being controlled by some kind of power. After his eyes turned completely red, he gave me the feeling that he was a pure demon, not a human. Qinghua and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets glanced at each other. As they conversed, they confirmed one thing. Su Li did not have a choice when he attacked Duan Siling. However, even if he couldn't control himself, he still managed to stop the force that was controlling his body in the end and successfully made the sword deviate from its original trajectory. Even though they were unable to capture the trajectory of that sword strike. However, they were certain of one thing. The force that controlled Su Li's body would not have swung the sword for no reason. Since it had swung the sword, it must have wanted to kill Duan Siling. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the sword to miss. However, at the critical moment, the sword did not land on Duan Siling. Instead, it only took a strand of hair from Duan Siling's ear. Uncle Su Li. How did he become like this? Upon hearing Qinghua and the old prophet's words, Duan Siling, who was still in a state of shock, was certain of one thing. Her hunch was right. For this reason, a hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. She could see that her Uncle Su Li was not in a good condition when he left. Little Siling. Did you really hear about him from your father? Moreover, he's from Cloud Continent? At this moment, the Oracle Man looked at Duan Siling and asked. Yes. Duan Siling nodded. Father has mentioned Uncle Su Li more than once. He said Uncle Su Li is a good friend of his. When he left Cloud Continent, his biggest regret was not being able to see Uncle Su Li again. After that, Father has never seen Uncle Su Li again. I didn't expect Uncle Su Li would appear here. Duan Siling replied. That's right. Why is he here? Upon hearing Duan Siling's words, whether it was the Oracle Man, Qinghua, or Ganru Yan, all of them were stunned. They did not believe Su Li had come here by chance. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was so huge. Although it was possible for someone to come here by chance, if that person was Duan Lingtian's old friend, they felt it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. In fact, it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. The reason Su Li was able to find this place was because Little Gold had brought him to the Legacy Blood Pool when he was in the land of exile. Previously, when he entered the Legacy Blood Pool, although he was immediately sent out, he could clearly sense the spirit energy in the Legacy Blood Pool. It left a deep impression on him. Currently, the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, where the black hole was also filled with the same spirit energy. However, it was much thinner. However, it was still detected by Su Li, who had just arrived in the upper province and entered the western province. If Su Li was in his normal state, he would not be able to sense this place. However, Su Li, who was in his devilified state, happened to sense this place and barged in as soon as he sensed it. That was how the subsequent events had unfolded. Senior Uncle Prophet. Uncle Su Li will be fine, right?
Duan Siling asked as she looked at the oracle man. She was certain Su Li had no choice but to do so. A hint of anticipation could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She hoped the oracle man would tell her that her uncle Su Li would be fine. "I think he'll be fine."
And the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had indeed responded to her in this manner.
Looking at his appearance, he can still barely manage to interfere with himself after he loses control. From this point, it can be seen that this situation of his is not something that happened in a day or two. For this reason, you don't have to worry about him. The oracle man comforted Duan Siling when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duan Siling felt much better after being comforted by the oracle man. Whoosh. 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 3 days later, another 3 uninvited guests arrived at the Ice Mountain Valley.
Why are all of you here?
The oracle man was taken aback when he saw the 3 uninvited guests.
It was because the 3 people that had appeared before him now were none other than the 2 little pythons and the little gold mouse from all those years ago. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold.
He could still remember. Previously, he was the one who asked Yu Wu-ing to bring them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
This was because he had performed a divination for the 3 of them. He had vaguely predicted that the 3 of them would encounter a fortuitous encounter in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Although he had only vaguely predicted it and was not certain, he still asked Yu Wu-ing to do it. After all, riches and honor came with risk.
Old man prophet.
The golden-clad little girl glared at the oracle man when she saw him again. She said angrily, "Why did you ask Yu Wu-ing to send us away? You even threw us into the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the devil clans wreak havoc. You're trying to get us killed."
It had been a few days since they returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had learned about the things that happened in the past through the information network of the 7 Absolute Sex Red Dust progeny.
This included the matter of the oracle man asking Yu Wu-ing to bring the 3 of them to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although they were aware that the oracle man had divined that there would be an opportunity for the 3 of them in the lower district, which was why he had done that.
However, because the old man of heavenly secrets did not discuss this with them beforehand, they felt extremely displeased. Now not only was Xiao Jin glaring at the oracle man furiously, but Xiao He was also glaring at the oracle man coldly. Even Little White, who had the best temper among the 3, revealed an unfriendly expression when she looked at old man Tianji at this moment.
Judging from your current appearances, you must have obtained a great opportunity in the lower province, right?
Although Xiao Jin and the other 2 did not deliberately reveal their auras, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets could still vaguely sense that something was different about them from the brand new aura they unconsciously exuded.
Therefore, he guessed, Little Gold and the others had most likely obtained the fortuitous encounter that he divined.
Lower province? Great opportunity? When Little Gold heard the oracle man's words, she was stunned. Then she could not help but curse. What kind of fortuitous encounter is there in the Debussy subterranean? What? You didn't obtain any fortuitous encounter? The oracle man's expression changed.
He lowered his eyes and muttered, "Could it be?
Could it be that I've divined wrongly?" When he sent Little Gold and the others away, he had taken a risk.
Now that Little Gold said there was no fortuitous encounter in the lower province, it was only natural that he thought he had divined wrongly.
Hey! At this moment, Duan Siling looked at Little Gold and said with a displeased expression on her face, "Little girl, you're quite cute, but why are you so rude? Grandpa Prophet is an elder, you can't speak to him like that." As Duan Siling spoke, she began to educate the golden-clad little girl who was much younger than her. Siling. Duan Siling did not see that Little Gold was not to be trifled with, but Gon Ru Yen could see it. Her expression changed immediately. "Who are you, little girl?" Chapter 24:30. Duan Siling was slightly annoyed when she heard Little Gold's words. Her gaze subconsciously swept across the black-clothed little boy and white-clothed little girl not far away. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind.
"Why, you're Little Gold, right?"
Duan Siling asked as she looked at the golden-clad little girl. The golden-clad little girl who had glanced at Duan Siling impatiently studied her when she heard Duan Siling's question. After a while, she realized something was amiss. This girl, who was about 10 years old, looked somewhat familiar. However, she was certain she had never seen this girl before. Who are you? How do you know me? Did old man Tianji tell you? The golden-clad little girl asked. You're really little gold? Duan Si-ling exclaimed excitedly when she heard the golden-clad little girl's question. If you're little gold, then they're little black and little white, right? Duan Si-ling glanced at the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl as she spoke. Immediately, the two men's gazes landed on her. Little black, don't you think she looks familiar? At this moment, the white-clad little girl who was looking at Duan Si-ling said to the black-clad little boy standing next to her. The black-clad little boy nodded. He also felt the girl before him looked familiar. Little gold, little black, and little white? It's them. Gong Ru Yen was Ker's elder sister. When she was with Ker, she had heard about the little gold mouse and the two little pythons from Ker. She had also learned about the little girl. The three little fellows had followed Han Shu and I to the Seven Absolute sect before the Oracle Man sent them away. She did not expect them to return now. Gong Ru Yen knew the three little fellows were little gold, little black, and little white. She was certain they would not harm her niece. 09 Little Say Net. This was because her niece was the daughter of the person they cared about the most. You. Who are you? Why do I feel you look familiar? I'm sure I've never seen you before. But you. Little White looked at Duan Si-ling in confusion. She could not figure out why she felt someone she had never seen before looked familiar. Furthermore, she could see the shadows of two people in this person at the same time. And those two people were very important to her. Her name is Duan Si-ling, Gong Ru Yen said as she looked at Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Little Gold and the other two immediately shifted their gazes to Gong Ru Yen. Sister Ker? Whitey's eyes lit up when it saw Gong Ru Yen. Its tender cheeks trembled in excitement. No, she's not Sister Ker. However, Little Gold's eyes only lit up for a moment before they dimmed again. Although she looks exactly like Sister Ker, she's not Sister Ker. Sister Ker's aura isn't like this. Previously, when she could not transform into a human, she would often stay in Sister Ker's sleeve. Therefore, she was very familiar with Sister Ker's aura. She's not Sister Ker. Little Black, who had a cold expression on his face, spoke up. With Little Gold and Little Black's reminder, Little White gradually suppressed her excitement. She also discovered that Duan Si-ling was different. Although the woman in front of her looked exactly the same as her big sister Ku-er, her temperament was completely different from her big sister Ku-er. Indeed, I'm not your sister Ker. Gong Ru Yen said again. I'm your sister Ker's twin sister, Gong Ru Yen. As for Si-ling, she's the daughter of your sister Ker and your brother Ling Tian. As Gong Ru Yen introduced herself, she looked at Duan Si-ling. Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter? No wonder I find her familiar. It's as though I saw Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's silhouettes in her. As it turns out, she's Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter. The moment Gong Ru Yen's words left her mouth, Little Gold and Little White were so excited that they flew out immediately. They circled Duan Si-ling and sized her up. Their eyes shone brightly as well. 09 Little said Net. Although Little Black did not move, his gaze when he looked at Duan Si-ling had turned gentle. There was even a hint of affection in his eyes. I didn't expect Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter to have grown so big in just a blink of an eye. You're Si-ling, right? I'm your aunt Little Gold. Little Gold smiled as she looked at Duan Si-ling. Her tone was so gentle that it was as though she was a completely different person from when she first arrived. You look younger than me. I won't call you Aunt Little Gold. However, Duan Si-ling shook her head and refused to address Little Gold, who was much younger than her, as auntie. It made sense when he thought about it. It was indeed very difficult for a teenager to call a little girl who looked like she was 8 or 9 years old, auntie. You. Little Gold was infuriated when she heard Duan Si-ling's words. However, she could not bear to be angry at Duan Si-ling, so she said gently, Si-ling, you're a good girl. When Aunt Little Gold met your parents, you weren't even born yet. You should call me Aunt Little Gold. Little Gold did not give up. She wanted to hear Duan Si-ling address her as auntie. However, Duan Si-ling refused to call her Aunt Little Gold. In the end, Little Gold was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. However, She could not bear to be angry at Duan Xiling. After all, Duan Xiling was the product of the love between the two most important people in her life. Therefore, she treated Duan Xiling like her own daughter and doted on her. "All right, Little Gold. If Xiling doesn't want to call you Aunt Little Gold, just don't call her Aunt Little Gold. Why do you care about how you address her?" Little White shook her head and said with a smile. In her eyes, Xiling was just a child who needed to be protected. Why should he be so serious about a child? All right. In front of Duan Xiling, Little Gold had lost her temper. She was as docile as a cat. "Xiling, I'm Little Black. How are Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr?" At this moment, Little Black walked up to Duan Xiling with a warm smile on his cold face. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at Duan Xiling. "Father and Mother have entered the Sword Saint secret zone." Upon hearing Little Black's words, Duan Xiling looked at the black hole hovering in the air and said, "Uncle Suli has also entered the secret zone." A worried expression appeared on Duan Xiling's face when she mentioned Suli. "What?" As soon as Duan Xiling finished speaking, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White's expressions changed drastically. "Suli. Suli didn't ascend? Moreover, he's in the Sword Saint secret zone?" Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White thought Suli had ascended to the Devata realm after obtaining the legacy blood pool. They did not expect Suli would not ascend to the Devata realm. Moreover, he even found this place. They were not surprised that Suli managed to find this place. After all, when they could not find Han Shuanai and the others at the nameless snow-capped peak in the northern region, they had sensed an aura coming from this place. If they had not come into contact with the legacy blood pool, they would not have noticed the aura at all. However, since they had come into contact with the legacy blood pool, they were certain of it. Although the aura was very faint, it was exactly the same as the aura of the spiritual energy that filled the legacy blood pool. For this reason, they followed the aura and found this iceberg valley. They did not expect to see the Oracle Man as soon as they entered the iceberg valley. "Xiling, did you say Suli was here? Did he enter the secret zone from here?" Little White asked as she looked at Duan Xiling solemnly. "Yes." Duan Xiling nodded. After a brief conversation with Little White, Duan Xiling finally understood why Suli seemed to have transformed into a different person. As it turned out, Suli had become like that because he had obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Occasionally, he would return to normal, but at other times, he would enter the devilification state. "Suli, he attacked you with his sword?" Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's expressions darkened when they learned Suli had attacked Duan Xiling with his sword. Previously, they had treated Suli well because Suli was Ling Tian's friend. However, Duan Xiling was Ling Tian's daughter and Ker's daughter. Between Suli and Duan Xiling, it was only natural that Duan Xiling was more important to them. "Xiling, are you all right?" Little White and Little Gold moved closer to Duan Xiling and studied her from head to toe. Their expressions were filled with concern as though they were trying to confirm if she was injured. "I'm fine." Duan Xiling shook her head lightly. At that time, Uncle Suli was struggling to stop him from entering the devilification state. That's why he only managed to cut a strand of my hair. "That's good. That's good." Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, Little White and Little Gold heaved a sigh of relief. Although Little Black didn't say anything, his originally tense and solemn face completely relaxed at this moment. "Old Prophet, where's Sister Xuanai?" Xiao Jin looked at the old man of heavenly secrets and asked. "Aunt Xuanai has entered the Sword Saint secret zone as well." Duan Xiling replied. "Does this mean Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, and the others have reunited with Sister Xuanai?" Little White's eyes lit up. They've been together for a long time. Father is still the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Duan Xiling raised her head proudly. The sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect? Chapter 24:31. Since Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were sent to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land by Yu Wu-ing under the orders of the Oracle Man, they did not know what happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after that. With Duan Xiling's reminder and Gan Ru Yan's explanation, they learned about what had happened after they left the upper province. Big Brother Ling Tian is actually the current successor of the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the fog rain progeny? Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold had long known that the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's first Absolute, the Misty Rain lineage, was about to be born. Furthermore, they had privately discussed what kind of person the successor of the Misty Rain lineage would be like.
However, never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the current successor of the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, the Fog Rain lineage, was actually their big brother Ling Tian.
This is too inconceivable, right? This is too dreamy. Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Once the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, was born, he would be the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. They knew this as well. It turned out that they were still a little unconvinced in their hearts.
They felt that even if the successor of the Misty Rain sect was born, he did not have the qualifications to be their sister Xuanai's head. But now, they no longer thought so because the successor of the Misty Rain sect was their big brother Ling Tian.
Guli is dead? And Yu Wuing, Sister Xuanai's master, is dead? Soon after, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold also learned about the death of the 3rd and 4th Absolutes of the 7 Absolute Sect. All of a sudden, they fell silent. At this moment, the resentment they had for Yu Wuing was completely gone. After all, the dead had to be respected. Dragons! At the same time, their eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. To a certain extent, they could not be considered members of the 7 Absolute Sect. However, since their sister Xuanai was a member of the 7 Absolute Sect, they had always considered themselves as members of the 7 Absolute Sect.
Especially now that they knew that the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect was their big brother Ling Tian, they felt even more strongly that they were members of the 7 Absolute Sect.
The 7 Absolute Sect's disciples were killed, so they were naturally enraged. However, even though they were furious, they did not lose their rationality. After all, the dragons were not an ordinary force. They even had a supreme elder who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest person among the dragons is the patriarch of the dragons' inner clan. Rumor has it that the patriarch of the dragons is at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might even be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Qinghua could not help but interject with a solemn expression. Old man Tianji. This sword saint's secret realm. We can also enter, right?
Xiao Jin looked at the oracle man and asked.
According to the 7 Absolute Sect, it's very difficult for those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to survive after entering the Sword Saint's secret realm. You guys.
The oracle man hesitated when he reached the end of his sentence. Although he could vaguely sense that Xiao Jin and the other two were different from before based on their auras, however, since Xiao Jin had said that they did not obtain any fortuitous encounter in the Debussy Subterranean, he instinctively assumed that they had not obtained any fortuitous encounter in the Debussy Subterranean. It was very likely that Xiao Jin and the other two were not even at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Xiao Jin could not help but laugh when she heard the oracle man's words. She smiled faintly and said, Old man Tianji, I only said that we did not obtain any fortuitous encounter in the Debussy Subterranean. However, we did obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Debussy Subterranean, the land of exile. Little Black, Little White. Let's go. As soon as Xiao Jin finished speaking, she called out to Little Black and Little White. Whoosh. Following that, the power in his body skyrocketed. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a rapid cannonball that directly charged into the black hole that was suspended in the void not far away.
Ling, Little Black and I will go in first as well. We'll play with you when we come out. Little White said to Duan Ling before she and Little Black followed Xiao Jin into the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, Xiao Jin, Little Black, and Little White had disappeared. However, before Xiao Jin and the other two left, their powerful auras caused the Oracle Man, Qinghua, and Gan Ruyan's hearts to skip a beat. That aura! Even the aura of an eminent celestial can't compare to them, right? Qinghua's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. It seems like they obtained a fortuitous encounter. In fact, the Oracle Man's eyes had lit up when Xiao Jin and the other two said they had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the land of exile. Now that he had sensed the auras of Xiao Jin and the other two left and heard Hua Lao's words, his eyes lit up even more. At the same time, he realized he had made the right choice.
Fortunately, he had sent the three little fellows to the lower province.
Otherwise, they would have missed out on a great fortuitous encounter. Even the aura of an eminent celestial can't compare to Little Black and the other two? Duan Xiling was shocked by Qinghua's words. She looked at Qinghua in shock and asked, Grandpa Qinghua, based on your words, does this mean Little Black and the other two are comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Indeed, their strength is comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, I have a feeling that even a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be as strong as them. Whether it was a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, Qinghua had encountered them in the Zoroastrianism's estate. The 4 tribulation bodiless celestial he had encountered was Li Bing, the ancestor of the Zoroastrianism. As for the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, it was the 7-clawed golden dragon, Di Chen. However, no matter if it was Li Bing or Di Chen, when they attacked, the aura that they emitted was inferior to Xiao Jin and the other two. Qinghua knew very well what this meant. This meant, Xiao Jin and the other two might be stronger than Di Chen. Di Chen was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was very close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Xiao Jin and the other two were stronger than him, it meant they were comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. What? Hearing Qinghua's words, Elder Tianji could not help but be shocked. He knew Xiao Jin and the other two's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it did not cross his mind that Xiao Jin and the other two's strength had surpassed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Those 3 little fellows already possess strength that surpasses 5 tribulation bodiless celestials? What kind of fortuitous encounter did they encounter? Elder Tianji's heart trembled. The fortuitous encounter was beyond his imagination. It was beyond his comprehension. While the Oracle Man was shocked, Ganru Yen was also shocked by Qinghua's words. Master, is what you're saying true? Their strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Of course it's true. Qinghua nodded. He then said with a dignified expression, Do you remember Di Chen? Yes. Ganru Yen nodded. Naturally, she remembered Di Chen. He was a 7-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, he was the only son of the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, Di Huan, and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Emperor Chen's aura isn't as good as those 3's. Qinghua said. What? Ganru Yen was shocked. Based on what she knew, Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon who was forced to kneel and kowtow to her brother-in-law, Duanling Tian, was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that he was close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, her master was telling her that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were stronger than Di Chen. She found this hard to accept. She knew a lot about Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Initially, she learned about this from her sister, Ker. Later on, she learned about this from Han Shu and I, the successor of the 7 Absolutes Sect's 7 Absolutes Red Dust progeny. Although the Oracle Man had predicted that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little Black had obtained fortuitous encounters in the Debussy subterranean and sent them to the lower province, she did not expect the trio's strength to improve so much in such a short time. What fortuitous encounters did they obtain? That fortuitous encounter must have surpassed the level of the mundane realm, right? Ganru Yen was shocked. Naturally, Ganru Yen could not be certain even if she thought so. She was unaware that Little Gold was not the case. She had guessed correctly. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little Black are so powerful? Duan Xiling's face was filled with shock as well. It was hard for her to imagine that the 3 children possessed such powerful strength. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai. The Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It's a celestial sword as well. After many days, Duan Lingtian, Little Black, and Little Black finally passed the 3rd trial and obtained the celestial supreme treasure left behind by Li Bai. It was a sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand and infused a little of his energy into it. The sword in his hand shone brightly as a sharp sword ray shot out, emitting a series of rapid sword whistling sounds. The grade of this sword is similar to the celestial sword in my hand. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that it was an ordinary celestial supreme treasure. It was on the same grade as the sword in his hand that looked like a pool of spring water. Zhang since you use a sword as well, you can have this sword. Duan Lingtian casually tossed the celestial sword in his hand to Zhang as though he was throwing trash. This. Chapter 24:32. Although Zhang Yi was envious of Duan Lingtian's celestial sword, he still felt that he should not accept it. He did not help much in the first trial of the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. As for the second and third checkpoints, which were even more difficult, he didn't make a move at all. He felt bad for letting Duan Lingtian reap what he had not sown. Take it. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Zhang Yi's rejection. He smiled faintly before he continued to move forward. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of taking the celestial sword from Zhang Yi. Wuxia looked at the celestial sword in Zhang Yi's hand enviously. After all, ever since they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had yet to obtain even a single treasure. Brother Lingtian, wait for me. Han Shu and I followed Duan Lingtian. A hint of gratitude flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. He did not say anything else and quietly put the celestial sword away. However, in his heart, he felt indebted to Duan Lingtian. Although the difficulty of the next 3 trials increased gradually, it was nothing to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian in the lead, the 4 of them easily passed the trials. If I'm not mistaken, there's a divine ability after the 6th trial. After Duan Lingtian passed the 6th trial, the scene before his eyes changed again as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. Originally, they were in the middle of a desert. Yet now, the scene before his eyes changed. The desert had vanished, and it was replaced by a bamboo forest. Moreover, there was a stone tablet standing in the middle of the bamboo forest. The surface of the stone tablet was as smooth as a mirror. It did not seem special at all. However, the stone tablet that did not seem special immediately attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. This was because the stone tablet was the only thing that seemed special in the bamboo forest. There was nothing special about the rest that attracted their attention. Congratulations on passing the 6th checkpoint. While Duan Lingtian and the others were paying attention to the stone tablet, Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, spoke again. His voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. The stone tablet in front of you contains a divine ability I left behind. I obtained this divine ability by accident in a Devata realm, so it didn't have a name. After I mastered it, I called it the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords is a sword-type divine ability. It's divided into 13 swords. Moreover, the power of the 13 swords can be stacked together to unleash their full power. As long as you master the 4th sword of the 13 Green Lotus Swords, its power would be comparable to the top sword divine abilities in the mundane realms. The 5th sword would be comparable to the most ordinary sword divine abilities in the Devata realms. The 6th sword strike, the 7th sword strike, and even the 13th sword strike are even stronger. When Li Bai's words reached the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, their eyes lit up. The meaning of Li Bai's words was clear. The 13 Green Lotus Swords was clearly not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of a sudden, the 4 people, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but take a deep breath. When they looked at the stone tablet again, their eyes lit up. I wonder if this stone tablet that contains the divine ability, 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by multiple people? Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought in his mind, Li Bai's voice rang out again. This stone tablet that contains the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by many people. As long as you place your hand on it, you'll be able to comprehend it. However, after the first person places his hand on it, the stone tablet will disappear after 3 days and 3 nights. I hope that some of you will be able to remember the 13 Green Lotus Swords. I also hope that one day, I'll be able to meet someone who has completely comprehended the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Although we're not master and disciple, we can still drink and chat happily. These words also revealed Li Bai's fondness for wine. However, what caught Duan Lingtian and the others' attention was on Li Bai's words about allowing many people to comprehend it. This meant they could comprehend the 13 Green Lotus Swords at the same time without having to think about who would be the one to comprehend it. Let's go. Duan Tian smiled faintly when he saw Han Xuan'ai, Zhang Yi, and Wuxia looking at him expectantly. Then, he took the lead and walked to the stone tablet that contained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh! Duan Tian took the lead and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Swoosh! 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 Han Xuan'ai and the others placed their hands on the stone tablet as well. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian and the others closed their eyes. This is... Almost at the same time when Duan Tian placed his hand on the stone tablet and closed his eyes, a black figure appeared in his mind. The figure was completely black, but based on the figure's body, it seemed to be a man. Could it be Li Bai? Duan Tian thought to himself. However, his thoughts were soon dispelled. This was because the black figure had moved. Swoosh! As soon as a sword appeared in the black figure's hand, he made his move at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he left several afterimages in his wake. Following that, the sword tore through the air and shot forward. The tip of the sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The first green lotus sword. At the same time, this thought appeared in Duan Tian's mind without warning. He knew the black figure sword was the first sword of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh! Whoosh! Just as Duan Tian was immersed in the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, he realized something. Above the black silhouette that attacked, another solid silhouette appeared. Furthermore, without affecting the posture of the first sword, it attacked again. Green Lotus second sword. In Duan Tian's mind, another thought appeared without warning. It also made him realize. The second sword of the 13 green lotus sword summoning had also appeared. Green Lotus third sword. Green Lotus fourth sword. Green Lotus fifth sword. 12th green lotus sword. 13th green lotus sword. In just a blink of an eye, before Duan Tian could react, the black figure had already performed the complete 13 green lotus swords. From the moment that figure displayed the first sword to the complete set of the 13 green lotus swords, only a blink of an eye had passed. Duan Tian's reaction was barely able to keep up with the first 3 strikes. However, when the fourth sword began, even Duan Tian could not keep up with the speed of the fourth sword. Fast. It's too fast. The speed of the swords is heaven-defying. Duan Tian could not help but feel shocked as these thoughts appeared in his mind. He did not expect this. Even he who had comprehended the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, would not be able to keep up with the speed of the fourth sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, the power of the 13 swords overlapped in the end. If this isn't a demonstration, the power must be terrifying. After all, according to Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, as long as one comprehends the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus swords, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would be comparable to ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms. If one were to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords and cast it, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would be comparable to many high-grade divine abilities in the Devata realms. Duan Tian could not help but think to himself when he recalled Li Bai's message. It was also because of this that his eyes flickered with an even brighter light. It was as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In fact, in Duan Tian's opinion, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was no different from a peerless treasure. Even if I've only mastered the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus swords, my strength will increase by a level. If I master the remaining 8 swords, my strength will increase by a few levels. Duan Tian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew it would be difficult to master even the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, let alone the remaining 8 swords, which were even more difficult. However, the most important thing now is to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Only then can I be considered to have mastered it. However, if I want to master it, I'll have to memorize every single sword in the 13 green lotus swords. If he could not even memorize the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords, how could he possibly comprehend and master this divine ability? I've comprehended the sovereign heart sword, a sword Dao mental cultivation method. However, when I first studied the 13 green lotus swords, I only managed to see the trajectories of the first 3 swords. If it were Han Xuan'ai and the other 2, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to see the first sword clearly.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the black figure who had demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords in his mind earlier was preparing to perform the 13 green lotus swords again.
In fact, he was right. Whether it was Han Xuanai, Zhang Yi, or Lu Xia, when the black figure demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords for the first time, they could not even catch the trajectory of the first sword. Before they could even react to the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords had already been demonstrated. Although the process of comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was said to take 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 24:33. When the black figure demonstrated the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, for the 31st time, Zhang Yi finally captured the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I can finally see it clearly. Zhang Yi could not help but feel excited when he saw the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After all, he was on the brink of despair earlier. However, now that he had captured the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, his heart that had almost sunk to the bottom of the abyss was suddenly reinvigorated. It was as though he had been reborn. However, he knew the divine ability of the 13 green lotus swords. In order to completely memorize the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, he had to clearly see the trajectory of each sword. Otherwise, he would only be able to see the sword and remember the process. I have 3 days and 3 nights. I don't expect to memorize the 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I only hope to memorize the first 6 or 7 swords. Zhang Yi was not very ambitious. He only hoped to memorize the 6th or 7th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Even if he could only memorize the 6th sword, he would be satisfied. After all, mastering the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords was comparable to a divine ability in the Devata realms. If he could memorize the 6th or 7th sword, the power he would be able to display would be even greater. Although it had only been 15 minutes, he had already memorized the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, he knew very well that the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords was faster than the second sword. Of the 13 swords of green lotus, each sword was faster than the previous one. The time it took for him to see the second sword would definitely be much longer than the time it took for him to see the first sword. As it turned out, Zhang Yi had memorized the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After 2 hours, he finally memorized the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. At this time, Han Xuanai had also memorized the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. As for Lu Xia, it took her another half an hour to memorize the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I can finally memorize the 10th sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally memorized the 10th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. There were only 3 swords left that he could not memorize. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and the other 2 were unaware of Duan Lingtian's current progress. Otherwise, they would have been angered to the point of vomiting blood. The 3 of them had fought with all their might, but they were only able to see the first and second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had clearly seen the 10th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. This also meant that, as long as Duan Lingtian could see the last 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, he would have completely memorized the divine ability. At that time, his hand would be able to leave the stone tablet, and he would be able to comprehend and master this divine ability on his own. Of course, all of this would need to be completed within 3 days and 3 nights. However, judging from Duan Lingtian's current progress, it was almost certain that he would be able to memorize all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus within 3 days and 3 nights. It's also because I've comprehended the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the trajectories of the first 10 moves of the 13 green lotus swords so quickly. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. The reason he could see the trajectories of the first 10 moves of the 13 green lotus swords so quickly was due to the sovereign heart sword. At this rate, I should only need half a day to see all the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he thought of this. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. After half a day, Duan Lingtian could only see the trajectories of the 12th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. The speed of the 13 green lotus swords becomes more and more exaggerated as it progresses toward the end.
I've underestimated it.
After realizing this, Duan Ling Tian no longer dared to be complacent.
He earnestly grasped the trajectories of the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords, which was also the last sword of the 13 green lotus swords.
Another half a day went by. I'm still lacking a little.
After a while, I should be able to see all 13 swords clearly. In the end, Duan Ling Tian spent another half a day before he could see all the trajectories of the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords clearly.
At this point, he could finally see all the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords clearly. This meant that now, even if the stone tablet disappeared, he could still comprehend and master the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, on his own.
Finally, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before he opened his eyes and removed his hand from the stone tablet. Instantly, the black figure that was still demonstrating the 13 green lotus swords in his mind vanished into thin air. It was as though it had never been there before.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could see that whether it was Han Xuan'ai, Zhang Yi, or Wuxia, all of them were frowning as they placed their hands on the stone tablet. Their eyes were tightly shut.
It was obvious they were trying their best to see the trajectories of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords.
There's still a day and a half left. I hope they can see as many swords as possible. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Since he had experienced it before, he knew how difficult it was to see all the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, clearly.
It was not that he looked down on Han Xuan'ai and the other two.
It was just that he did not think Han Xuan'ai and the other two would be able to see all the 13 green lotus swords.
They might not even be able to see the first 10 swords. After all, the 13 green lotus swords were faster than the previous one. I can't help them. I can only rely on them.
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he stood at the side and began to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had memorized.
Earlier, he had only memorized the 13 green lotus swords and had not begun to comprehend it. Now, he had begun to comprehend it. A day and a half passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! With a soft sound, not only did the stone tablet that Han Xuan'ai and the other two had placed their hands on disappear, but their surroundings changed as well. This time, they appeared in a dazzling hall. It was none other than the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, finally regained his senses. A day and a half has passed? Duan Ling Tian finally realized he had been comprehending the 13 green lotus swords for a day and a half. Although it's only been a day and a half, I've already mastered the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Moreover, I've already comprehended half of the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm sure I'll be able to master it in 2 more days. Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood when he thought about this. At the same time, he looked at Han Xuan'ai and the other two who had just regained their senses. What's the situation with all of you? How many swords of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, have you memorized? Brother Ling Tian, I've only memorized 4 swords. Han Xuan'ai had just regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, "It seems like I'm really not suited to use swords. I'm not fated with the 13 green lotus swords either." Although the first 4 swords of the 13 green lotus swords were powerful, it was only comparable to a peak divine ability in the mundane realm. For this reason, even if Han Xuan'ai comprehended the 13 green lotus swords in the future, she would only be able to master the 4th sword at most. After all, that was all she could remember. Although Duan Ling Tian had memorized a lot, before he completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords, he would not be able to share this divine ability with others. This was similar to the divine abilities in the mundane realm. What about the 2 of you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi and Wuxia. I've only memorized 3 swords. Wuxia smiled wryly and helplessly. Even if she successfully comprehended and mastered the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, in terms of strength, it was not as powerful as the offensive divine ability from the mundane realm that she had mastered. For this reason, she had no intention of comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. I've memorized 6 swords. If I had 2 more hours, I'm confident I'd be able to memorize the 7th sword. What a pity. Zhang Yi sighed. However, he was already satisfied with this result. After all,
Even if he had only memorized the first 6 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, once he comprehended and mastered them in the future, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would surpass the most ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms.
It's good that you managed to memorize 6 swords. Duan Lingtian no longer harbored any hope for Zhang Yi when he heard about Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's results. He did not expect Zhang Yi would give him such a pleasant surprise. Based on this, it was clear that Zhang Yi was talented. Zhang Yi's talent in the sword Dao was extraordinary. 6 swords. Han Xuanai and Lu Xia were shocked when they heard Zhang Yi's words. They did not expect the gap between them and Zhang Yi would be so wide. Zhang Yi, congratulations. If you're able to comprehend and master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords when you become an eminent celestial, coupled with the celestial sword you obtained, your strength will be comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Lu Xia congratulated Zhang Yi. Coupled with the other techniques from the celestial master sect, your strength will be comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. A hint of envy could be seen in Lu Xia's eyes when she finished speaking. I was just lucky. Zhang Yi replied humbly. I was just lucky, Zhang Yi replied humbly. Brother Ling Tian, how many swords of the 13 green lotus swords did you manage to memorize? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She seemed to have recalled something when Zhang Yi was acting humble in front of Lu Xia. When Zhang Yi and Lu Xia heard Han Xuanai's words, they immediately turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. A hint of curiosity and anticipation could be seen in their eyes. They wanted to know as well. Chapter 24-34. 13 Swords. Faced with Han Xuanai and the other two's burning gazes, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and spat out 3 words in a neither fast nor slow manner. 13 Swords. Han Xuanai and the others were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian must have seen and memorized most of the swords in the 13 green lotus swords, they were still shocked. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would say he had seen and memorized the 13 swords. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, only had a total of 13 swords. Now that Duan Ling Tian said he had seen and memorized the 13 green lotus swords, it meant he had completely memorized the 13 green lotus swords. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended and mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian, did you really see and memorize the 13 green lotus swords? A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, the 13 green lotus swords was considered a remarkable divine ability even in the Devata realms. Moreover, she had personally experienced the difficulty of comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. For this reason, she did not think Duan Ling Tian was capable of seeing and memorizing the 13 green lotus swords. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted indifferently when he saw Lu Xia's skeptical gaze. I won't bother to explain this matter. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, there was no emotion in his tone. It was neither happy nor sad. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of Lu Xia. Even after that, under Rongbo's threat, Lu Xia hesitated and even revealed that she wanted to expel him from the small group. Therefore, he did not hold it against her. He could understand her. Of course, although he could understand Lu Xia, it was impossible for him to treat Lu Xia the way he did in the beginning. Now that Lu Xia had doubted him, he was extremely displeased. Was there a need for him, Duan Ling Tian, to lie? He, Duan Ling Tian, really disdained to say such a lie. Lu Xia felt slightly embarrassed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She regretted her words earlier. If she had a chance to do it all over again, she would not have said it even if she still doubted Duan Ling Tian. I'm doomed. Lu Xia felt bitter. Now, I've offended him again. Even if I continue to follow him, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain anything. When Lu Xia thought of this, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Brother Ling Tian, I believe in you. Han Xuanai was already displeased when Lu Xia doubted her brother Ling Tian. Now that she heard her brother Ling Tian's emotionless words, she looked at Lu Xia coldly with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian has no need to lie.
Zhang Yi spoke up at this moment. His thoughts were the same as his words. He did not think Duan Lingtian was lying. Putting aside the fact that he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian throughout their journey, he knew Duan Lingtian was a person who disdained to lie. Even if he did not know Duan Lingtian well, he did not think Duan Lingtian would lie because there was no need for him to do so. When Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's words entered Luxia's ears, she felt as though she was being pricked by needles. Her face turned green and pale. Duan Lingtian. Luxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "I don't think it's necessary for me to continue following all of you. Let's part ways here." After she finished speaking, she prepared to leave the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, on her own. Wait. However, Duan Lingtian called out when Luxia was about to leave. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, if we find another celestial supreme treasure later on, no matter what kind of celestial supreme treasure it is, it'll belong to you. I, Duan Lingtian, won't do anything unfair just because of what you said. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Is that so? Luxia did not look happy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, she sneered. Duan Lingtian, I think you want me to continue following all of you so that you can let me die in the treasure vault, right? What do you mean? No matter how good-tempered Duan Lingtian was, he could not help but feel enraged. If he wanted Luxia to die, would she still be alive now? Luxia, what did you say? Han Xuanai was furious. Luxia dared to question her brother Lingtian's character? Luxia, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yi's expression changed. He never thought that Luxia would suddenly say such a thing, directly questioning Lingtian's character. Am I wrong? Luxia sneered. Duan Lingtian, it's not hard to tell from the strength you've displayed. If you didn't deliberately conceal your strength, how could Wang Shi have died? You suspect I deliberately caused Wang Shi's death. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, Wang Shi had died in the human-ranked treasure vault because he did not expect the difficulty to increase by a few times. Due to this reason, he did not even have the time to cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, Wang Shi had died in there. However, it was not that he deliberately concealed his strength and caused Wang Shi's death. It was just that he did not have time to unleash his full strength at that time. However, Luxia was accusing him of deliberately concealing his strength and causing Wang Shi's death? Am I wrong? The sneer on Luxia's face grew wider after she had shed all pretense of cordiality with Duan Lingtian. With the strength you displayed, it's easy for you to pass the trial. If you didn't hold back, Wang Shi wouldn't have died. Based on what you're saying, I deliberately caused his death. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he laughed. Why would I want to cause his death? Isn't it because he hesitated when Rongbo asked us to expel you from the group? It's not surprising that you killed him because of your resentment. Luxia sneered. Based on what you're saying, I should hold a grudge against you as well. If that's the case, why did I let you live until now? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Who knows? Perhaps, you just want to pretend to be a good person in front of Zhang Yi. Right now, Luxia had completely given up. She had completely revealed the ruthless side that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. Luxia, Duan Lingtian isn't that kind of person. Zhang Yi, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but frown. Zhang Yi, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I advise you to be careful. After Luxia said this to Zhang Yi, she turned around and left. The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, was located in the underground palace. If one continued to advance, one would encounter obstacles at the back. However, if one retreated, one would not encounter any obstacles and could smoothly leave the underground palace. Zhang Yi, do you also think I intentionally caused Wang Shi's death? After Luxia left, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked with a self-deprecating smile. Of course not. Zhang Yi said with a serious expression on his face. Although I've thought about that after witnessing your true strength, I believe that Wang Shi died because you didn't have time to unleash your full strength. It's impossible for you to intentionally cause Wang Shi's death.
If you really wanted to kill Wuxia and Wuxia, you could have just killed them. Even if you didn't kill them, there's no need for you to bring them along with you. Zhang Yi spoke from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. The gloominess he felt when he was forced to stay behind disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was enough for him to have Zhang Yi's trust. Let's go. Let's go check out the 7th test. After Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they continued to make their way to the 7th test. After the 9th test, Duan Lingtian discovered the sword Dao left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. However, since Duan Lingtian had learned from Zhang Yi that it was only an incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, he did not have high hopes for it. However, since he was already here, Duan Lingtian decided to complete the last 3 tests in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. While Duan Lingtian was leading Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi to the next test, Wuxia left. The more she thought about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, she felt even more indignant. If it weren't for Wuxia and I, they wouldn't have been able to find this place. In the end, she continued to spread the news about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It did not take long before a large group of people learned about the heaven-ranked treasure vault. The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Li Bai is a legend in Yanhuang realm. I didn't expect him to become a great overarching golden celestial in less than 1,000 years after he ascended to the Devata realm. There's a celestial sword in the heaven-ranked treasure vault? Moreover, there's a divine ability from the Devata realm? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. What's the rush? We're all bodiless celestials. There's no way we can enter the treasure vault. We only have a chance to obtain the celestial sword. As for the divine abilities and sword Dao, we can't snatch them away. More and more people appeared outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Most of these people were bodiless celestials. Because they were loose immortals, they could only look at the heaven-ranked treasure vault in front of them enviously because they were restricted from entering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 24:35. Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi had successfully passed through the 7th obstacle in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, and returned to the Grand Hall. At this moment, they heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. By the time they regained their senses, they had already discovered that there were over a dozen figures around them. Zhang Yi. One of the figures recognized Zhang Yi and said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually found the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. The person who recognized Zhang Yi was a young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. When he looked at Zhang Yi and spoke to him, it was as though he was looking down on Zhang Yi. It was as though he was an emperor looking down on his subjects. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi did not expect to meet the white-clad young man here. His expression changed immediately. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The white-robed young man whom Zhang Yi addressed as Zhang Yunfei could not help but laugh when he heard Zhang Yi's words. What? Are you unhappy to see me? I heard that the celestial sword in the heaven-ranked treasure vault was obtained by someone called Zhang Yi. I thought it was someone with the same name as you. After all, it's impossible for trash like you to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhang Yunfei narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them. Zhang Yi. Hand over the celestial sword. Humph. As soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. A few of the hot-tempered ones among the dozen or so people couldn't help but snort coldly. Zhang Yunfei, is it? You can't have the celestial sword just because you want it. Those who saw it have a share. If you want the celestial sword, you'll have to go through me first. If you want the celestial sword in his hand, you'll have to go through me first. When the hot-tempered people took the lead, the rest of the people began to speak as well. Their gazes turned even colder as they looked at Zhang Yunfei. With just you guys? Zhang Yunfei could not help but sneer when he heard the words of these people. His tone turned even colder as he said in a deep voice, Since all of you are in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. almost as soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking.
Boom! Boundless Saint Qi burst out of his body in the blink of an eye, and this Saint Qi was filled with an aura that was even more powerful than Saint Qi.
Celestial origin energy? An eminent celestial. He's an eminent celestial. When they sensed Zhang Yunfei's aura, most of the people's expressions changed. Half-step celestial? Do you think you're the only half-step immortal? There were also two people who remained calm. Celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin energy surged out of their bodies, revealing they were eminent celestials. Two half-step immortals? Zhang Yunfei did not expect there to be two eminent celestials among the dozen or so people who came with him. He was slightly taken aback. What? Are you afraid? The two half-step immortals sneered. Afraid? Zhang Yunfei smiled brightly. You better pray that you're not ordinary eminent celestials. Otherwise, you'll definitely die within 2 breaths. Not only was Zhang Yunfei not afraid of facing two eminent celestials, but he even smiled confidently as he said, "That's right." Could it be? Upon hearing Zhang Yunfei's confident words, the two eminent celestials looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They thought of one possibility. Zhang Yunfei might be an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how would he dare to make such a bold claim? While the two eminent celestials were looking at each other and trying to figure out what was going on, the span of a breath had already passed. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. A thunder sword that was completely condensed from celestial origin energy and saint origin had appeared in Zhang Yunfei's hand. When he swung the thunder sword, a sea of clouds appeared in the sky above the magnificent hall. The sea of clouds was purple and white, illuminating the surroundings with a white light. Purple lightning flashed in and out of the sea of clouds as it merged with the white light. At this moment, it seemed as though Zhang Yunfei had brought a thundercloud into the underground palace. Destructive celestial thunder. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He exclaimed in shock, He has mastered this celestial method as well. Celestial method? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yi's exclamation. He had heard about celestial methods from Hua Lao. He knew it was a celestial method from the Devata realms. It was similar to martial techniques in the Devata realms that could be used together with divine abilities. However, the celestial technique required celestial origin energy to be activated. For this reason, Hua Lao did not have the time to teach Zhang Yi the celestial method even though he knew about it. After all, when Hua Lao left him, he was still far from becoming an eminent celestial. Eminent celestials were able to cultivate celestial methods since their saint origin was mixed with celestial origin energy. This is a celestial method. When Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically, the two eminent celestials realized that Zhang Yunfei was using a celestial technique. Their expressions changed drastically as well. After all, celestial methods were techniques from the Devata realms. Once an eminent celestial cultivated a celestial method to a certain level, their strength would be comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique made them feel a strong sense of danger. It made them realize that Zhang Yunfei was not weak at all. Perhaps, Zhang Yunfei's strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial after he cast his celestial method. Brother, I don't want his celestial sword anymore. I'll give it to you. That's right. Brother, I don't want his celestial sword anymore. I'll leave now. The two eminent celestials hastily expressed their intentions to Zhang Yunfei as soon as they sensed the crisis. Then they began to retreat, intending to leave this dangerous place. It's too late. However, just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yunfei's celestial origin energy, which was mixed with saint origin energy, surged again. It was as though a pool of calm water had suddenly boiled. Assist-type divine ability. At this moment, Duan Tian, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly sense the divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the underground palace was being absorbed by Zhang Yunfei's saint origin. Although this assist-type divine ability was not as powerful as the elementary devouring tactic, it was still very powerful. It was much more powerful than the assist-type divine abilities in the mundane realms. Zhang Yunfei's strength is not any weaker than a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Just as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Boom, boom, boom. A purple and white light descended from the sky. The two eminent celestials who were trying to flee did not even have time to react before they were enveloped by the lightning. After the lightning disappeared, the two eminent celestials were nowhere to be seen. They were dead. Spare us. Spare us, my lord. My lord. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare us, my lord. The remaining people were horrified when they saw the two eminent celestials who were stronger than them had been killed by Zhang Yunfei in just a blink of an eye. Some of them even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Humph. However, Zhang Yunfei turned a blind eye to the begging of the group of people and pressed down with his hand. In just a blink of an eye, another bolt of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds in the sky. It seemed as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. In just a blink of an eye, the remaining people were killed by Zhang Yunfei. Is he the eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master sect? Duanling Tian asked Zhang Yi. It's not him. Zhang Yi shook his head. The person I mentioned is his brother, Zhang Yunting. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Zhang Yunfei's strength was only comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. At the very least, I didn't know he had cultivated the Celestial Master sect's celestial method, the destructive celestial thunder. His brother, Zhang Yunting, is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial because he has mastered the divine ability from the Devata realm, the destructive celestial thunder, and a celestial supreme treasure, Zhang Yi said. Duanling Tian nodded. Zhang Yunting? Duanling Tian nodded, remembering this person. Does this mean his strength is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial if he obtains your celestial sword? Duanling Tian asked. Yes. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. However, the celestial supreme treasure in his brother's possession was given to his brother by the Celestial Master sect, right? Now that Zhang Yunfei has cultivated the destructive celestial thunder, the Celestial Master sect will give him a celestial supreme treasure, right? Duanling Tian asked again. No. Zhang Yi shook his head. The Celestial Master sect only has two celestial supreme treasures. One of them is usually given to the most outstanding disciple in the sect. The other one is in the hands of the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect. Unless something happened to his brother, it's impossible for him to obtain the celestial supreme treasure that has been passed down for generations. Zhang Yi added. I see. Duanling Tian nodded. If this was the case, Duanling Tian could understand. Chapter 2436. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duanling Tian learned that Zhang Yi's strength had reached a certain level. Even if Zhang Yunfei had mastered the destructive celestial thunder and his strength was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, it was impossible for him to obtain a celestial supreme treasure from the Celestial Master sect since his brother, Zhu Yu, had done it. For this reason, he could only rely on himself to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. Now that he knew Zhang Yi had a celestial sword, there was no way he would miss this opportunity. Zhang Yi, hand over the celestial sword and kowtow to me 3 times. If you do that, I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Zhang Yunfei said in a condescending tone as he looked at Zhang Yi coldly. He was like the Grim Reaper who could kill Zhang Yi at any time. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. His body trembled violently from anger. Although he was angry, he knew he was no match for Zhang Yunfei at this moment. Smack! A soft sound rang in the air. Zhang Yi was stunned when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Immediately after, a figure beside him stepped forward and stood in front of him to protect him. Is that so? The person who stepped forward was none other than Duanling Tian. Why do I feel like today is the day you die, Zhang Yunfei? Duanling Tian said indifferently as he stood in front of Zhang Yi and looked at Zhang Yunfei calmly. Although Duanling Tian's expression was calm, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes.
Zhang Yi was a friend he had acknowledged from the bottom of his heart. However, someone dared to threaten to kill his friend in front of him. How could he, Duan Lingtian's friend, be killed so easily? Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian stepped forward and spoke, Zhang Yunfei finally shifted his gaze from Zhang Yi to Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're seeking death. The moment he looked at Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yunfei's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a monstrous killing intent. At the same time, his celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out and enveloped Zhang Yunfei like a ball of fire. Die! Zhang Yunfei didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with Duan Lingtian. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed it towards Duan Lingtian. Almost at the same time Zhang Yunfei attacked. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the thunderclouds in the sky that were originally showing signs of dispersing gathered together once again, erupting with a dazzling purple and white light that enveloped Duan Lingtian. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi had no time to react. Harmf! Duan Lingtian scoffed indifferently in the face of Zhang Yunfei's destructive celestial thunder. Then, he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was none other than the celestial sword in his hand. At the same time, the energy in his body flowed through his 99 saint veins into the celestial sword. Swoosh! 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 The celestial sword that had been infused with Duan Lingtian's energy began to shine brightly. Streaks of sword radiance shot out from the immortal sword. Sword-wielding art. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's celestial sword flew out of his hand to meet the destructive celestial thunder. As a celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder's power was, naturally, extraordinary. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang in the air as the destructive celestial thunder swept past. It was so powerful that it seemed capable of suppressing everything. Swoosh! However, the destructive celestial thunder that seemed capable of suppressing everything was blocked by Duan Lingtian's celestial sword. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The destructive celestial thunder hovered in the air as though it had come to a standstill. A powerful energy surged out of the void where Duan Lingtian's celestial sword was about to pierce the destructive celestial thunder. Both parties were evenly matched for a brief moment. Naturally, the standstill did not last long. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air, followed by billowing airwaves. Even Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were blasted away, causing them to suffer some injuries from the aftershock of the energy. Boom! 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 Explosions rang in the air as the air in the air seemed to have been sucked dry. This was because they were not in the mundane realm. Otherwise, the collision of the two forces just now would have been enough to leave countless cracks in the void. This was because the collision of the two energies was comparable to a full-powered battle between two four-tribulation bodiless celestials. After a long while, the scene finally calmed down. At this moment, the result of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yunfei finally came to an end. They were evenly matched and neither had the upper hand. This was because Duan Lingtian did not have the time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and he did not cast the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion. Otherwise, how could a mere Zhang Yunfei possibly be able to fight him to a draw? It seems like you're Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm. You're quite strong. With just the celestial sword and celestial method, you're comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yunfei said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You know me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. However, Zhang Yunfei ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yi and said through voice transmission, Zhang Yi, if you give me the celestial sword and let me kill this man, I'll give you the celestial sword. Apart from that, I won't compete with you for the incomplete legacy left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, Li Bai. Not only that, I can even help you pass through the later stages so you can obtain the incomplete legacy. When Zhang Yunfei communicated with Zhang Yi through voice transmission, he no longer had the condescending tone he used when talking to Zhang Yi. Instead, he sounded very polite. Zhang Yunfei's change in attitude was due to the fact that he was in a passive position. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Zhang Yi to have someone who was as strong as him. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, He was confident he would be able to kill Duanling Tian after obtaining the celestial sword. In other words, the key to killing Duanling Tian lay in Zhang Yi. As for the promise he made to Zhang Yi through voice transmission, it was just a casual remark. Once he obtained the celestial sword and killed this young man from the Saint Province realm, he would kill Zhang Yi as well. At that time, apart from obtaining the 2 celestial swords, he would also be able to obtain Li Bai's legacy. One could say that Zhang Yi's wishful thinking was well thought out. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was one final push. Zhang Yi was the key to this push. It all depended on whether Zhang Yi would give him the celestial sword. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi naturally knew what Zhang Yunfei was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Even if I give you the celestial sword, you're still no match for Duanling Tian." Zhang Yunfei did not expect Zhang Yi to repeat his words. His expression changed drastically as he said, "Zhang Yi, you're seeking death." Naturally, he did not believe Zhang Yi's words. He thought Zhang Yi was trying to boost Duanling Tian's morale. "Zhang Yi." At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and said indifferently, "Since he thinks he can defeat me with the celestial sword, there's no harm in you giving him the celestial sword. Just as well, I want to see how strong he'll become with the celestial sword." Duanling Tian had an indifferent expression on his face when he finished speaking. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi raised his hand and took out the celestial sword and threw it to Zhang Yunfei. "Zhang Yunfei, you'll know I'm not lying to you." Smack. When Zhang Yunfei caught the celestial sword from Zhang Yi, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Especially after confirming that the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure. An ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. However, even though he had an ominous premonition, he knew that there was no turning back. He had no other choice at this moment. They're just bluffing. They must be deliberately mystifying things. Zhang Yunfei comforted himself as he attacked again with the celestial sword in his hand. Not only did he cast the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm, but he also cast the destructive celestial thunder. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Zhang Yunfei braced himself to attack Duanling Tian, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duanling Tian. The whirlpool only appeared for a moment before it disappeared again. Regardless of whether it was Han Xuanai or Zhang Yi, they did not have the time to see the vortex clearly. However, that did not mean Zhang Yunfei did not see it. That's an assist-type divine ability? As someone who had mastered assist-type divine abilities from the Devata realm, Zhang Yunfei could vaguely tell Duanling Tian had cast an assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the assist-type divine ability seemed to be on par with the assist-type divine ability he had cast. This was because his assist-type divine ability had lost to Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability during the fight for the Heaven and Earth Spirit energy. Even so, he still managed to obtain enough Heaven and Earth Spirit energy. With this celestial supreme treasure, my current strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he cast an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm, he'll only be able to tie with me at most. Chapter 24:37. As the saying went, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After a few moments, Zhang Yunfei finally understood the meaning of this saying. Destructive celestial thunder. The immortal technique, the destructive immortal thunder, that Zhang Yunfei cast with his immortal sword was naturally incomparable to the one he cast earlier. It was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. It was much more powerful compared to when he did not have the celestial sword. Sword-wielding art. In the face of Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder, Duanling Tian tossed the celestial sword in his hand away. In the eyes of the onlookers, it looked like a casual toss of the celestial sword. Similar to Zhang Yunfei, Duanling Tian was also using the same technique. However, before he tossed the celestial sword away, he had infused his energy into the celestial sword through the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, the sword-wielding art he cast this time was much more powerful than the sword-wielding art he had cast before. In fact, it was much more powerful than the sword-wielding art. Boom! The destructive celestial thunder struck with a thunderous force as though it could annihilate everything. Swoosh! The immortal sword tore through the sky like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, and it moved to greet the immortal lightning of destruction that approached menacingly and with a vast impetus. After a few moments, the celestial sword and the destructive celestial thunder collided again. However, this time, there was no brief pause. The previous pause was due to the strength of the celestial sword and the destructive celestial thunder. For this reason, the two of them were in a stalemate for a brief moment before they cancelled each other out. This time, when the celestial sword rose into the air, it exuded a force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than the destructive celestial thunder. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of earth-shattering noises spread out, and terrifying waves of air were compressed into waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the destructive celestial thunder could not withstand a single blow from this force. It was instantly suppressed and annihilated. Wow! Zhang Yunfei's body shook when his celestial technique was broken. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and then he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Blood stained the ground, dazzling and eye-catching. How is this possible? The destructive immortal thunder that I just used is comparable to the attack of a 5th tribulation bodiless celestial. When Zhang Yunfei looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not accept this fact. Humph! Zhang Yi scoffed when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. He said indifferently, Duan Lingtian can even kill a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Pei Kuan Shan, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was still vivid in Zhang Yi's mind. Therefore, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to destroy Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique with a single strike. What? He killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yunfei trembled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect this. He did not expect this purple-clad young man to be so powerful. Damn it! Who spread the news about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Li Bai. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm who obtained the celestial sword, is capable of killing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, Zhang Yunfei could no longer muster up any fighting spirit in front of Duan Lingtian. If it was before Duan Lingtian had destroyed his destructive immortal thunder, he would not have believed Zhang Yi's words. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. How did you find this place? Moreover, when you saw me taking out the celestial sword, you recognized me as someone from the Saint Province realm. You even know my name. Where did you hear this from? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhang Yunfei fiercely. Although he already had a vague guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. When Duan Lingtian had asked Zhang Yunfei about this, Zhang Yunfei had completely ignored him. However, now that Zhang Yunfei had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, I heard about this from someone else. It said that a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial has appeared. Moreover, the great overarching golden celestial is Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial from Yanhuang realm. The news also said that there are 3 people in the heaven-ranked treasure vault who possess celestial supreme treasures. The 3 people are Zhang Yi from Yanhuang realm, Duan Lingtian, and Han Xuanai from the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yunfei did not dare to hide the truth from Zhang Yunfei. It must be Wuxia. As soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, Han Xuanai said with a dark expression on her face, Apart from her, it's impossible for anyone to know my name and brother Lingtian's. Wuxia. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his body. Although he had a good temper, he could not help but fly into a rage when he found out Wuxia had betrayed them after leaving the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Wuxia was trying to get them killed. It's really her. At this moment, the guess in Duan Lingtian's heart was confirmed. However, he still had a calm expression on his face as though he was not angry because of this matter. However, was this really the truth? Sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the celestial sword that had returned to his hand shot out again. This time, Not only did it contain the same amount of power as before, but it was also a preemptive strike. No. Zhang Yunfei did not expect Duan Ling Tian would suddenly make a move. His expression changed drastically as he hastily waved his celestial sword in an attempt to stop Duan Ling Tian from attacking him. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Spurt. A soft sound rang in the air as Zhang Yunfei's glabella was pierced. Blood gushed out from the wound. Even if Zhang Yunfei's reaction was fast, he would not be able to escape death if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him. After all, even if he had a celestial sword, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duan Lingtian had used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian's strength would be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, Zhang Yunfei's death was justified. Swoosh. As soon as Zhang Yunfei was killed by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack and kill Zhang Yunfei. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the change in Zhang Yi's expression. He looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why Zhang Yi was behaving like this. Could it be that Zhang Yi did not want Zhang Yunfei to die? It's nothing. It's nothing. Although Zhang Yi shook his head, a hint of fear and anxiety could be seen in the depths of his eyes. HM? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw this. He could tell Zhang Yi had something to say. It's nothing. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's reaction, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, I just remembered that when you killed Zhang Yunfei, his seniors must have received the recording as well. However, they can't do anything to you since they can't find you. Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman? The first thing that came to Duan Lingtian's mind was the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman in the Saint Province realm. If a person had a Minor Mirror Image Talisman on him, when he was killed, the scene before his death would be transmitted to the Major Mirror Image Talisman and displayed in the form of a mirror image. However, when he died, I didn't sense the aura of a Dao Talisman on him. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi still heard him clearly. Although the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman isn't called the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman in Yanhuang realm, it's a very low-level technique. In Yanhuang realm, there are Dao Talisman masters who can inscribe the Dao Talisman on a person's body. When the person dies, the Dao Talisman will transmit the Mirror Image Talisman to another person. Moreover, it won't leave any traces behind, Zhang Yi said. Don't worry. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge. They won't be able to find you. Zhang Yi added. They won't be able to find me. What about you? When he died just now, the mirror image recorded by the talisman on his body probably included you as well, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he said, his senior must have recognized you as well, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Zhang Yi had lost his composure when Zhang Yunfei was killed. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. At most, I won't return to the Celestial Masters sect after I leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Don't tell me there's no place for me in this world? If you're more valuable than Zhang Yunfei, does that mean the Celestial Masters sect won't make things difficult for you even if they find out you're involved in Zhang Yunfei's death? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes flashed. Of course. Zhang Yi nodded. That's why Zhang Yunfei dared to say he wanted to kill me earlier. Although my status in the Celestial Master sect isn't as high as his, I'm still considered one of the best among the younger generation in the Celestial Master sect. I've also inscribed the Dao Talisman on my body. As long as I die, the Mirror Image Talisman will be transmitted to my senior in the Celestial Master sect. However, even if news of Zhang Yunfei killing me reaches the Celestial Master sect, the Celestial Master sect will at most punish him. Chapter 2438. That was in the past. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but remind him. Don't forget that apart from possessing a celestial supreme treasure, you also possess an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. As long as you master the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords,
It'll be equivalent to mastering a divine ability from a dev-At realm. At that time, you'll be able to comprehend the assist-type divine ability passed down in the Celestial Master Sect and master the Celestial Method, the destructive Celestial Thunder. When you become an eminent Celestial, your strength will be comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless Celestial. Duan Lingtian said. Right now, I'm not qualified to comprehend the assist-type divine ability that has been passed down in the Celestial Master Sect for generations, nor am I qualified to cultivate the immortal technique, destructive immortal thunder, which has been passed down in the Celestial Master Sect for generations. Jianghu smiled bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I'm not overestimating you. Duan Lingtian continued to say, let me ask you, if you master the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords and become an eminent celestial, your strength will be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, if you return to the Celestial Master Sect, will the people from the Celestial Master Sect look for trouble with you because of Zhang Yunfei's death? That won't happen. Zhang Yi thought to himself for a moment before he shook his head and smiled wryly. It's not difficult to become an eminent celestial, but the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords aren't easy to comprehend. In this regard, Zhang Yi was quite self-aware. You've said it yourself. There's no need to worry about not having a place for you in this vast world. At most, you won't have to return to the Celestial Master Sect before you master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. If you master it, you can return to the Celestial Master Sect. At that time, the Celestial Master Sect won't punish you for Zhang Yunfei's death. Duan Lingtian said. That's the only way. Zhang Yi nodded. Right now, he had no other choice. Brother Lingtian, Wuxia is too much. I didn't expect her to be so despicable. At this time, Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian angrily. I didn't expect that she would do that. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian thought of Wuxia, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When he first met Wuxia, he really felt that Wuxia was a good person. But who would have thought that one could not judge a book by its cover? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's face tightened as he clenched his fists tightly. If he saw Wuxia again, he would not show mercy. I'm afraid many bodiless celestials have gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the green lotus sword celestial. Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. His tone was filled with fear. Han Xuanai nodded. She felt the same way. Since Wuxia had spread the news, Zhang Yunfei and the other bodiless celestials must not be the only ones who had heard about it. Even the bodiless celestials must have heard about it and rushed over. However, since they could not enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault, they could only wait outside. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this topic. He called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi as he prepared to proceed to the next trial. He had already guessed there would be many bodiless celestials gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. However, since things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing he could do now was to raise his strength as much as possible before he left the heaven-ranked treasure vault. He wanted to be able to protect himself from the bodiless celestials who were like wolves and tigers after he left the heaven-ranked treasure vault. While Duan Lingtian was about to proceed to the next trial, more and more people gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the green lotus sword celestial, Li Bai. Naturally, only bodiless celestials were guarding outside. Most of the people who were not bodiless celestials had entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Somewhere in the beyond heaven secret zone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, an inexplicable force converged to form a constantly changing image, like a mirror image. The image was the scene of Zhang Yunfei, the disciple of the Celestial Master Sect, being killed by Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yunfei had cast the celestial technique, the matchless celestial thunder, with a domineering aura. However, in the end, it could not block the sword of the purple-clad young man. Who's he? He's just an eminent celestial, but his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, an old man could be seen standing in front of the constantly changing image. The old man's appearance was quite similar to Zhang Yunfei's, especially his nose, which was exactly the same. He was none other than Zhang Yunfei's grandfather, one of the 2 great guardians of the Celestial Master Sect, the left guardian of Dharma, Zhang Chu He. He was also the strongest person in the Celestial Master Sect,
one of the 3 strongest people below the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The strongest person in the Celestial Masters sect was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Below him were 3 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Among the 3 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, one was the sect leader of the Celestial Masters sect, and the other 2 were the 2 guardians of the Celestial Masters sect.
I don't care who you are. I, Xianxia, will kill you for killing my grandson.
Looking at the purple-clothed young man in the mirror image, Xianxia's throat moved a little as he unhurriedly spat out these words.
His voice was filled with killing intent.
As soon as he spoke, the temperature in the surroundings seemed to drop by a few degrees.
This person. He seems familiar.
Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with anger. His gaze quickly fell on one of the other 2 people in the mirror image. It was a young man who looked familiar to Xianxia.
Jianghu.
After a while, Xianxia finally remembered that this young man was also a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect. Moreover, not only did he watch with folded arms, he seemed to recognize the purple-clothed young man who killed his grandson.
Damn it! Damn it! Colluding with outsiders to kill a fellow disciple.
Jianghu, this is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. At this moment, Xianxia's fury was no longer only vented on Duanling Tian. He even directed a portion of his fury at Jianghu. He wished he could tear Jianghu into 1,000 pieces as well. Xianxia was the strongest person from the Celestial Master sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, even though he knew who killed his grandson, he couldn't do anything to that person. Unless he could find that person in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, was that even possible? Xianxia knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find the person who had killed his grandson in the Beyond Heaven secret zone.
Jianghu.
As long as he returns to Yanhuang realm, I'll be able to stop him. As long as I can stop him, I'll be able to find out who killed Fei, and avenge Fei.
Soon after, Xianxia made up his mind.
2.5 years later, once he sensed the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yanhuang realm, he would immediately leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone and wait for Jianghu to take the bait. There are still 2.5 years left. I'll try to obtain 1 or 2 celestial supreme treasures in these 2.5 years. The moment Xianxia thought of this, he left in a flash to search for the Earth-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, he had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone for the celestial supreme treasures. In a human-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone.
Brother!
A young man who looked exactly like Zhang Yunfei stared at the shattered soul bead in his hand. His eyes widened, and a murderous aura surged from his body, ready to burst out at any moment. The young man was dressed in a white robe with golden trimmings. He looked exactly like Zhang Yunfei. He was none other than Zhang Yunfei's twin brother, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Celestial Master sect.
Zhang Yuntang.
Zhang Yuntang did not expect to be greeted with such bad news as soon as he entered the human-ranked treasure vault and obtained the next clue about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. His twin brother, Zhang Yunfei, was dead. Moreover, even if his younger brother was killed, he wouldn't know who killed him. The only way he could find the culprit was if he could find his grandfather, the left guardian of Dharma, one of the 2 great guardians of the Celestial Master sect. Because once his younger brother was killed, his grandfather would receive the mirror image of his younger brother's death in time and would know who killed his younger brother. I don't care who you are, which force you're from, or which realm you're from. You'll die for killing my brother. You'll die for sure. While muttering to himself, Zhang Yuntang's voice gradually became louder and louder. It was filled with an extreme chill, causing the human-grade treasure trove to seemingly turn into a land of ice in an instant. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. At this moment, Duanling Tian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi had successfully obtained the inheritance left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Half a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? It's been half a year. So many people have gone in, but none of them have come out? The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial is so terrifying? Don't tell me all of them died in there. Outside the underground palace where the heaven-ranked treasure vault was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was located. A group of bodiless celestials looked at each other in confusion. Among them,
Those who had arrived first had been waiting here for half a year. Since a month ago, many bodiless celestials had left. Naturally, there were still many bodiless celestials who were waiting here. Most of the bodiless celestials who stayed behind were bodiless celestials with outstanding strength, since most of them knew their limits and left. They knew even if someone came out of the underground palace, they would not be able to snatch anything with their strength. Naturally, there were also some bodiless celestials with weak strength who did not leave. Chapter 2439. Could it be that there are other exits in this heaven-ranked treasure vault? In the sky above the underground palace, a loose immortal stared at the entrance of the underground palace and frowned. No! Another bodiless celestial shook his head and said, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there's only one entrance to the human-ranked treasure vault, heaven-ranked treasure vault, and the place where the great overarching golden celestials left their legacies. In the past, the Beyond Heaven secret zone had been opened before. According to the records left behind by the people of that time, it also emphasized one point. Whether it was a human treasure vault, a heaven treasure vault, or the land of inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal, there was only one entrance. Wherever one entered, one could only exit. But, in the past half a year, at least 100 non-itinerant immortals have entered. However, no one came out. Don't you find it strange? The loose immortal who spoke first looked at the loose immortal who spoke later and questioned. It's a little strange. But that doesn't mean that there's another exit to this heaven-ranked treasure vault. The latter nodded at first, then shook his head. Now, there are only two possibilities. Either the people who entered have already died in the checkpoint of the heaven-ranked treasure vault, or they haven't come out yet. Many of the other loose immortals agreed with the words of this loose immortal. As for the group of itinerant immortals, some of them wholeheartedly agreed with this itinerant immortal's words, while others were indignant that they had waited for so long only to see nothing in the end. Whoosh! With the sound of wind whistling, a figure flew over from afar and appeared in front of the group of loose immortals in the blink of an eye. He ran. The newcomer was a young man. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by one of the bodiless celestials present. This bodiless celestial was an old man. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked very ordinary. He did not stand out among the group of bodiless celestials. Elder Qi. When the young man heard the voice and saw the old man, his body suddenly trembled. He then respectfully bowed to the old man. Junior He Run greets Elder Qi. He had never seen the old man in front of him before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was only because he was going to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone that his sect had gathered a group of people, including himself, that he had the opportunity to meet this old man. Only then did he learn. This old man was the mysterious Seven Tribulation bodiless celestial in his force. Moreover, it was said that this Seven Tribulation bodiless celestial was even stronger than the leader of his force, another Seven Tribulation bodiless celestial. He never thought that he would meet the other party here. He run. Did you also hear that a heaven-ranked treasure vault has appeared here and specially rushed over? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked He Run. Yes. He Run hurriedly nodded, and then glanced around. His heart could not help but tremble. There were at least 50 to 60 people around. Moreover, since they were guarding this place and did not enter, they were most likely itinerant immortals. As a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt slightly pressured by these people who seemed to be bodiless celestials. I've been waiting here for half a year. The old man looked at He Run and said, in the past 6 months, no less than 100 people have entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. However, none of them came out in the end. There's no lack of eminent celestials among them. The old man paused for a moment before he said, so do you still want to go in? Elder Qi, I want to go in and have a look. He Run said without any hesitation. From the moment he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had already mentally prepared himself. Fortune came with risk. If one wanted to obtain celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities from the Devata realms, and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, naturally, he would have to take risks. All right. The old man did not try to persuade He Run again. He wanted to see if He Run would be in danger after entering the heaven-ranked treasure vault. If something happened to He Run, he would be able to find out immediately. After all, apart from He Run's soul pearl, he also had a Dao talisman that matched the one inscribed on He Run's body. As long as He Run was killed, the scenes before He Run's death would be displayed in front of him in the form of a mirror image.
Elder Qi, I'm going in.
He Run did not hesitate. After bidding farewell to the old man, he entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as He Run entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault, a bodiless celestial looked at the old man and asked, "Brother, is he a junior from your sect?"
Yes. The old man nodded.
"Does this mean you have his soul pearl?" Someone asked. "It's not just his soul pearl. I have a mirror image Dao talisman that matches his Dao talisman."
The old man raised an eyebrow.
The eyes of the bodiless celestials brightened immediately. After all, they knew what this meant. This meant, once something happened to He Run, the old man in front of him would be able to discover it immediately and see the scene before He Run was killed. Swoosh! At this moment, a soul pearl appeared in the old man's hand. It was none other than He Run's soul pearl. The bodiless celestials in the surroundings immediately shifted their attention to the soul pearl. Crack! After a dozen breaths, the soul pearl in the old man's hand shattered under the shocked gazes of the bodiless celestials. He's dead? He died just like that? It hasn't even been 20 breaths since he entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault, right? What's so dangerous in the heaven-ranked treasure vault? The bodiless celestials were shocked when they saw the soul pearl in the old man's hand shattering. They did not expect someone who had entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault would die so quickly. Previously, none of the people who had entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault were juniors of the bodiless celestials present. For this reason, they did not have the soul pearls of the juniors. If the juniors did not come out, they would not know what was going on inside. Even if the juniors were dead, they would not know when they had died. Now that the soul orb in the old man's hand that belonged to a junior disciple of his faction had shattered, it told them something else. This heaven-ranked treasure vault was extremely dangerous. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had died in less than 20 breaths after entering the treasure vault. "Brother, quickly take a look at how he died." Many bodiless celestials looked at the old man and asked anxiously. At the same time, the old man's eyes were no longer focused on the broken soul orb in his hand. Instead, his eyes were slightly slack. He died so quickly? Although the old man did not have much hope for He Run, the junior from his sect, he was shocked by He Run's strength. However, He Run dying so quickly still shocked him to a certain extent. I'd like to see if He Run died in the heaven-ranked treasure vault or if he was killed by someone else. With this thought in mind, the old man took out a Dao talisman and crushed it. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as the old man crushed the talisman, a mysterious power appeared in the void in front of him. In the end, this mysterious power turned into a series of constantly changing images. He Run's figure appeared in the images. However, there were 3 other people who appeared with He Run. One of them was a purple-clothed young man. He sat cross-legged in the void, and there were many illusory figures moving rapidly around him. These illusory figures all had a sword in their hands. He's comprehending a divine ability? Many bodiless celestials' eyes lit up. Could this be the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that's in the heaven-ranked treasure vault? It's possible. Many people nodded in agreement. It's obviously a divine ability from the Devata realm. Moreover, it's a sword-type divine ability. It must be the 13 green lotus swords. According to the news, there are 3 people in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Duan Tian, a man from the Saint Province realm, had obtained a celestial sword before he entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, he was wearing a purple robe. If I'm not mistaken, the purple-clad young man must be Duan Tian. It seems like Duan Tian has also obtained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. The 2 people guarding Duan Tian must be Jianghu from Yanhuang realm and Han Xuanai from the Saint Province realm. It's said that both of them possess a celestial supreme treasure as well. Duan Tian murmured to himself. 3 immortal supreme treasures. Upon seeing Duan Tian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi in the mirror image, the eyes of the group of itinerant immortals outside the underground palace lit up. Some of them had stayed until now because of the immortal supreme treasures in the hands of Duan Tian and the other 2.
And now, seeing that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were still alive, they naturally couldn't help but feel excited. Because this also meant that the cooked duck had not flown away yet. Why are there only 3 of them? Where are the others? At the same time, some of the itinerant immortals who had seen the Grand Hall through the mirror image did not see the hundreds of people who had entered the underground palace. Their expressions turned grim immediately.
Do you see the bloodstains on the ground? I'm guessing those people have most likely been killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3.
Many itinerant immortals were still speculating. He-Run, who had just entered the underground palace, had already spoken to Zhang Yi. Soon after, He-Run made his move and charged toward Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi had killed him with a swing of his sword. Zhang Yi is a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect from Yanhuang realm.
Chapter 2440. Based on his strength, it seems like he's on par with He-Run.
However, the sword in his hand is extraordinary. It must be the celestial sword he obtained from the heaven-ranked treasure vault.
At this moment, many bodiless celestials noticed the sword in Zhang Yi's hand.
When 2 people of similar strength fought, one of them managed to kill the other in a one-sided manner. There must be a reason for this.
They could see it was because of the sword in Zhang Yi's hand.
To be more precise, it was because of the celestial sword.
A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wielding a celestial sword was comparable to an eminent celestial. A celestial sword. The bodiless celestials who were watching the mirror images looked at the celestial sword in Zhang Yi's hand with greed in their eyes. The Celestial Master's sect from Yanhuang realm? The old man from He-Run's force was slightly fearful when he heard the people around him said the person who killed He-Run was a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect in Yanhuang realm. The Celestial Master's sect was one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, it was one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. Although the force he belonged to was not in Yanhuang realm, it was not considered a top force in the mundane realm he was in, let alone compared to a top force like the Celestial Master sect in Yanhuang realm. So what if he's from the Celestial Master sect? It doesn't matter if I kill him to avenge He-Run or not.
What I want is the celestial sword in his hand.
Soon after, the old man regained his senses.
The fear in his eyes gradually disappeared.
In his opinion, this was not the case. As long as he did not kill Zhang Yi, he would not offend the Celestial Master's sect. If Zhang Yi's celestial supreme treasure was taken away by him, Zhang Yi could only blame himself for not being able to protect a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the mirror image disappeared. Although the mirror images had disappeared, the greed in the bodiless celestials' hearts had been roused. Before the mirror images appeared, they were not sure if the 3 people who had obtained the celestial supreme treasures were still in there. However, now that they knew the 3 people who had obtained the celestial supreme treasures, the 3 people who obtained the immortal supreme treasures were still in the heaven-ranked treasure vault, but they had not come out yet.
Moreover, other than the 3 of them, the 100-plus people who had entered the heaven treasure trove later had all died inside. However, even so, they were not afraid in the slightest. After all, those who could enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault were all existences that were not itinerant immortals. Not only were they bodiless celestials, but apart from a few of them, the rest were all bodiless celestials with extraordinary strength.
Now, there's finally some hope. They will come out sooner or later. Just you wait.
Some of the itinerant immortals who had been waiting impatiently and were about to leave stopped thinking about leaving at this moment.
Instead, they stared at the entrance of the underground palace excitedly, waiting for the person inside to come out. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Master. Senior Heavenly Secrets. I'm going in. In the misty ice mountain valley, Ganru Yen greeted Blue Fire and the Oracle Man and prepared to enter the black hole that was suspended in the air not far away. Currently, she had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, she was prepared to enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone. However, Ganru Yen was unaware that she was not going to enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone, but the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Xiling is still cultivating. I won't be able to talk to her. Please take good care of her, Master and Senior Heavenly Secrets. Before she left, Ganru Yen added, Without waiting for Blue Fire and the Oracle Man's reply, she disappeared into the black hole in just a flash. It was as though she had been swallowed by the black hole. Sigh. After Gan Ruyen disappeared, Blue Fire sighed. He had failed to stop his direct disciple from entering the Heaven Secret Zone. He really wanted to enter the black hole as well, but the black hole rejected those who were not bodiless celestials over the age of 100. As soon as Gan Ruyen disappeared into the black hole, somewhere in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. This is... Sister has entered? A woman who had just come out of a human-ranked treasure vault with a feng shui compass in her hand looked at the woman with bright eyes before she flew in another direction. The woman had beautiful hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her figure was graceful, and she was extremely beautiful. Most importantly, she was extremely beautiful. She looked exactly like Gan Ruyen. This woman was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. If it was a month ago, Ker and Gan Ruyen would not be able to sense each other's presence even though they were twins. Currently, Ker was able to sense Gan Ruyen's presence from afar. She knew Gan Ruyen had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone because of this. A month ago, her strength had increased by another level. Ever since her cultivation base had improved, apart from regaining some of her memories from her past life, she had also discovered that her perception of her surroundings had improved. Just like now. Suddenly, she sensed that her twin sister, Gan Ruyen, had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone as well. Naturally, the reason she could sense Gan Ruyen's presence was due to the blood connection between her and Gan Ruyen. Currently, she had the ability to amplify the connection. Meanwhile, when Gan Ruyen was close to the black hole, she saw a flash in front of her. She instinctively narrowed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that she was in a stone forest. Moreover, she heard a series of thunderous sounds as if someone was fighting nearby. The Celestial Supreme Treasure is mine. I'm going to get this Celestial Supreme Treasure. At this moment, Gan Ruyen heard a series of beastly roars. When she looked closer, she saw a group of people fighting in the distance. Many people were watching the battle from afar. Celestial Supreme Treasure? Don't tell me there's a Celestial Supreme Treasure here? When Gan Ruyen heard the beastly roars, she couldn't help but look around. In the end, her gaze landed on the area below where the group of people were fighting in a chaotic battle. A towering boulder stood there, and on top of the boulder, there was a crescent-shaped narrow saber suspended. The narrow saber floated there. From a distance, the saber looked like a pool of autumn water. It didn't look like an ordinary item. Don't tell me this is a Celestial Supreme Treasure? For a moment, Gan Ruyen's heartbeat quickened. She did not expect this. She did not expect to encounter a Celestial Supreme Treasure as soon as she entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Wait a minute. Gan Ruyen suddenly felt something was amiss. Was this not the Sword Saint's Secret Zone? Up until now, apart from the people from the Seven Absolute Sect, no one else she knew had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. That's right. Senior Prophet seemed to have said that the key to the Sword Saint's Secret Zone isn't the only key he has. There are other keys in other places as well. From the looks of it, these people came in through the door that was opened by another key. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. However, it seems like the people fighting are all bodiless celestials. At the same time, Gan Ruyen glanced at the battlefield in the distance. She discovered that the people who attacked the battlefield were all extremely powerful. She was no match for them. Who do you think will obtain the Celestial Supreme Treasure in the end? Gan Ruyen heard a commotion in the air. It was the group of spectators surrounding the battlefield, discussing and whispering. I think the owner of the Celestial Supreme Treasure will be one of the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the 2 of them are the strongest people here. If it weren't for them, the others wouldn't be able to compete for the Celestial Supreme Treasure. A middle-aged man's voice rang in Gan Ruyen's ears. At this moment, Gan Ruyen saw 2 people fighting fiercely. Surprisingly, there were 2 people fighting intensely on the battlefield. However, there was no third person in the battle between the 2 of them. Moreover, the others were intentionally avoiding them. They must be the 2 5 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Gan Ruyen was shocked when she saw the 2 people fighting. Based on the commotion, she was certain they were 5 Tribulation bodiless celestials. However, the aura they emitted when they fought seems to be slightly weaker than Di Chen from the Dragon Clan. Prior to this, the only 5 tribulation bodiless celestial Gan Ru Yen had encountered was Di Chen. At that time, she was still the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. However, although Di Chen was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was forced to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy by her sister's husband, Duanling Tian. Her sister's husband's actions shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's normal. After all, rumor has it that Di Chen was on the verge of becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. However, he failed to become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in the end. Gan Ru Yen had heard about Di Chen's failure to pass the 6th tribulation bodiless celestial and his death. She had also heard about Di Chen's failure. The reason Di Chen failed to pass the celestial ascension tribulation was due to his obsession with her sister's husband, Duanling Tian. For this reason, Di Chen's father, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, had been searching for her sister's husband in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He wanted to avenge Di Chen by killing him. These bodiless celestials are not weak. Gan Ru Yen turned to look at the other bodiless celestials. Suddenly, Gan Ru Yen discovered someone was watching from afar. While the group of bodiless celestials were fighting, a person who was watching from the side quietly approached the celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 2441. Will he succeed? At this moment, apart from Gan Ru Yen, only a few people had noticed the strange movements of the man. He's getting closer. Gan Ru Yan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the man was only a few meters away from the celestial supreme treasure. At this moment, boom! Gan Ru Yen could clearly see the void in the area where the celestial supreme treasure was located trembled. Ripples spread out like water ripples and struck that person, sending him flying. The commotion was so great that it alarmed the bodiless celestials who were fighting. Are you trying to steal the celestial supreme treasure? You're courting death. Gan Ru Yen could clearly see the furious roars of the bodiless celestials. The bodiless celestials who had stopped fighting when they saw the man trying to steal the celestial supreme treasure made their moves in anger. Dozens of multicolored power streaked through the air and enveloped that person. Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, the area where the man was standing was shrouded by dozens of colorful energies. These energies collided with each other before they exploded and turned into small mushroom clouds. When the mushroom clouds dissipated, the man who tried to steal the celestial supreme treasure had disappeared without a trace. Gan Ru Yen felt a chill run up her spine when she saw this. She knew very well that the man had been killed by the bodiless celestials. Fortunately, I didn't go. It's a good thing he got there before me. Otherwise, I would have been killed. Many people who had thought of stealing the celestial supreme treasure felt a lingering fear when they saw that person being killed. At the same time, they also couldn't help but rejoice. Boom, 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 boom. The bodiless celestials who had temporarily stopped fighting began to fight again. However, none of them dared to steal the celestial supreme treasure. If the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials are seriously injured, the other bodiless celestials will have a chance. Gan Ru Yen thought to herself. Otherwise, she didn't think that the other loose immortals would have a chance to obtain that immortal supreme treasure. This was because once the other loose immortals tried to take the immortal supreme treasure, the 5 tribulation loose immortals would definitely stop fighting and attack the person who wanted to take the immortal supreme treasure. If that group of loose immortals wanted to obtain the immortal supreme treasure, they would only have a chance if the 5th tribulation loose immortals were seriously injured or even perished together. It seemed to reflect Gan Ru Yan's thoughts. Bang! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out as the attacks of the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials landed on their opponent, severely injuring him. However, the 2 of them were seriously injured. Their eyes were completely red and they fought fiercely again. Boom! 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 Bursts of thunderous sounds rang out, but the 2 seriously injured people continued to fight as if their lives depended on it. In the end, the wounds on their bodies grew more and more, and their auras became somewhat sluggish. Even so, the other bodiless celestials did not dare to attack them. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. After all, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial.
Even if he was injured, he was still a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out as the 2 injured 5 tribulation bodiless celestials continued to fight. Following that, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. "Thank you, both of you." After he appeared, he immediately pounced on the 2 injured 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. During this process, he displayed a strength that was not inferior to the 2 injured 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Gon Ruyan's heart skipped a beat as a thought appeared in her mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Heavens! There's a third 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here. Moreover, this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial had arrived long ago and was waiting for the other 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials to injure each other. He's too sinister. At this moment, the onlookers were not the only ones who were shouting. Even the other bodiless celestials who were fighting stopped and stood aside. Their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness as they looked at the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who had just arrived. They were afraid of the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's strength. They were unwilling to accept the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's appearance. Previously, the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had restrained each other and created an opportunity for them. However, now that the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were in a frenzy and were like arrows at the end of its flight, their chances were getting higher and higher. At this critical moment, another 5 tribulation bodiless celestial appeared. The oriole is behind. The oriole is behind. The 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials are like arrows at the end of its flight. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him. Is the celestial supreme treasure really going to fall into his hands? More and more people's eyes fell on the middle-aged man who had just appeared. D***MN. Let's join forces. If we don't join forces, we'll definitely die. Moreover, we'll benefit from this. When the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials discovered a third 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was waiting to ambush them, they came to a tacit understanding and decided to join forces to deal with the enemy. However, did they still have a chance to defeat him? The answer was no. Although the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials who had both suffered injuries were not any weaker than ordinary 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, they were still very weak. However, they were nothing in front of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was at his peak. After 10 moves, the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials who had suffered injuries were killed by the middle-aged man who was waiting for them. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged man was not injured at all. This man's aura is comparable to Di Chen, the 7-clawed divine dragon. Gon Ruyan sensed the aura coming from the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man's strength was comparable to Di Chen. He was stronger than either of the 2 bodiless celestials at their peak. He seems to be stronger than the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's too shameless. Not only is he stronger than the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, but he even took advantage of their injuries to kill them. He's not shameless, he's just smart. If he had shown himself earlier, he might have been able to defeat either of the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, he's no match for them when they join forces. Some of the onlookers thought the middle-aged man was shameless, but most of them thought he was smart and knew how to size up the situation. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the middle-aged man's body flashed as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and appeared near the crescent-shaped celestial supreme treasure. This celestial saber is mine. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened as he looked at the crescent-shaped celestial supreme treasure hovering in the air. Then, he raised his hand, preparing to break the layers of formations that shrouded the celestial supreme treasure to obtain it. We worked so hard for so long. In the end, we won't be able to obtain it. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial said with a wry smile on his face. He's too strong. I'm afraid there aren't many 5 tribulation bodiless celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone who are stronger than him. It's not that he's strong. Most importantly, he's too patient. He actually waited until now to make a move. At this moment, everyone, including Gon Ruyan, felt that the middle-aged man was too stubborn.
The middle-aged man was destined to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. However, sometimes, one would not be able to predict the outcome until the very end. Who said it's yours?
A hoarse voice rang in the air as an old man dressed in gray silently appeared in the vicinity.
His eyes immediately landed on the middle-aged man who was trying to break the formation to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes.
He looked at the middle-aged man as if he was looking at a dead man.
Everyone, including the middle-aged man, did not notice the old man's appearance. Even Gan Ruyen was stunned.
However, just as Gan Ruyen was about to look at the old man, she heard the sound of wind rustling in the air.
Sister.
Along with the sound of the wind came a very familiar voice.
The voice was pleasing to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Car. When Gan Ruyen heard the familiar voice, she did not even have time to take a good look at the old man's face before she moved to the side. At this moment, a woman who looked identical to her was standing next to her. It was none other than her twin sister Ker. Sister, you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage? Kuer's appearance did not attract the attention of many people. That was because everyone's gazes were focused on the gray-clothed old man who had suddenly appeared. Is he a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Many people were shocked. Yes. Gan Ruyen nodded when she heard Ker's question. When she looked at Ker again, her eyes were filled with excitement and confusion. Previously, she had witnessed Ker disappearing into the black hole. According to Mu Yi, Ker's speed was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Gan Ruyen did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter Ker had, she was still happy for Ker. However, in her heart, she had always been puzzled about this. How did her little sister suddenly become so powerful? Ker! Gan Ruyen was about to ask Ker for answers when she heard a loud noise. Bang! An earth-shattering sound came at the right time, interrupting her and attracting her attention. Then she saw the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man had just appeared and killed the middle-aged man with a single blow. Six tribulation bodiless celestial. These were the last words left by the middle-aged man before he died, and it was also a message to everyone around him. The gray-clad old man was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. This is what it means to be the Oriole behind. Chapter 2442. When the middle-aged man killed the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials while both of them were injured, almost everyone present on the scene thought he was the Oriole behind the mantis and would obtain the celestial supreme treasure. Who knew? When the middle-aged man was about to break the formations around the celestial supreme treasure, a gray-clad old man appeared. As soon as the gray-clad old man appeared, he killed the middle-aged man. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad old man only said one sentence. Who said it's yours? The gray-clad old man's words were directed at the middle-aged man since the middle-aged man had said, "This celestial saber is mine." The middle-aged man did not even have time to react before he was killed by the gray-clad old man. The entire process was clean and tidy. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The middle-aged man's last words were clear to everyone present on the scene. The gray-clad old man who had killed the middle-aged man before he could even react was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect this at all. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. This is the real Oriole. 3 5 tribulation bodiless celestials died for a celestial supreme treasure. If they knew a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial had his eyes on this celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to obtain it. After all, it's useless for them to compete with a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The people present on the scene were shocked by the sudden turn of events. They could not help but sigh. They felt the 3 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had died unjustly. 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. They were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. How could they die just like that? Moreover, 3 of them had died in one go. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others,
The gray-clad old man who had killed the middle-aged man appeared in front of the crescent-shaped celestial supreme treasure in just a blink of an eye. With just a wave of his hand, he easily broke the formations around it. After breaking the formations, the gray-clad old man raised his hand and grabbed the crescent-shaped celestial supreme treasure. A hint of joy could be seen between his brows. Because even he didn't expect that his luck would be so good. As he passed by, he discovered that this was an Earth-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There was a celestial supreme treasure here. Moreover, when he arrived, the middle-aged man had just killed the other 2 5-tribulation bodiless celestials. If I had come a little later, I'm afraid you would have been his. The old man muttered as he looked at the crescent-shaped saber-type immortal supreme treasure in his hand. Although the old man's voice was not loud, it still clearly entered the ears of everyone present, causing them to come to a realization. He's referring to should be that middle-aged man, right? Seems like it. Furthermore, from what he said, he seems to have just arrived. It must be. Otherwise, why would he say that if he came a little later, the celestial supreme treasure would be his? If that's the case, then his luck is really good. Realizing that the old man had also just arrived, the people present naturally couldn't help but envy his luck. However, while they were envious of his luck, they also knew their own limits. The reason the old man was able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure was due to his cultivation base. If he was only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or not a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to change the fact that the middle-aged man had obtained the celestial supreme treasure. He's a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. He managed to obtain the celestial supreme treasure just like that? Gonru Yen muttered to herself as she looked at the gray-clad old man. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the celestial supreme treasure in the gray-clad old man's hand. Although the celestial supreme treasure was good, it did not belong to her. Sister, do you want that saber? While Gonru Yan's expression darkened, Ker's voice rang in her ears again. Ker. Gonru Yen looked at Ker and smiled wryly. That's a celestial supreme treasure. Who wouldn't want it? However, since he's a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, this celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. It's fine as long as you want it. However, what Gonru Yen did not expect was that Ker would actually leave behind such a sentence after she finished speaking. Then, he turned into an illusory figure in front of her eyes and gradually faded away. Who's she? What a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she's very fast as well. Before I could react, she had already appeared there. Before the silhouette of Ker and Gonru Yen faded away, Gonru Yen heard a series of exclamations. Gonru Yan's body stiffened as she turned her head around. With just a glance, she saw the gray-clad old man. He was about to leave after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, when he saw a familiar figure standing in the path of the gray-clad old man. It was none other than Ker who had just left. Ker. Gonru Yan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. Ker, what are you doing? Come back. Come back. He's a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Gonru Yen cried out in alarm. Her voice was filled with panic. Gonru Yan's words immediately attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. This woman looks identical to the woman who stopped the 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although their auras are different, I can tell they're twins. Based on her tone, it seems like she's afraid of the 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on her anxious tone, it's obvious she doesn't think her twin sister is a match for the 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Upon hearing Gonru Yan's exclamation, everyone turned to look at her. She's at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, a courageous person probed Gonru Yan's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. When he received the feedback, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Are you kidding? Many people voiced their doubts when they heard this person's words. She's really at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if her twin sister is more talented than her, how much stronger can she be? Is she seeking death?
As more and more people confirmed Gonru Yan's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they could not help but look at the woman who blocked the gray-clad old man's path. They felt she was seeking death. My divine consciousness can't get close to her at all. Some courageous people tried to probe Ker's cultivation base, but they discovered their divine consciousness could not get close to Ker at all. My divine consciousness can't get close to her as well. More and more people discovered their divine consciousness could not get close to Ker. Is it possible that she's stronger than us? Someone said. Impossible. Her twin sister's cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. No matter how talented she is, she's at most at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial. Let alone an eminent celestial, even a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to escape my divine consciousness. In that case, there is only one possibility. She has some kind of treasure on her that can block the detection of divine sense. That must be the case. I've long heard of assist-type celestial supreme treasures that can block divine consciousness and soul attacks. As the group of people discussed animatedly, they were almost certain of one thing. It was because Ker had an assist-type celestial supreme treasure that could repel divine consciousness and defend against soul attacks. For a moment, their gazes towards Ker could not help but burn with passion. However, when they inadvertently glanced at the grey-robed old man in front of Ker, their gazes dimmed. Only then did they remember. There was also a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Unfortunately, even if she has an assistive celestial supreme treasure, it's destined to have nothing to do with us. She's crazy. If she hadn't stood out and blocked the path of the 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, we wouldn't have discovered her uniqueness, let alone know she might have an assist-type celestial supreme treasure. I really don't know what she is thinking. The group of people discussed among themselves, but they all came to the same conclusion. The woman who blocked the path of a 6-tribulation loose celestial was courting death. At first, there were still people who had doubts in their hearts. Perhaps, this woman's cultivation base was on par with the grey-robed old man. That was why she had stood out and blocked the path of the grey-robed old man in an attempt to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from him. However, when they discovered the other woman, who looked identical to the woman, was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they no longer thought the woman was a match for the grey-robed old man. The grey-robed old man was a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial after all. However, this woman was a twin at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if they racked their brains, they did not think the woman was a match for a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gonru Yan appeared next to Ker in just a blink of an eye. Senior. At the same time, Gonru Yan looked at the grey-robed old man standing near Ker and said apologetically, Senior, I'm sorry. My sister is still young. I'll take her away now. Gonru Yan knew Ker was not any weaker than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the grey-robed old man was a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. She did not think Ker was a match for the grey-robed old man. She's your sister? Chapter 2443. Yes. Is not equal to. Gonru Yan did not dare to be careless in front of a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. This was someone who could kill her with just a finger. Ha ha ha. The grey-clad old man laughed loudly as he shifted his gaze to Ker after receiving Gonru Yan's confirmation. I didn't expect to gain so much this time. Not only did I obtain an offensive celestial supreme treasure, but I even obtained an assist-type celestial supreme treasure. As a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, the grey-clad old man had lived for a very long time. Due to his long lifespan, he was more cautious and had more things to consider. Although the woman who had blocked his path looked identical to the woman whose cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was not 100% certain they were twins. Initially, he was not 100% certain the woman who had blocked his path could not be detected by his divine consciousness due to her extraordinary strength. Although the people around him had guessed she possessed an assist-type celestial supreme treasure, he was still wary of her. Although the same thought had appeared in his mind, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. For this reason, he had to verify his suspicions. Moreover, Gonru Yan's reply had undoubtedly allowed him to further verify this matter. Those who can enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone are not bodiless celestials. Only those below the age of 100 can enter. Since she's at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it means she's not even 100 years old. At some point in time, the gray-clad old man's gaze landed on Gan Ruyen again. He muttered to himself, "That's right. And since this woman is her twin sister, it is enough to say that she is also less than 100 years old. It's impossible for a person who's not even 100 years old to be a bodiless celestial. At most, she's an eminent celestial." The gray-clad old man's eyes lit up as he looked at Kerr. His eyes, which were filled with brilliance, also revealed waves of greed. It was obvious he was greedy for the assist-type celestial supreme treasure that Kerr possessed. "Hand over your celestial supreme treasure, and I'll only kill you." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gray-clad old man looked at Kerr and suddenly said, "If you don't cooperate, not only will I kill you and take your celestial supreme treasure, but I'll also kill your twin sister so that you'll have a companion on your way to hell." The gray-clothed old man threatened Kerr. From the beginning to the end, he had been threatening her in a condescending manner. It was as if Kerr was just an ant that could not withstand a single blow from him. In fact, it was indeed true. A person who was not even 100 years old was like an ant in front of a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! Gan Ruyan's expression changed. She did not expect the gray-clad old man to say such words. Even if she did not kill her twin sister celestial supreme treasure, he would still kill her twin sister? Say. Gan Ruyen was about to say something when she heard the gray-clad old man's words. Just as the crowd was looking at Kerr with pity in their eyes, thinking that Kerr was going to die for sure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, "My sister wants the celestial supreme treasure in your hand." Kerr did not seem to hear the gray-clad old man's words at all. Instead, she looked at the gray-clad old man and spoke in an indifferent tone. As soon as Kerr said that, Gan Ruyen was dumbstruck before she could even finish her sentence. What kind of situation was this? Kerr was still thinking about what she had said. It seems like Kerr only stopped him because of what I said. Gan Ruyan's expression changed again when she thought up to this point. Her eyes were filled with guilt. She felt that she had something to do with her younger sister's predicament. It could even be said that she was the instigator. Is she crazy? Everyone else was dumbstruck by Kerr's words. Even the gray-clad old man was stunned. Whoosh! His expression changed drastically when he saw the woman's graceful figure had vanished into thin air as soon as she finished speaking. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for the woman to vanish into thin air. Oh no! The gray-clad old man panicked when he thought about this. He narrowed his eyes and caught a glimpse of a figure. There was a beautiful figure that even his eyesight could not see clearly, and it was rushing towards him at an exaggerated speed. Moreover, just as his expression changed drastically, the beautiful figure in front of him was already extremely close to him, so close that it was frightening. 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. At this moment, the gray-clad old man finally regained his senses. The speed of the figure was comparable to a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How can a woman who's not even 100 years old be a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? The gray-clothed old man, who suddenly had this thought in his mind, only felt that everything in front of him was incomparably absurd. At the same time, he also realized how stupid he was to actually underestimate the other party. Boom! Without any hesitation, the gray-clad old man mobilized his strength as fast as he could. At this moment, he did not wish to kill the woman. He only wished to escape. Even if he had to give up the celestial supreme treasure in his hand. Swoosh! Just as the gray-clothed old man's strength skyrocketed and he seemed to be enveloped in a layer of invisible flames, he shot out like a cannonball. He shot off in the opposite direction at an extremely exaggerated speed. He was fleeing in the same direction as the gray-clad old man. Run! Run! This was the only thought left in the gray-clad old man's mind. He did not expect a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial like him would end up like this. Whoosh! Just as the gray-clothed old man was fleeing for his life, the space near him suddenly stagnated. Then, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Conqueror, who was following the black-clothed old man like a shadow. Swoosh! When the gray-clad old man saw Conqueror, his expression changed again. He gulped as he prepared to surrender the celestial supreme treasure in his hand.
However, before the gray-clad old man could speak, Ker made her move again. With a flash of her body, a white light appeared around her body. It was dazzling like a ball of white flame. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the gray-robed old man who had yet to speak. Whoosh! A ball of white flame pierced through the air. Wherever it passed, the air in the void paused. At this moment, the gray-clad old man had completely disappeared. The only thing left was the crescent-shaped saber celestial supreme treasure. As soon as the celestial saber appeared in the air, it began to descend and landed in a slender hand under everyone's watchful eyes. The person who caught the celestial saber was none other than Ker. From the time Conqueror pursued the old man to the time she killed him, it was only a matter of a blink of an eye. The gray-clad old man did not even leave the crowd's line of sight. He's dead. How's this possible? Isn't she twins with the woman at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Her twin sister's cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That means she's not even 100 years old. She's not even 100 years old, but she's strong enough to kill a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial? How's this possible? Most importantly, she didn't use a celestial supreme treasure when she killed the 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. That's the scariest part. Ker had killed a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye without using a celestial supreme treasure, shocking everyone present on the scene. At the same time, they were filled with disbelief. How could a woman who was not even 100 years old be so strong? Based on the fact that she could kill a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial so easily, her strength was at least comparable to a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial. It's impossible for her to be an eminent celestial. She must be an old monster. I agree. How could an eminent celestial be stronger than a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial, without using a celestial supreme treasure? Many people present on the scene could not help but discuss among themselves when they regained their senses. Whoosh! At this moment, Ker returned to Gan Ru Yan's side and handed the crescent-shaped celestial saber to her. She said with a smile, "Sister, didn't you want this celestial supreme treasure? Ker brought it to you." Gan Ru Yan did not take the celestial supreme treasure from Ker. It was not that she did not want it, but she was still in a daze. When she regained her senses, she looked at Ker in a daze. On the surface, Ker did not seem any different from before. However, what had happened earlier was still vivid in her mind. Gan Ru Yan could not believe her eyes. In such a short period of time, how did her younger sister, Ker, possess such formidable strength? This was beyond her comprehension. The 6th tribulation bodiless celestial was so strong, but he was so weak in front of her sister. She felt as though she was in a dream. Ker, you. How did you? Gan Ru Yan took the crescent-shaped celestial saber from Ker. She did not even have the time to be happy about obtaining a celestial supreme treasure before she looked at Ker in confusion. Sister, let's talk after we leave this place, Ker said with a smile on her face. When Gan Ru Yan heard this, she glanced at the people in the surroundings and nodded her head. This made her realize that her sister was not weak at all. Her younger sister, other than her shocking strength, did not change in any other aspect. She was still the same as before. She did not like being surrounded by strangers. Chapter 2444. Swoosh. Swoosh. Under Conqueror's guidance, Gan Ru Yan disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It was as if she had never appeared before. 09 Shout Shua Net. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Is the woman at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage really her sister? A4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial gulped. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Only bodiless celestials under the age of 100 can enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If she's really a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, she's more than qualified to be the old ancestor of the woman at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could she be her sister? Most people couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. Is that possible? A3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial speculated, the older sister is actually a reincarnated person. Legend has it that there are people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who use special techniques to reincarnate. The woman at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage might be one of those rare reincarnated people. Moreover, she has been reincarnated for almost 10,000 years. That would explain why the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial would call her sister. The 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial speculations caused everyone to fall silent. They had more or less heard of the legend of reincarnation, but most people thought that it was an illusory existence and might not necessarily exist. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had also heard of this legend. At that time, he realized the reincarnation Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent was a genius. The 3 lives rebirth technique he created was considered a rare treasure even in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That seems to be the only explanation. Although it doesn't seem realistic, it's not the only explanation. Compared to this explanation, a person who's not even 100 years old possesses the strength of a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial without using a Celestial Supreme Treasure? That's even more unrealistic, right?
I think so too.
Gan Ruyen was unaware that she had been regarded as a reincarnated person by a group of people. Now she was brought to a quiet and secluded valley by Conqueror, where birds chirped and flowers bloomed.
Sister, I know you have a lot of questions. I can tell you everything now. However, I hope you won't tell Brother Tian about this. I don't want him to worry.
Ker said as she looked at Gan Ruyen.
You're the one who's not going to tell him.
Gan Ruyen's heart skipped a beat when she heard Ker's words. She was certain it was her sister's method was otherwise. Why would she have warned her sister before she knew her sister? Gan Ruyen's expression changed drastically when she heard Ker's explanation. Burning one's soul to recover the memories of one's past life while rapidly increasing one's strength? She managed to avoid the eyes heaven's eyes celestial supreme heaven, s of eyes s's, of sir her of a I of a I. As although Conqueror had only briefly mentioned the process of burning her soul, recovering her memories of her previous life, and rapidly increasing her strength. She's of a of an eyes of a of Avash knew the process must be very painful.
Ker, why do you have to do this?
Gan Ruyen smiled bitterly as tears streamed down her beautiful face. She could not help but tremble as her heart ached for her younger sister.
Sister, I don't want to be a burden to him anymore. Ker's reply was simple. As for the person she was referring to, it was naturally Duan Ling Tian.
Silly girl. Silly girl. When Gan Ruyen heard Ker's reply and saw the bright smile on Ker's face when she thought of someone, her heart trembled.
She could not help but sigh.
In her opinion, this younger sister of hers was simply too foolish.
Sister, you just came in, right?
Conqueror changed the topic at the right time.
Yes.
Gan Ruyen nodded. At the same time she could not help but sigh. I saw a group of people fighting for the Celestial Supreme Treasure when I first came in. Gan Ruyen glanced at the crescent-shaped celestial saber in her hand. At that time, although she did not know who the Celestial Supreme Treasure belonged to, it did not stop her from being envious of the person who obtained it. At that time, she did not even dare to hope for the Celestial Supreme Treasure. She did not expect the Celestial Supreme Treasure would end up in her hands. You don't know that this is not the Sword Saint's secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, right?
Ker asked again.
What? Gan Ruyen was shocked by Ker's words.
This was not the Sword Saint's secret zone?
What is this place then? Gan Ruyen knew that her younger sister would not speak without thinking. She could not help but ask. This is the Beyond Heaven secret zone. When Ker told Gan Ruyen that they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she also told Gan Ruyen everything she knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is connected to 5 mundane realms. Currently, we're the only ones who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. The others are from the other 4 mundane realms. The other 4 mundane realms are all large mundane realms that are much larger than the Saint Province realm. There are many eminent celestials who are younger than 100 years old in the large mundane realms. Moreover, some eminent celestials are as strong as 5 tribulation bodiless celestials or even 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. Conqueror's explanation seemed to have opened the door to a whole new world for Gan Ruyen, greatly broadening her horizons. At the same time, Gan Ruyen's heart was filled with shock. As it turns out, those bodiless celestials who fought for the Celestial Supreme Treasure earlier are from the other mundane realms. Gan Ruyen finally understood. Gan Ruyen was very lucky.
As soon as she entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Kerr had found her. Otherwise, she would have died in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone even if her cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. Outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, a group of bodiless celestials with weak cultivation bases had left. However, the bodiless celestials who were stronger and confident in their strength stayed behind. They waited patiently. The reason for that was because they had confirmed a year ago that the 3 youngsters who had obtained immortal supreme treasures were still in the heaven-level treasure vault before them. However, they had yet to come out. Don't tell me those 2 brats and that girl are planning to stay in there for another year? A bodiless celestial asked with a frown. It doesn't matter if they stay in there for another year. I'll wait for them to come out. In any case, they'll come out sooner or later. Unless they have a death wish. Another bodiless celestial said. 3 years after the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, those who entered the secret zone would be able to sense the location of the entrance to the mundane realm they were in. If they wanted to leave the secret zone, they would have to find the entrance themselves. The Beyond Heaven secret zone would be open for 10 years. If they did not leave within 10 years, they would be trapped in the Beyond Heaven secret zone forever. They would have to wait for the next opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone before they could leave. Naturally, that was if they could survive until then. Moreover, even if they could survive until then, they would have a mental breakdown. After all, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was a completely sealed space. One could not transcend the heavenly tribulation or ascend. Whether it was bodiless celestials or eminent celestials, they would not be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation or ascend. For this reason, no one would willingly be trapped in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If one was trapped in there, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone, I only want one celestial sword. I won't touch the other treasures on them. One of the bodiless celestials suddenly said to the other bodiless celestials. However, no one paid any attention to him. When the people in there came out, they would have to fight for the celestial supreme treasures based on their own strength. If one was capable, it was not impossible to obtain all the celestial supreme treasures. In the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Within the circular light barrier formed by the flying swords, a purple-clothed young man sat cross-legged in the air. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Not far away, a beautiful woman and a young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in a corner. They seemed to be cultivating or comprehending something. All of a sudden, swoosh, 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 the swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, chi, 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 chi. Accompanied by the sound of air friction, the thousands of rapidly moving sword lights paused in an instant. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. It was as if thousands of high-speed sports cars had come to a sudden stop. Boom! The instant the sword lights stopped in the air, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The circular light barrier formed by the sword light exploded, causing the air to tremble. After the air vibrated, the purple-robed young man, who was sitting cross-legged in the void like an old monk in meditation, opened his eyes in an instant. I finally succeeded. Chapter 2445. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. I was so focused on my closed-door cultivation that I completely forgot about the time. I wonder how long I spent in closed-door cultivation. As Duanling Tian's eyes brightened, he could not help but feel puzzled. Just as Duanling Tian was about to ask Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi about it, he realized something was amiss. They were sitting cross-legged in 2 corners of the dazzling hall. They were motionless like old monks in meditation. Let's wait for them. Duanling Tian was not in a hurry to wake the 2 of them up from their closed-door cultivation. While waiting, he did not remain idle and continued to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment,
Han Shu and I woke up and discovered Duan Ling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation. Brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? Han Shu and I had just woken up when she noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze on her. She could not help but feel slightly surprised. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. When did this happen? Han Shu and I asked again. It's been a month. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Are we going out now? Han Shu and I's eyes flashed with a hint of dread. I wonder if the bodiless celestials outside are still around. It'll be great if there's another exit in this underground palace. When Han Shu and I thought about the possibility of a group of bodiless celestials with extraordinary strength waiting outside, she could not help but feel wary. When her brother Ling Tian had just gone into closed-door cultivation, she and Jianghu had searched the underground palace in an attempt to find another exit. However, their efforts were to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to confirm a fact. There was only one exit in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It was the one they had entered through. In addition, they had also learned from the group of non-body immortals who had entered earlier. Outside the entrance of the underground palace, a group of loose immortals had gathered. Once Jianghu comes out of seclusion, we'll head out. Duan Ling Tian said calmly when he heard Han Shu and I's words. It was as though he was not worried about the group of bodiless immortals standing guard outside the underground palace. Big brother Ling Tian, how was your seclusion this time? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was still able to remain calm at this time, Han Shu and I couldn't help but think of this and ask in a timely manner. Not bad. When he heard Han Shu and I's question, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. By the time Jianghu came out, it was already about 5 months later. It had been 2.5 years since Duan Ling Tian and the others first entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. All they had to do was wait for another 6 months before they would be able to sense the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that connected them to the mundane realms. At that time, those who wanted to leave could leave, and those who wanted to stay could stay. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 completely different sword whistles rang out one after another, but they seemed to ring out at the same time. In the end, they seemed to have merged into one. Swoosh. After fusing into one, another ear-piercing sword whistle rang out. It tore through the void and entered one's ears, as if it could shatter one's eardrums. Jianghu, it seems like you've gained quite a lot from your seclusion this time. You actually managed to comprehend the first 3 swords of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Jianghu when he saw the 3 swords that were filled with mysteries after he came out of seclusion. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Only those who had comprehended the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, would know how difficult it was to comprehend this divine ability. Perhaps it was easy to comprehend the first sword. However, the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to comprehend. It was rare for Jianghu to be able to comprehend the first 3 swords of this divine ability in just 2 years. After all, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Duan Ling Tian, even I managed to comprehend the first 3 swords of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. I'm sure you've comprehended even more, right? Jianghu asked Duan Ling Tian after he put the celestial sword away. I guess so. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he called out to Han Shu and I and Jianghu. We've been here for 2 years. It's time for us to leave. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Han Shu and I that they had been in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, for 2 years. He did not know. Had the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial appeared? Whoosh! At this moment, a feng shui compass appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the feng shui compass he had obtained in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. It would lead them to their next destination. Their next destination would either be a human-ranked treasure vault, a heaven-ranked treasure vault, or the place of inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Outside the underground palace. There's no one here? Jianghu followed Duan Ling Tian and Han Shu and I out of the underground palace. Initially, he had planned to return to the underground palace immediately if they saw many bodiless celestials outside so the bodiless celestials would not have the chance to attack them. After all, bodiless celestials were not allowed to enter the underground palace. There was a formation at the entrance of the underground palace that prevented bodiless celestials from entering. However, Jianghu was surprised to see that there were no bodiless celestials outside the underground palace. He did not even see a single bodiless celestial after they left the underground palace. Could it be that they're hiding? Soon after, Jianghu thought of this possibility. Just as this thought surfaced in Jianghu's mind, a voice rang out. Bang! A soft sound resonated in the air. Following that, Jianghu saw Duanling Tian, who was walking at the front, stomped on the ground and shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he was already far away. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai's thoughts were similar to Zhang Yi's. However, when she was about to warn her brother Ling Tian, she discovered her brother Ling Tian was already far away. In the end, she could only brace herself and follow him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi had no choice but to follow Duan Ling Tian. He did not forget to look around as though he was afraid someone would attack him. After a while, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi caught up to Duan Ling Tian. After the three of them gathered, they decided to follow Duan Ling Tian's feng shui compass. Up until now, their surroundings were still calm. The bodiless celestials have all left? Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai were about to follow Duan Ling Tian when an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. They did not expect to not see a single figure outside the underground palace. They're here. Duan Ling Tian paused in his tracks, causing Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai to stop as well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, before Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi could react, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air around them. Horror dawned on both of their faces when they saw this. In just a blink of an eye, more than 20 figures appeared around Duan Ling Tian and his two companions. These figures were all human figures. Among them, there were old men, old women, middle-aged men, middle-aged women, and young men. However, they all had one thing in common without exception, and that was, they were all very similar. They were all bodiless celestials. Moreover, all of them were extremely powerful bodiless celestials. They're so fast. I can't even see their figures at all. At this moment, both Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi could not help but shudder with fear. Before the group of itinerant immortals appeared, they couldn't even see clearly which direction they had come from, let alone where they had been hiding. Unlike Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian's expression was indifferent when he saw the bodiless celestials. It was as though the appearance of these bodiless celestials did not affect his mood. You're finally willing to come out. Do you know that I've been waiting for you for a long time? An old man laughed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and his two companions. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Boy, you and this little girl are quite cunning. Unfortunately, you've been harmed by him. Did you really think we didn't expect you to turn back when you discovered us at the entrance of the Earth Palace? A middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a contemptuous smile on his face. He, who was hiding in the dark, had seen everything that had happened just now. Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai were extremely cautious when they walked out of the Earth Palace. They were prepared to turn back at any moment. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, walked out of the underground palace and swaggered up into the air, intending to leave. At that time, if it were not for the fact that they wanted to wait for Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai to follow Duan Ling Tian, these bodiless celestials who were hiding in the shadows would have attacked Duan Ling Tian. They waited patiently. When he saw Zhang Yi and Han Xuanai following Duan Ling Tian and the three little fellows who possessed celestial supreme treasures had left the underground palace and would not be able to return in time. Fortunately, they had appeared in time. Zhang Yi smiled wryly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, but he did not say anything. However, he was still puzzled. During their time together, he understood Duan Ling Tian very well, and he knew that Duan Ling Tian wasn't a brainless and rash person. However, why was he so rash this time? On the other hand, Han Xuanai's expression gradually disappeared when she saw Brother Ling Tian's calm expression in the face of a group of bodiless celestials. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. She thought to herself, could it be that Brother Ling Tian has a way to deal with these bodiless celestials? Han Xuanai could not help but tremble when she thought about this. These bodiless celestials were clearly not ordinary bodiless celestials.
Chapter 2446. Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back?
Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the middle-aged man, and a wisp of dense disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth.
Duan Lingtian's words were filled with mockery. Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back? Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back?
Duan Lingtian's words were directed at the middle-aged man who had said Han Xuanai and Jianghu were killed by Duan Lingtian and the other bodiless celestials present on the scene.
Duan Lingtian's words were extremely arrogant. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many bodiless celestials who had regained their senses glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. Moreover, some of the bodiless celestials' auras surged, causing the air to tremble.
Brat, you're seeking death.
One of the bodiless celestials could not help but make a move. He flew out like a raging dragon as he glared at Duan Lingtian. This bodiless celestial was none other than the middle-aged man who had said Han Xuanai and Jianghu were killed by Duan Lingtian. He was also a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial.
A sixth tribulation bodiless celestial.
When the middle-aged man made his move, the bodiless celestials present on the scene realized he was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. However, none of the bodiless celestials were surprised by this. After all, the bodiless celestials present on the scene were all quite strong. Even the weakest among them was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, no one was surprised that someone was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, there were many seven tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. A mere sixth tribulation bodiless celestial was not enough to shock them. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air. When the middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian, his fists surged with energy. When he punched out, a sky full of fist rays shot toward Duan Lingtian.
Brother Lingtian.
When the middle-aged man moved and disappeared from Han Xuanai's sight, she clearly sensed a swift wind blowing towards Duan Lingtian, causing his clothes to flutter. Seeing this, she naturally knew that the middle-aged man had attacked her big brother Lingtian. Although she had faith in her big brother Lingtian, Han Xuanai couldn't help but feel nervous. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's not just a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Jianghu could vaguely sense that the middle-aged man was not simple. As for the other bodiless celestials, none of them stopped the middle-aged man from attacking Duan Lingtian. And the reason why they didn't stop it was because, first, it was because Duan Lingtian's words had angered them. Second, even if the middle-aged man killed Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to take away the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. Since Duan Lingtian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, people like Han Xuanai and Jianghu would not be able to sense it. However, the bodiless celestials present on the scene clearly saw Duan Lingtian devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. What a powerful assist-type divine ability! At this moment, the bodiless celestials were shocked. Although they had seen assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms before, none of them could compare to this assist-type divine ability. In the next moment, their eyes lit up when they saw a sword that was as clear as spring water appearing in Duan Lingtian's hand. A celestial sword! All of them recognized the sword as a celestial sword. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man who was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial shot out fist rays toward Duan Lingtian as though they were going to drown Duan Lingtian. The fists were like a rain of flowers that filled the sky. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and their power was overwhelming. At this moment, the other bodiless celestials present on the scene realized the middle-aged man was furious. It was clear the middle-aged man did not hold back when he attacked Duan Lingtian. It was clear he intended to kill Duan Lingtian. Sword-wielding technique. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the middle-aged man who was trying to kill him. Then, he channeled all his energy into the celestial sword in his hand. Swoosh! A sword howl tore through the sky like a flash in the pan, yet it still shocked the hearts of many people present to the point of trembling. The celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out like a flying sword. It was as though it could decapitate someone from 1,000 miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, what happened next was even more shocking. After the first sword whistling sound, several more sword whistling sounds could be heard.
Some of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could vaguely tell the sword cries rang one after the other.
To the other bodiless celestials, the sword cries seemed to have rung at the same time. For this reason, only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could vaguely see Duan Lingtian's movements. A celestial sword was the first to appear. Several sword rays followed closely behind it. However, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not know how many sword rays there were. Of course, although they couldn't completely capture it, they were certain of one thing. There were at least 5 sword rays following behind the celestial sword. Is this a divine ability from a Devata realm? A celestial method? The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene saw the sword rays catching up to the celestial sword in the lead and merging with it. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays converged into a sword and met the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers. Swoosh!
The sound of a sword cry rang in the air again.
Compared to the previous sword whistling sound, this sword whistling sound was even more ear-piercing. It was as if it could pierce one's eardrums.
However, in the blink of an eye, the sword light that had gathered into a single sword with the celestial sword as the carrier streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long and narrow sword light in the void.
It looked exceptionally frightening. Boom!
The sword ray shone brightly like a giant beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers.
How's this possible? When the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers were annihilated by the sword ray, the middle-aged man who was charging toward Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically. Swoosh! Right at this moment, the stroke that seemed like a stroke of genius, as well as the finishing touch, pierced into the center of the middle-aged man's brows like an iron drill before he could recover from his shock. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and his aura weakened. He was dead. At this moment, the middle-aged man was killed. Gasp! 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 The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene, including Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, could not help but gasp in unison. In the next moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a monster. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye? Big Brother Lingtian's strength has actually become so strong? It seems like Brother Lingtian's strength has improved a lot during his closed-door cultivation. Han Xuanai had a feeling Brother Lingtian was strong enough to deal with the group of bodiless celestials in front of her. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she could not help but feel shocked. Did Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Although he could not see Duan Lingtian's attack clearly, he could tell the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, from the sword cry earlier. He killed a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is he really not even 100 years old? Is he really just an eminent celestial? Isn't this too inconceivable? An eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old is able to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. When the group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. As it turned out, they did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. After all, how strong could a person who was not even 100 years old be even if he was an eminent celestial? However, the sudden reality seemed to have played a huge joke on them. This purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. They were certain they would not be able to survive Duan Lingtian's attack, even if they were the one who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, he's not any weaker than me. These were the thoughts of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. The sword attack Duan Lingtian had cast earlier was enough to threaten them. Now, do you still think you're qualified to make us turn back? After killing the middle-aged 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the other bodiless celestials present on the scene. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials lowered their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. Only the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly. After all, in their opinion,
Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was only on par with 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Humph! At this moment, an old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed before he stepped forward. He was none other than Elder Qi from the force where he run was from, who had entered the underground palace and was killed by Jianghu. At that time, he was the one who had summoned the mirror image to confirm that Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian were still alive. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian were still in the underground palace. For this reason, they had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Do you think you can escape from us just because you're as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Chapter 2447. Brat, you're too arrogant. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He felt the purple-clad young man was too arrogant. Humph! Do you really think you can act arrogantly in front of us just because you're as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Do you know we have more than one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial here? Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression. The remaining 3 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not say anything, but their eyes were filled with hostility when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is too arrogant. Does he really think he'll be able to resolve this crisis just because he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? How naive! Even if one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial can't kill him and snatch his celestial supreme treasure, what about 2, 3, or 4 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian is going to be in trouble. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Ling Tian warily as they whispered among themselves. Based on their words, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to leave so easily. After all, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene were not to be trifled with. Based on this, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials should not think about snatching the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions. However, these 6 tribulation bodiless celestials could not help but daydream. Perhaps, when the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions fell into the hands of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would fight with the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the end, both sides would suffer great losses and perish together. At that time, they would stand a chance. For this reason, they had stayed behind to wait for Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions to come out. Otherwise, they would not have wasted their time here. So what if there is more than one 7th tribulation scattered immortal? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial's words. He said bluntly, "You're not qualified to make us return to the underground palace." After that, Duan Ling Tian said to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, "Xuanai, Zhang Yi, let's go. I would like to see who dares to stop me." As his voice fell, Duan Ling Tian had already stepped into the air unhurriedly, heading towards the direction indicated by the compass. From beginning to end, he had completely ignored the group of loose immortals. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were dumbfounded when they heard Duan Ling Tian's greeting. He only felt that Duan Ling Tian was too valiant. HM? After taking a few steps, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi had not followed him. When he turned around, he saw the 2 of them standing motionlessly like statues. "Why are you in a daze? Let's go." Duan Ling Tian, who had turned around, could not help but frown as he reminded her. "Ah, all right." At this moment, the 2 of them finally regained their senses when they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. They stepped into the air and followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Of course, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They were curious. They wondered if the purple-clad young man was not afraid of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, or was he just bluffing? Although Han Xuanai had always been confident in Duan Ling Tian, she could not help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, she did not know if Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to deal with a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Crazy! He's crazy! Duan Ling Tian is crazy. He dares to disregard those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's so arrogant. Is he not afraid of 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Humph. I think he's just bluffing. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene felt chills running up their spines when they saw Duanling Tian swaggering away after he finished speaking. They thought Duanling Tian was crazy. Even if an eminent celestial possesses a celestial supreme treasure and has cultivated many amazing divine abilities and celestial methods, his strength should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? I don't know about the mundane realm you're from, but the strongest eminent celestial in the mundane realm I'm from is only comparable to an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not even comparable to some powerful 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. There's only one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm I'm from. It's similar in the mundane realm I'm from. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, it was clear that Duanling Tian was an eminent celestial. In the mundane realms where they lived, at most, there were eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. There had never been an eminent celestial who was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The mundane realm we're from is a large mundane realm, but Duanling Tian is from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. That's right. In the history of the 4 large mundane realms, there's never been an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Don't tell me a brat from a small mundane realm is stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Humph. That's impossible. He's just bluffing. He must be deliberately mystifying things. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves in just a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were infuriated when they heard Duanling Tian's words before he left. Some of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were so infuriated that their bodies began to tremble violently. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials shared the same thoughts as them. They did not think Duanling Tian was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, the 6 7th tribulation Lu celestials came back to their senses and moved at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they had already surrounded Duanling Tian and his 2 companions who had not gone far. The 3 people led by Duanling Tian had no choice but to stop moving. Swoosh, swoosh. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically. 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? There are 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Han Xuanai did not even need to think to know the people who dared to chase after her at this moment were the strongest 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the group of bodiless celestials. Although she knew there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, she did not expect there to be 7 of them. So many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Zhang Yi was frightened. His body stiffened. It was as if he had been filled with lead. Boy, you're quite bold. Do you really think we can't see through your bluff? In the history of Muro Realm, Yanhuang Realm, Skyline Realm, and Vast Cloud Realm, the strongest eminent celestials from the 4 large mundane realms are only comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Do you really think you're stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, apart from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who had spoken earlier, 2 of the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had spoken as well. At this moment, the 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duanling Tian coldly. After all, Duanling Tian was not an ordinary eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would be scared half to death by the cold gazes of 6 7th tribulation bodiless celestials. Scram! Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard the words of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. His eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Kill them all!" Even a man made of clay had a temper. The words of these 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had completely enraged Duanling Tian. Scram? He told us to scram? I didn't hear wrongly, right? You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. He really did tell us to scram. The 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were furious when they heard Duanling Tian's words. You're courting death. At the same time,
one of the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials took the initiative to shout coldly. The voice was so cold that it seemed to come from a world of ice and snow. Boom! Boom! The moment the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial shouted, he seemed to have transformed into a bird. His hands moved like a pair of wings as he tore through the sky, leaving behind 2 earth-shattering sounds. The moment this 7th tribulation loose immortal moved. Shwa! 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 The remaining 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who attacked Duanling Tian. It's him! At this time, they also discovered that the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who lost his patience and attacked Duanling Tian was none other than Elder Qi from the force that he ran belonged to before he was killed. Back then, it was through the mirror image displayed by this Elder Qi that they were able to confirm that he was right. The 3 people who had obtained the immortal supreme treasures were still in the underground palace where the heaven-grade treasure vault was located. Dang! Elder Qi moved as the power on his body surged and took the shape of a bird. It was like an enormous goshawk that flashed towards Duanling Tian with its wings spread. His hands were like the wings of a goshawk. They tore through the sky like 2 blades that could tear apart everything. Humph! Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Elder Qi who was charging at him menacingly. At the same time, from every pore on his body, streaks of solid white sword light shot out one after another. In the end, his entire body was shrouded by the sword rays. Those with good eyesight would be able to see that Duanling Tian's body was covered in sword rays. Chapter 2448. Today, this old man will behead you, a boastful brat. I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. Elder Qi cried out coldly as he charged toward Duanling Tian like an eagle. His figure tore through the sky like a hawk as he charged toward Duanling Tian. His words were like the judgment of the Grim Reaper, deciding Duanling Tian's fate. As soon as Elder Qi finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. There's always someone better than you? I'll have to see for myself what it means. In the distance, Duanling Tian's voice resonated from the tens of thousands of sword rays that were gradually gathering. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the tens of thousands of sword rays that were formed from his body and his energy emitted a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sound before they merged together. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they merged into one. When the thousands of sword lights merged into one, a white light that was as bright as the sun appeared. It was so bright and dazzling that the group of people present couldn't help but squint their eyes. When they narrowed their eyes, they discovered that a white light had appeared. The tens of thousands of sword rays fused together and emitted a strong white light. They turned into a white sword, a sword that looked very ordinary. This sword was so unremarkable compared to the thousands of sword gleams from before. This sword, however, the ordinary-looking sword caused the expressions of the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials to turn solemn. This was because they could vaguely sense something was amiss. This sword was not simple at all. Bas! Bas! Elder Qi, who had turned into a goshawk, moved like a goshawk hunting its prey. The pair of wings formed by his hands tore through the sky like a pair of sharp blades that could cut through everything. Die! Suddenly, the elder with the surname Qi let out an explosive cry. The power on his eagle-like hands soared once again. Evidently, he had used up the last of his strength. The reason why Elder Qi tried so hard was because he could tell that the ordinary-looking sword Duanling Tian had transformed into was not simple. That seemingly ordinary sword floating in the void in the distance actually gave him a very strong sense of danger. He had no choice but to be on guard. You'll be the first 7 tribulation bodiless celestial that I, Duanling Tian, have killed in my life. When Elder Qi shouted and charged toward the sword that Duanling Tian had transformed into, Duanling Tian's voice resonated from the sword that Duanling Tian had transformed into. Bas! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the inconspicuous sword he had transformed into swept across the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The ordinary-looking sword swept across the air at a slow speed. At the very least, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were the weakest among them, could clearly see the sword's trajectory. However, they did not notice the sword's trajectory. The sword in the distance seemed to have casually swept across the air, but there was something else hidden in the sword's trajectory.
Only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could see the profundity of the sword. Even the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were confused. This sword isn't just a sword. The expressions of the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials turned solemn at this moment. This was because they could see that the horizontal slash of Duanling Tian's sword was not simple at all. At first glance, it seemed as though the ordinary-looking sword had only swung once. However, they could clearly see the profundity hidden in the sword's trajectory. They had seen this profundity when Duanling Tian had killed the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial earlier. Elder Qi's aura was completely annihilated at this moment. Even his body trembled and disappeared from this world, completely disappearing without a trace. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had died just like that. Silence. The entire place was silent. After Elder Qi died, everyone's attention returned to Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. He's able to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? Doesn't this mean his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Han Xuanai looked at Duanling Tian with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Her heart that was hanging in the air earlier had finally calmed down. Although she had always trusted Ling Tian, she did not know about his strength. For this reason, she could not help but worry for him when he was in such a dangerous situation earlier. After all, she did not know how strong he was. She was worried for him when he was in such a dangerous situation. However, now that she saw Ling Tian easily killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This, Zhang Yi on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In his opinion, what had just happened was something that he would never have dared to dream of. As a person from Yanhuang realm and a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, he naturally knew about this. In the long history of Yanhuang realm, the strongest eminent celestial was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, at this moment, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial had appeared before him. Earlier, I heard from the bodiless celestials from the other 3 large mundane realms that the strongest eminent celestials in the history of the 3 mundane realms were only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, Duanling Tian has made history. No. After the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial appeared in the Saint Province realm where Duanling Tian was. That person was Feng Qingyang. That's not right. Feng Qingyang only possessed such strength after he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, even if he obtained a celestial sword, his strength would only be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's far weaker than Duanling Tian. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Duanling Tian's strength would be if he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He was almost certain. If Duanling Tian managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength would definitely surpass everyone in the mundane realms before he ascended. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. When Zhang Yi thought about this, his eyes lit up when he looked at Duanling Tian again. He was genuinely happy for Duanling Tian. Gasp, 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 gasp. At the same time, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene gasped when they regained their senses. It was as though the pressure in the air had dropped significantly. He's so strong. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.